but it always happen in the duration of time.
Sure, but it might not be relevant for you to
then
that.
Time cannot be your independent variable. It's always, if it's always constant.
Wait, what? It might not be relevant.
It's constantly changing, is it not?
It might not be relevant for time, to observe time. For instance, if you're someone who's measuring the weather or something like that, and you want to just measure, what kind of clouds are going to form, it might not matter how long since the last time the weather was like that.
Because you
might just measure the conditions of the atmosphere.
The boiling water thing is
you could measure how much time it took for that cloud to
Yeah, exactly. If that was what's relevant to what you're studying, but it might not be relevant. You're making up the test right now, making up scenarios where it's relevant. Well, make up a scenario where it's not
time
relevant.
Is always relevant.
Time.
No, I'll tell you. I can tell you a scenario. Time's not relevant. Guys, hold on. Let's let everyone get in. I'm trying to say something for a minute. Time's not always relevant because in the case of the water boiling example, there's no time involved with that.
Why not?
Not relevant.
According to Kosho, you can measure the time that it took to boil the water.
I added heat to water for 1 minute and it didn't boil. It's just that I added heat to water and I added for 1 minute and the water didn't boil. So I guess heat isn't the cause because heat didn't make it boil.
So you either need more heat in that.
You need more time.
In the water boiling example.
Yeah, I need more time. Yeah.
In the water boiling example,
you either need more heat in that 1 minute, or you need more time.
Or yeah. So both are variables and independent.
In the water boiling example,
really.
Hold on,
but
guys.
I can keep the heat constant.
Is my mic low?
Manipulate the time.
No, it's not low.
So the cause for water.
I think Jeremy's trying to
boil. Okay, after this, for the cause for water to boil is heat and time.
There's a lot of causes. Pressure also is one.
I think Jeremy's trying to say something to you guys. He's been trying to get in for a whole minute.
It's irrelevant. I don't know why Mole Man burst in with time's relevant for this. Time's irrelevant for this heat, water boiling with the heat thing. Because all you do is you get the temp water in that experiment. You're getting the water to a certain temperature. You're not timing how long it takes to get to that temperature or anything. You're just saying, okay, the water's at this temperature. That will cause this. You know what I mean? So time's not even relevant in that.
To be clear, it's up to the experimentalist. It's whoever is conducting the experiment. That is the person who decides what is relevant and what is not relevant, depending on what question he's asking and what information he's trying to pull out. You can be boiling objects, boiling liquids, in which case you don't care about time whatsoever. You might not care about it in any way whatsoever. You might be doing a test in which you're literally setting it on fire. You're heating it up forever, and if it ever doesn't boil, then that's the result of your test. It might not be relevant.
This is what I mean. That time isn't irrelevant. Not that it's not relevant because that time always happens. Right? I mean, what the measurement of time always happens. Right? Duration of time. But you can't make that an independent variable because there's no way you can stop the time.
Kosho, why don't you just give them? Kosho, why don't you just give them a natural science experiment where time's an independent variable?
I've given a couple of them. I posted a whole article about a whole bunch of them, but I'll post one specifically.
Well, are they actually science experiments, or is this your pseudoscience thing?
Definitely. Can somebody define time before we move on? Everybody's talking about something that I think doesn't exist. So, can somebody please define time?
It's a convention. I mean, the time thing itself I think it's supernatural personally. Because it's definitely happening. It's like right time. You would agree time's happening, right? Like
no, I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't agree time is happening. No.
Well, there was a then and there's a now and there's going to be a later.
No, yesterday.
What does that mean? There's a then and now. So time is a then and now.
There's a series of events.
That's true. Who say that exists, man?
What's that?
Who's to say the past and future exist, man?
Because I fucking remember it.
So time is defined as then, now, and when, and tomorrow? That's time?
I would say
in the present, right?
Yeah, that's definitely seen. I mean, I've definitely felt that.
I said this before. It's the distance between events, or as I said before, it's the time. Time is the process that brings things that are unknown in the future into things that are recorded in the past via the present.
You're talking about tape recorder, Kosho.
I like that. I like that.
I'm not talking about tape recorder. I'm talking about things. The things that were in the past are things that are experienced and recorded, by our experiences or by anything's experience, any interaction. Those are things that already occurred. You can't make that not happen. And same thing with things that are in the future that are unknown. These are things that have not happened yet. They're unknown. So you can't make that.
Also, within your mind, you're able
rewind.
to go back.
Are you going back in
Yeah,
time?
you're able to revisit. Yeah.
So time is things that happened in the past?
No, if that was all that I said, then you could say that.
No,
I just
but I'm asking you, bro.
3 different things, dude. The
I'm
things in the
asking
past.
you.
It's the passage of time.
I mean, hey, his questions are really valid for sure. I mean, it's like,
Of course,
I don't think he's
nobody
trying
can
to
define
Time is
time.
obviously not just the past.
It might be.
The time is the things that were recorded in the past, things that are unknown in the future, all the events in between, and it happens through the present. The
So
present
you're
is
describing happenings, not time.
yeah, exactly, happenings, events. That's
Events,
exactly
not
right.
time.
Time is, that's what I told you. Time is the distance between events. It's the chronological, the order of events.
So time is a distance, an order. Now it's before it was a distance. Now it's an order.
It is the passing of events.
Exactly. The passing, the order, the distance. They're all have to do with the time. Yeah.
Are you sure, bro?
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure that yesterday was yesterday, today's today, and tomorrow will be tomorrow. Yes. I'm sure that yesterday has already happened, today it's happening now, and tomorrow hasn't happened yet. Yes.
Okay, how does man define time? Because you seem to be going around in fairy tales. How do we define time?
You said it was a recorder.
I'm amazed that we're having
unknown
trouble with
future into the recorded past via the present.
You're talking about a tape recorder again. A video, a film. Time is a recorder, and now you're going back to recorder again.
How do you have the
then
second
you're going to tell me it's an event?
Time?
Sorry, Mo?
How do you have the second law of thermodynamics without time being a thing?
Exactly. The second law of thermodynamics is basically built around time. It's like defining time.
So you're saying time is the cause of
built
entropy?
around decay. It's got
Just
nothing to do with time. It is decay. Man.
Just because it's a thing.
But
I'm still waiting for a definition. Now we're going to decay. Now we're going to the second law.
Just because time's a thing doesn't mean it causes anything, though.
Wait. Let's also look at time and energy at once. It might help us. That's right.
Time's not causing entropy.
No, energy, not entropy.
I know. I just want to say whoever brought up entropy in the second law, time's not causing it.
No, I didn't say that time. I didn't say that time causes it. I said that what is the second law of thermodynamics if time is not a thing?
I think it's a thing. I think it's a supernatural thing, like information or something.
Sure, but I was mainly asking SE because he's
like there's no
time
physicality to it. There's no spin, charge, mass.
No, we just understand it. Simple.
Time is a man-made concept based on the movement of the sun and the moon.
Nope.
Jeremy,
simple as that.
Heat has
time
no
is
spin.
just the progression of his existence. Man did not invent that in any way, shape,
Absolutely
or form.
not.
Now, the units of measure, yes, man developed, but that's all they did.
Yeah. Do some research, guys.
I'll define time in this way. It is a function of the transmutation of ether.
Oh boy.
Oh, I like that actually.
Oh boy.
What does that mean? That's pretty good.
It's a real useful
Let me see
explanation.
this ether
that hit it home
That's
right there.
really helpful.
I'll play PMOC, Geo. Give me a bucket of this ether.
Well, because when I'm referring to ether, I'm referring to physical matter and non-physical. So the air, the ground, everything in that sense. So a function of the transmutation of ether. So it's a function, like time is a function of how ether transmutates through time.
Dude, hey, dude, that's good.
Transmutation implies that there are multiple sources. Right? You don't have a transmutation without multiple media or theaters.
Well, I'm transmuting through ether right now. I'm driving in my car, so each 50 feet that I drive, I'm transmutating through the ether.
You might be mutating ether, changing ether, but are you
transmutating?
Mutating and adding transmutation to that?
Yeah,
idea?
transmutation is from one form to another. So yesterday turns into today. Today's tomorrow.
Yeah.
My car is moving through. It's all transmutation, but
Isn't
in terms of
redundant?
A car stops being a car
Isn't
when
that
it
redundant?
moves.
Isn't mutation itself transformed in transformation? So transmutation is in the way you're using it, it sounds like it's a little redundant. No?
The point is, time doesn't have any physicality to it, really. So I mean, it's not an actual thing, but it is happening though. Like time's happening.
Happens different for different observers.
How
I would
is
say
it
time
happening?
is indeed physical and has physical properties. It's measured using physical units. It's has physical consequences. So, but if you say it's not physical, by all means.
Definitely not. It's definitely not physical or tangible or any ridiculous word you're going to try to use after that.
Plenty of things that are physical aren't tangible.
Okay, explain to me how time is physical. That is ridiculous.
Is there anything
absolutely ridiculous?
Non-tangible?
It has no spin mass, molecular charge, kcals. You know the list.
Does heat have any spin mass or electrical charge?
Well, there's more to that list, and heat does fall into that list.
See, you're following Huey's rhetoric. So spin
it's not
mass,
rhetoric.
Charge. So heat.
Dude, there's more than just those three things, bro.
Why do you got to talk over me? So the
Heat, you mean temperature? You mean Celsius or Fahrenheit?
Is heat tangible?
Ask yourself this: does time affect anything?
Wait, we're not talking about time.
Besides humans,
Jeremy, about those three items.
Yeah.
3 qualifications.
There's more than those three.
Is heat physical?
Dude, there's more than those three.
Is heat physical?
There's more than those three.
So what does heat fall under?
Heat is tangible. You can sense heat by touch. You all set?
Do you touch? Do you feel heat or do you feel temperature?
Did you ask me
SD, to respond to what you said, I mean, don't more than just humans experience time. Animals experience time. Insects. So it's not just a human. Well, a dog, a dog experiences time.
How?
Well, let's see where
they
Xanax
age. They wear down. They change. They move.
They sleep. They see the sun passing over. It's day. It's night. They experience time.
They get hungry after a while.
When they jump in the air, they fall back down in a nice little parabola.
I think you guys are confusing like the human cycle, like heartbeats, like a dog has a certain amount of heartbeats, right? I think you guys are confusing that with time.
No, you're exactly talking about time now. Things that are cyclical or things that are that happen in repeated cycles or whatever, we use to measure time. So
that's
like
a cycle.
heartbeat.
That's not time.
Yeah, I know that those cycles we use to measure time because they're regular cycles. So it's
like I told you before, like the sun, right? The day and the moon, the month. That's how man got the concept of time. It's a man-made concept.
Measure time. Started to measure time using these things.
Yeah.
Okay, Gio, go tell your dog to meet you at 3:00 at the river.
Well, we all know that Gio's dog has a dog bone, and dog bones are clocked. So I mean, I'm sure it'll be just fine.
The dogs do that. They have a very, very time dependent things. Like, certain dogs know when they're going to go on a walk, at 3 p.m. and they know the walk's coming. So that, or even in the morning when they have to go out to go to the bathroom or whatever. I mean, dogs definitely experience time. I don't think time is only a man-made thing. I would say time is something that everything experiences that has sentience. Yeah,
I'd say it's a natural thing. I'd say it's supernatural. Supernatural.
Nah, you just described the time to go to the bathroom for a dog, as time, right? That's really not time, bro.
That's not what he did, Jesse.
Why not? Why isn't that time?
Well, why is it time?
You waited a duration of time to pass, and then the dog changed. He didn't have to go to the bathroom. Now he does. What?
See, that's how.
What do you?
His bladder filled. Hold on, his bladder filled, and he had a sensation. And oh man, he's barking at the door, right? But what does that have to do with time? Did time cause his bladder to fill?
The dog's bladder wasn't full. At time 2, the dog's bladder was full. So as time passed, the dog's condition changed, and he reacted.
That's why I refer to it as that's why I refer to it as a function of ether, because part of ether would be the dog's biological body, which is going through its processes, and when it has to go to the bathroom, it's going to let the dog's mind know. So time is
what does this have to do with ether?
It's a part of that entire transmutation process. Time is part of how the ether. It's a function of how the ether transmutes through time, and then
what?
I would describe time as just change. If there's no change in anything, then how would we know time happened if nothing ever changed?
Yeah, well, that's why I'm referring to it as transmutation, because transmutation is when something changes from one form to another. So when the sun comes up, the sun goes down, the bladder, indicates it's time to go to the bathroom. The blood cycling, all of those things are through the change of those processes.
Well, I agree with Gio then. Even though he used the word ether, regardless of that he used that word, I mean, I would say it's the same thing if you replace it with quantum fields or whatever. Same thing. That's exactly what time is. It's the events through time. So as things change even slightly, if a property of anything changes from one moment to the next moment, that's time has passed.
So time has changed now.
I don't.
You guys have changed it how many times now? The meaning of time. It's got to be the 8th or 9th time.
But Jeremy, how do you say that it's supernatural if it's the natural world changing? Then it's just natural.
So SE, are you saying that? Are you saying that 8 minutes ago when time was in the past, we had a different definition of time, and now we have a different one through time?
Exactly.
Over time.
What a conundrum.
I don't think there's been any differences in these definitions of time at all.
Would you say,
guys, come on, man? You did not define time.
There's not any changes.
None of you defined time here.
Yes. I mean, I did several times the same thing.
I challenge any one of you right now. Define time. Go.
I would define it as change.
The progression of existence. Okay. The progression of existence, as I've always said.
Motion.
Progression of existence. That's two different things. Next.
And as I told you, it's the process that the unknown, the unknown future brings that into the recorded past via the present.
Well, why'd you give us the X files? You gave us the X
That's 3. And Gio says it's the
we're all describing the same thing.
That's 4 different descriptions, dude.
But it's just describing the same thing. We haven't described it differently.
Concept that men have ascribed to the progression of linear events. That's all.
There's the 5th.
Exactly.
I like that one though better.
That's exactly the same thing. Just so we're using different words to describe exactly the same thing.
Come on, guys. Come on, man. Be sensible.
Listen, I like the argument of time doesn't cause things. That's a rock solid argument because it doesn't. But this time not existing thing, you guys took it too far.
That's my thing. Everybody's disagreeing with me, and I'll own it.
Wait, what time is it?
Yeah, but the thing of it, the variable as
it's a bunch of bullshit.
To think of it like that is a limited way of thinking about it. You got to think about it like the variable and a function. Like if you have a function, you have a variable and you put that variable in that function, and then you have some output. And as long as you can put that variable in the It's an independent variable. So you
I
can have
hear you.
that
Not
function
me.
in
The way
respect to
the
time.
way I see it is, you have an experiment, right? And it's on pause without time, so you never get to see the effect caused by the cause, right? Time allows the cause to show the effect. It's not the
things
cause
are
itself.
just happening in time. Time's never the cause of anything. It's just happening, and things happen in it, and that's where your causes and effects happen in time.
I know, but you're limiting independent variable to being the absolute cause of something when all the independent variable is the variable that you're varying, while the other variables you stay constant.
Well, Jeremy is confusing the hypothesis with the
on.
experiment yet again.
Hold on, Kosho. Give us an experiment where time is the cause. Natural science. Natural science
is in the experiment.
The independent variable has causes the effect.
Many times, Jeremy.
And you're
independent. The cause and effect relationship of the experiment, or the cause and effect relationship of the hypothesis. You're confusing the two once again. The independent variable, dependent variable is not part of the hypothesis cause and effect relationship. It's separate.
Okay, it absolutely is.
A description, a story about what happens, and the independent variable, dependent variable relationship is part of the experiment, where all you have to do is change that independent variable and watch how it affects or not affects the dependent variable. That's a cause and effect relationship, and time can be one of them for sure. It's not the cause of the hypothesis; it's the cause in the experiment.
Your cause and effect is in your hypothesis. Your hypothesis has your independent. Zanuck, I let you finish, bro. I let you finish. Come on, dude. The independent and dependent variable is directly in your hypothesis. It's what you're going to test. So you're going to test if heat causes the water to boil or not. So I don't know what you're saying right now. You're wrong. Dead wrong. You heard?
No, that's not wrong. The independent-dependent variable relationship is not in the hypothesis whatsoever. There is a cause and effect relationship, but that's not the experiment. The experiment will substantiate and validate your hypothesis. That's what the dependent variable is. It's something that's affected by the independent variable, and time certainly can do that in any types of experiments. Many types of experiments.
I think you're getting theory confused.
So don't say I'm wrong. You're the one that's wrong.
I think you're getting theory
Zanuck, I just got here. I can
with,
already tell you're wrong.
Yeah, I think you're getting theory confused with hypothesis, because when you have a hypothesis, it definitely states the dependent and independent variable.
No, it states the cause and effect relationship.
What? Jerry,
which
why would
is
there
your
be
dependent and
Go ahead, man.
Because you're trying to guess what you're... Dude, you're going to do an experiment. You're going to do an experiment, so you want to... Hold on, Zanuck. You're going to do an experiment, so you want to find, what are you going to test? You're going to test this cause and effect relationship. So that's what you're going to... And your hypothesis is telling you what the experiment's going to be, basically.
Yeah, but your hypothesis comes before the experiment. The hypothesis is the idea that you have. That the experiment is testing the hypothesis.
Of the cause and effect relationship, the independent dependent variable.
This word called cause is throwing you for a loop. In effect, it's also calling you for a loop, especially with respect to the hypothesis versus the experiment. Yes, in an experiment, there is a cause and effect relationship, sometimes called the independent-dependent variable relationship. But in the hypothesis, there is no reference of the independent-dependent variable relationship. That's in the experiment. You're wrong. Now, both are cause and effect. They're very different, though. And you keep on, and many others keep on confusing it.
What are you
your
talking
hypothesis,
about?
Hold on, guys. Your hypothesis directly tells you what your experiment is going to be. So if I say I'm going to have an alternate hold on, Zanuck. If I say I'm going to have my hypothesis is going to be heat causes water to boil, right?
No.
In my experiment, I'm going to apply heat to water and see if it causes it to boil.
No. You'd give a whole story about why the heat causes the water to boil.
I want to give a whole story.
What the fuck are you talking about, Zanuck?
You know what I'm talking about.
The
if you want to talk about
is you
why
saying
water
what
boils.
you're going to test.
So I have
Do
a
you think
hypothesis.
it's causing
Hold
it?
on. Why water boils, and I have a whole story about why I think water boils. Temperature, pressure, all these things will become in the molecular composition of H2O, everything. Liquid water, the state it's in, everything. That'd be part of my hypothesis. Now the experiment.
Are you going to test them all?
Hold on. The experiment will test certain things like, what if I change the pressure and pressure alone? Everything's a control variable. It's controlled. I will change the independent variable.
You're doing a bunch of little...
Let me finish. I'll change the independent variable, only pressure, and see what happens. The next experiment, I'll change something else, the temperature. Next, I'll do the substance itself. I mean, there's all sorts of things. Time, how much time I allow.
You're exactly right, Zanuck. You're exactly right. When you said the next experiment, you're doing multiple experiments with multiple side hypotheses, if you will.
No, absolutely not.
Yes. You can't get around it.
Okay,
Whenever you change one of the variables, you're hypothesizing that maybe pressure alone will change it. It's a new hypothesis, new experiment.
No,
every time.
You're absolutely wrong. There can be multiple experiments to validate your hypothesis. That's how science.
Only if your hypothesis has like a bunch of separate parts.
Yes, every experiment is a separate experiment with control variables, independent variables, and dependent variables.
I know, and that would only apply if your hypothesis has separate parts.
Absolutely not. You can have one
hypothesis. Yes, it would, man.
Our hypothesis to why plants grow. I love going to plants because it's easy. Why we think plants grow? We think the plants with the chlorophyll in the presence of sunlight, with nutrients in the soil.
Yeah, exactly. Multiple parts.
Seriously, you're talking over me. All these things we think will cause, and time for it to grow, everything will cause that plant. That's our hypothesis.
Time's not real.
Then, stop it. Then we take the experiment. We're going to first start with the water. Then we might do a combination of things. I mean, all these things we'll do to see if we can validate our hypothesis.
Exactly. You're right about that part. So you have a hypothesis that has multiple parts. You're going to test each part, right? Each part of that hypothesis is a little mini hypothesis.
No.
You're going to touch each thing separately. So you're thinking, we know that plants require...
bro. Please, back and forth.
You're saying, yeah, we know that, or I hypothesize plants require X, Y, and Z. And you're going to test in your experiment each one, X, Y, and Z separately, and then, maybe X, Y together, not Z, maybe Y, Z, not X. The point is, each one of those is a hypothesis. I hypothesize X alone will cause this reaction. I will hypothesize Y alone. They're all mini hypotheses, all in this greater kind of hypothesis.
Oh, so you're not trying to find a cause-effect relationship.
Hold on,
that's not what we're trying to find, Zanuck.
Let me respond back to percentage.
What are you trying to find then, if that's not what you're trying to find?
All those things... All those all those things are required for a plant to grow. They're all separate experiments, but they're not separate hypotheses. We have a hypothesis, it's the entire story, multifaceted, and the experiments will teach each one of those and then correlate all of them to see if the hypothesis is valid. It's a validity test.
Yeah, you're agreeing with me. It's multifaceted.
You're trying to find the cause, right? Of the growth, right?
Multiple facets, multiple experiments. What's your
point?
I
have a real example of Zanuck, because string theory is a perfect example of a hypothesis that there is no valid test for, experiments for. So having a hypothesis doesn't identify your test exactly at all. It just tells you what your claim is. It's just a claim, basically. The experiment is set up to test that claim.
Okay, yeah, we agree with that. The hypothesis is the claim, or it's like the suspected thing. The theory, though, once it becomes string theory, that means it's been tested in experiment in terms of scientific theory.
The name. It's just the name, though. It's not actually a theory.
Well, that one's the misnomer. That's the exception to the rule.
It's a misnomer.
When they use the word theory,
the name is called string theory, but it's not a successful theory. It's never been tested.
Yeah, it's not a scientific theory then.
Yeah, we're talking about. I think Zanuck was getting.
It's a scientific hypothesis, though. Is my point.
No, it's not.
Yeah, but am I saying there's just a disjunct between string theory, the name, because it's the colloquial theory used with a scientific hypothesis. That doesn't make it a scientific theory. It's just a.
I know exactly. I know, but when you came in, we were arguing about experimentation and whether a hypothesis identifies the test. When there's hypotheses that exist out there that have no test yet. There's no one's come up with a test.
What's the hypothesis with string theory?
Well, it's a whole model. The whole model. The hypothesis is the whole involving the whole model. So if it were successful, it would become a theory because it's an entire model. It's not just one claim.
No, a hypothesis
you should be able to boil down to a
it's that fundamentally that everything's made up of these strings, these vibrating strings. They vibrate at different the rates at which they vibrate give it the properties of subatomic particles.
Okay, so
a hypothesis with no percentage. A hypothesis with no test is literally worthless.
Exactly. It's a hypothesis. Not worthless, but it's exactly what it is.
No,
A
if you don't
hypothesis.
have a test for your hypothesis because you don't have a valid independent variable, then you have nothing.
No, it's not. It's not nothing. It's actually what the word is. It is a hypothesis. It's a hypothesis. The hypothesis is exactly that. It's the claim itself before it's been tested or anything.
I guess you could it would be kind of subjective whether some people would say it's an invalid hypothesis because it cannot be tested versus a valid hypothesis, or some people would just be like, it's a useless hypothesis, or it's like a moot hypothesis or whatever.
There would be a theory to guess what
untestable hypothesis. That's what I would go with.
It would be a theory to try to explain what's going on, basically a general guess to explain what they think is the case. But it wouldn't be coming from a framework where we accept, like that this is the way that it is or this isn't the way that it is, and make a prediction hypothesis-wise in an experiment to say, hey, I found these strings, or whatever the heck they're calling them, for full validation. So it doesn't come from a framework where, what we're seeing is accepted or rejected as like these are the strings that are part of string theory. We can show them right here. This is kind of a guess or a theory.
That's every hypothesis. That's actually what a hypothesis is. It's the claim before it's been tested, and then your next step is to come up with a test to test that. If you can't come up with a test for it ever, then that's one thing. But if you just currently can't have a test for it, then that's something else. Like Einstein's theory of general relativity, it wasn't all completely tested. Like gravitational waves wasn't completely tested until way later. There's things that were hypothesized as part of his theory that weren't tested until way later.
Dude, GR has never had a proper independent variable.
Well, it doesn't come from a framework. It doesn't come from a framework that's uncontested. Like if we had a hypothesis that, you jump off a building, you're going to die and you die. That's a pretty widely accepted framework, say, for that, rough example. But have we found these strings or whatever the heck they say they think is going on for string theory? Not really. So the framework is kind of contested for that.
Hold up. I don't think this is a valid hypothesis. Like, what are you saying? What are these strings doing? What's the claim being made about them?
That everything that they're fundamental even to the subatomic particles, so that they're subatomic particles.
Where's the observation there?
That's the whole point, dude. Is that the observation is the subatomic physics, and they can actually make math equations that show that they can even derive like a gravity from them. So it's like it's more fundamental even than quantum mechanics. But the thing is, it's not testable. They haven't found a test to see if their claim is true. So it's like I said, it's just a hypothesis.
I mean, there's no cause and effect relationship that I'm seeing whatsoever.
Yeah, because that's an experiment. It doesn't have to be a cause and effect relationship.
No. Like even in the hypothesis, you hypothesize that this is doing something, or the cause of something, or there's some sort of cause and effect kind of paradigm, right?
The hypothesis is that everything is made up of these things. That these vibrating strings create the subatomic particles.
Yeah, but that's not a full hypothesis.
Strings. Yeah, that is the hypothesis.
No, it's not. It's like me saying I hypothesize that clouds are made of water. Yeah. Right? There's like nothing to say what's causing it or the effect of it or anything or any method of testing it. It's an incomplete hypothesis.
That's a hypothesis. That clouds are made of water. You can't test that.
No, that's
for a hypothesis. Once you say
it's falsifiable, it's a valid hypothesis.
Let me just say that's an empirical claim, right?
It's not a scientific claim. It's a valid hypothesis.
No, just observing something alone isn't
as long as it's falsifiable. It's a valid hypothesis.
You have to have an effect, and you're presupposing what's causing this effect.
Of course.
I didn't say in that hypothesis. Listen, I didn't say I'm guessing at the cause of clouds. So it doesn't really make sense.
Yeah, no, but that is literally a hypothesis, though. That clouds are made of.
If I do this, then this will happen. That's in a hypothesis, right?
What's that?
If I do this, then this will happen.
That's sure. Right?
So you're describing your experiment in your hypothesis by saying that. If I do this, then this will happen. So that lays out the groundwork for how to do the experiment.
That's a specific hypothesis, though. That's not this hypothesis. This hypothesis is that clouds are made of water. Or you could say that
It's a claim.
that there's it's exactly, it's a claim, and you can test the claim, and so that's a hypothesis.
How can you test the claim?
But you make an educated guess on what the cause is, and say, "Hey, if I do this, then this will happen." That's your hypothesis, right?
I think the things like something's missing. I think like for it to be a hypothesis, it has to be like, sure you could speculate, right? But you have to have like an if-then type speculation. Like if clouds are made of water, then I should be able to, apply heat and have them vaporize or something, or I should be able to hold something under, and then if they, if there's transpiration, then I'll be able to catch it. Some sort or precipitation, I meant. But in any case, I agree with that. Some sort of way to like idea to validate your thought, right? But otherwise, it's just a thought, just an empirical observation, and not every empirical observation is a hypothesis. Like I think that.
But that wasn't an observation, though. The observation is something different, but your observation could be that it changed.
Partial hypothesis, but not the hypothesis itself. You can't do.
Yeah,
you can't defund.
I guess it's not a simple.
UFOs are aliens.
Yeah, it's not a simple observation. The simple observation is that I think they're clouds, or they look like clouds.
I see a UFO. Is that a hypothesis? No. UFOs are aliens. That's a hypothesis. It has to be falsifiable. It has to be a story about what you think is the cause and effect relationship, or if what something is.
Yeah, and it's not to say that
No, observation alone is
everything's
not
made
hypothesis.
of strings. When you can't test it,
The
when you don't have
is not the observation. The observation is part of that.
No, I'm with you. But my
the
point
dependent
is
variable. The observation, the dependent variable, right?
Jeremy, I already told you you're wrong about that. Get it straight.
The observation
the
is
independent variable is part of the experiment, not part of the hypothesis.
You just said the observation was part of the hypothesis.
Yes, but that's not the independent variable. Independent variable, dependent variable is
the
part
dependent
of the
variable.
The dependent, not
it's
independent.
part of the
Dependent.
experiment. It's different than the hypothesis. Oh my God.
He's not listening.
The observation
Xanax,
is the
I said
dependent
dependent
variable.
No, there's no dependent variable in the hypothesis either.
Then
That's
what's in the
protected by the independent
What's
variable.
in it then, if not
It's
the
part of the
independent
experiment, not the hypothesis.
And what's in the hypothesis then? Take
A
us through it.
story about what you think
Hypothesis.
causes something to happen. A
story?
detailed story.
Hypothesis right here says a supposition or proposed explanation made on the basis of limited evidence as a starting point for further investigation. So that's clearly.
There you go.
This is basically
You guys are just getting it wrong for so long, and you just sticking to your guns. You're doubling down.
I mean,
It's
to be
wrong.
fair, I've read a couple of definitions, and they say that can be tested for further
Yes.
verification,
Yes, of
further
course it can be
investigation.
tested.
You're right. Yeah, they
So
can
if
be
you
tested.
can't test it, then does it count as a hypothesis?
No, it has to be able to be tested. That's what qualifies it to be a
Well,
valid
then you're
hypothesis.
disagreeing with him about string theory.
No, I'm saying
No.
string theory. No, I'm saying it's not.
Oh
It's
my
not a
God.
failed. I'm saying it's not. It's not a failed theory. It's not. It's a hypothesis that hasn't yet had a test. You can't
But
test for it
if
currently.
it can't be tested by further investigation, then how
It's
is it
not
a
even a
hypothesis?
hypothesis.
Yeah, but that's
when
not
that's
to
the
say- that's not
definition
to
for
say that-
hypothesis.
That's not to say that they're not going to come up with a test for it, though, because that's what they're currently working on. Is they're working on seeing how they can test for it.
So it's not a
Future
hypothesis yet.
fallacy. Future fallacy.
No, it can't.
So
It
what-
can
what-
be
what
tested.
do
We
they
just don't know
want
how
to
to test it.
manipulate?
Yeah,
What
there
do
is
they want to
one.
manipulate?
It's possible to be tested. The way it's laid out,
Yeah.
it's possible. We just don't know how
For example-
yet.
Yeah, for example, there is a test that they could do with like a particle accelerator, but they would need one like 10 times bigger than the LHC. So it's like something that there's ways to test for it, but we don't.
So you have a
don't have a way to
hypothesis
test
for
it
the
that
test.
we have. So what?
You have a hypothesis for the test for the
No,
hypothesis.
there's no hypothesis for the test. The hypothesis is the hypothesis. The test is to try and the experiment is to try to test the claim.
No,
the
but you
hypothesis
just
itself is the claim.
hypothesized that you would need the thing 10 times larger
Oh.
than the
Yeah, well,
so
yeah,
that's a
yeah, but it's-
hypothesis because you don't know what you
hypothesis
actually
is
need,
the
right?
claim.
Sure, but it's
Yo,
based
the
on
hypothesis,
the information that we need.
The hypothesis is the claim. You're claiming that heat causes water to
Exactly.
boil. That's your claim.
Exactly.
What do you mean
That's what I'm
exactly?
saying. Hypothesis
You
is the
guys are
claim. That's
running around
fine.
in circles with this.
Who said no? But when did somebody say anything different? The hypothesis is the claim. That's right. Hypothesis is
Yes,
the
but
claim.
in that claim,
And
you
then
have
you're
to
about
say,
to
if I put fire under the pot, it will boil. That's your
No, that's
hypothesis
a
because you're
specific
spelling
claim.
out how to do the experiment.
That's a
No,
specific
why
claim.
it will boil. It boils and
Is
then
anyone-
the cause of why. You have to talk about all that in the hypothesis.
No, but
Exactly.
just because
Is
just
anyone
because
aware of The future fallacy. Future
No, but
fallacy. That's what you're committing right now. It's
Alright,
funny
fair
that
enough.
you're not realizing it. I posted
is
it in the
funny.
chat
Hey,
the
like
definition.
what the other guy
Yeah,
just said, you
you
can
can't
have
make a claim if it's based on the future. That's a fallacy in of
dude.
itself.
That's what a hypothesis is, dude.
No,
When you don't know
that's a
the future
fallacy.
yet, and the
That's what a
experiment's going to be done
fallacy
in the
is.
future, when the experiment's going to be done in the future, and the claim's being made now, that's a hypothesis.
No,
Okay.
give me
There's
a
no
definition of a hypothesis,
If
which
the test has
includes
been done in
that.
the past, it's not a
I just
hypothesis.
gave you a definition of future fallacy, and that's what you're
That's
committing
fine.
right there.
Now give me an example
No,
of
that's
a
not fine.
hypothesis that came
It's not
after the test.
fine. Give
So
me.
guys, stop like one at a time. Go ahead, Coach.
No,
What do you say about his future fallacy?
I mean, I don't feel like addressing this guy's future claim. Every hypothesis is a future fallacy by his definition.
No, it's not.
Every hypothesis.
No.
The test
Okay, what's
for the hypothesis.
What's a future
be a
fallacy,
prediction.
Coach?
A prediction
He's
is
saying-
about something in the future.
Yeah, exactly.
But that's not a future fallacy.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking him.
See, you're just demonstrating your
That's what
ignorance.
he just said. You said making a claim now for something that's going to happen in the future.
That's not what I said.
Okay, repeat what you said then.
Yeah.
Maybe look into the
No,
definition.
go
of
and repeat what you
future.
said. Repeat what you said.
Well,
So,
yeah,
you know.
yeah. Basing your claim, I mean, a hypothesis is not a claim. Do you agree?
Okay. No, go ahead and repeat what you said.
Yeah, you were right the first time. Yeah, basing
Okay.
a claim
You said it was wrong.
on the future. No, but I was relating it to your definition of hypothesis, which is
Yeah, well,
wrong.
hypothesis actually is a claim. Believe it or not.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Okay. Well, that's fine, man. There's another
It's a
guy here
prediction.
that said.
It's
Do you understand the difference between? It's
If anything,
prediction.
it's speculation.
A prediction is
It's
not
a
a claim.
speculative
Yeah,
claim.
yeah.
Prediction is not a claim. Okay, fair enough. A prediction is not a claim somehow. Okay.
Yeah, you can't make a claim about something, knowing something based on a future fallacy. That's not
It's not merely
a viable claim.
Yeah, you make the claim after you do the test. Because then
No,
you
the
have,
claim. No, you
Because
don't.
then you have the burden of proof, and you have the evidence to support it. Unlike a
The
lot
claim.
of others.
if you want, but it's
The
not
hypothesis
merely
is a
a
claim.
claim.
Hypothesis is indeed a claim. You're claiming this thing, and you're going to test that claim.
Yes,
That's
but
it.
not merely a claim.
Not
Yeah, it's not
merely.
merely
It's
a claim. It's a
speculative
claim, though. It's not a claim. It absolutely is a claim. You're going to test that claim now.
Yeah,
That's
where
what
you
the.
take
I mean,
a
you could
guess
also
on
say
what
it's a
the cause is,
speculation,
and
right?
then you say, if I
It's a
do this, then
speculation.
this will
It's
happen.
Let me reel it
Yeah,
in.
I think what
In a
people are getting
debate,
at though is the fact that you're
let
like
me just
saying,
reel it in. In a debate, when you make a claim, it has to be supported. Your claim is not supported, therefore, it's a future fallacy.
Well, this is not a debate. This is science. In science, when you make a hypothesis, it's not in the form of a debate. It's in the form of trying to find out if the truth of something. So you're making a claim, and you're going to test to see if that claim is true. It's not
right. I
No,
think what they're getting at
context of
by
debate.
future fallacy is the fact that you're saying, "Oh, my prediction is this will cause this," but we can't do that. We can't test this until the future
Yeah, that's
because
fine. This is the reason why you don't use logical fallacies in a scientific context, because in a scientific context, that's not relevant. To say
It is
that
relevant. That's
the claim, no,
bullshit. It's absolutely relevant because science is
an
logical.
experiment on it.
the term hypothesis in science is known. So it's a known term. It doesn't mean that I believe this is the absolute truth of something. This means I'm making a claim of something that I'm going to test hasn't been tested
No,
yet.
it's a
That's
testable
what hypothesis
prediction. It's a testable prediction. A hypothesis is not
It's
a
a
claim. It's
prediction
a
that
testable prediction, not a
based on a
claim.
claim. Yes,
But
it
if you're
is.
Maybe in
talking
the
about,
future
I
you'll
mean,
have a full
if you're
This is getting
defining a claim,
semantical. We all know what
Yeah.
we all
yeah,
know what
yeah.
claim means. We all know what prediction and
Exactly.
hypothesis means.
Well,
We all need to-
obviously we don't, according to Kosho.
If you're saying that a hypothesis is not a claim, then sure, I disagree with you.
It's not the
But if you're
claim
talking-
that we all came to know and love.
Yeah,
But if you talk
it's
about
not,
that
it's not
fallacy,
it's not a claim for it's true. It's a claim for how something happens, and the claim that it's not a claim that you're making as an absolute truth. It's a testable claim. It's a claim that you're going to use to test. Yeah, you're going to use that hypothesis to make a test to see what the truth is.
But I thought you just admitted. Hold on, percentage. You just admitted that it's not testable. Maybe it can be in the
No,
future.
I didn't say
but right now.
Yeah, I didn't say
It's
I
not
didn't say that it's never
testable.
testable. I said we can't test it today. And there's a lot of hypotheses.
Which is
And
it's
that's
not
where
testable.
the
A lot of
future
hypotheses were made that way.
Definition of not testable today. Not in the
Yeah, that doesn't
future.
mean it's not a hypothesis.
if you
It's
have a
indeed a
hypothesis, it's not
hypothesis.
testable. It's not a valid hypothesis.
I think
It
that's
is a
what he means by
hypothesis,
future fallacy. So if it's
Exactly.
not, if a
Thank you,
hypothesis
percentage.
needs to be testable, and it currently is not testable, then it is therefore not a hypothesis. To claim it's a hypothesis is future fallacy.
Yeah, you
because
don't.
you're saying it can be
don't use
tested in the
logical
future.
fallacies, dude. That's not what science
Thanks for
doesn't.
the summary.
It doesn't
Science
work with
is
logical
logical.
fallacies. Yeah, it's not. You don't use logical fallacies, man.
Not even
Just
fallacies. But it's not
you
a
can't
valid
test what we have
hypothesis
today.
if you can't test it.
He's like, we just did.
No, dude, there's so many different tests. There's so many different hypotheses that were made long before they could test it, and they were definitely hypotheses before they were tested. Like, just because you can't currently test it with our technology doesn't mean that we won't have the technology to test it. It's falsifiable. It's just
That's
not.
an argument
It's just
for
not,
making.
so
The Higgs boson. The
it's
Higgs
not
boson
hypothesis.
is an example.
Yeah, Higgs boson. There you go. Higgs boson is an example.
More like
Unicorns are an example.
Before that.
Unicorns are
How do you-
like
how do
a
you-
perfect example.
But how do you have the laws of nature with that fallacy? Because you don't know if entropy is going to increase tomorrow.
It's something that happens always, right?
Yeah, but that's a fallacy according to the future fallacy.
No, it's not.
Why
Natural
not?
law and science are two different
Give me the
things,
logic
right?
on why not.
Because it's
Sure,
testable right now, according
It's
to
been
now.
tested so much that we have physical laws regarding it.
Sure, so there is no future fallacy because some things will
No,
happen the
there
same
is.
way.
There is.
Because those are
I
tested.
posted the definition. It does exist. Future fallacy does. It is a fallacy. You just need to read upon it to understand what a future fallacy is. What you're saying is you're just talking about hypotheticals that don't exist.
Yeah, the difference is if it's tested or not. So all of the laws, the physical laws of the universe, they've been tested and they abide by these laws. That's why they become laws, right? But if it hasn't been tested, just to call it a hypothesis when it can't be tested is, would be committing that.
But a hypothesis isn't you don't say something in a hypothesis that this will happen.
Well, we're only talking about the testability of it, right? Correct? This is what we're debating right here. The testability. If something is testable, a hypothesis should at least be testable. That's one of the criterion of hypothesis.
It's got to be
Being
falsifiable.
testable.
But it is
testable.
falsifiable.
Testable, falsifiable.
Yeah, just like the Higgs boson was a perfect example.
No,
The Higgs
hold
boson,
on.
the Higgs boson
No.
was hypothesized like 60, 70 years ago, and it wasn't. They didn't build a machine until 10 years ago to test for it. No, it's not regardless. The machine didn't exist throughout that entire time. It was still a hypothesis.
So until that machine existed, it was not a hypothesis, right?
It was, the entire
Not
time.
a viable one. Not a
It was
viable
indeed a hypothesis
hypothesis.
the whole time.
If it's not testable, it's not a viable hypothesis.
It was testable the whole
do you
time.
agree?
It just didn't have the
It
machine
might
yet.
have just been speculation. This is just
You're saying that in
terminology. This is
retrospect.
subjective
You're
semantics.
wait. He's saying it in retrospect, but I'm saying it as it was hypothesized. It wasn't testable, therefore it's not testable and was not a viable hypothesis. Maybe
When he first came up
someday
with it was hypothesized.
that's fine. I agree that some so-called hypotheses which become so after the fact, in retrospect, you can look at them in such a way, but as they are materialized or before they are, they're not really viable hypotheses because they can't be tested.
If you can describe how you can test for it, if it can be described what you would need to test for this thing, and that test is not impossible, then that's testable.
The
Now, can you afford to do the
Okay,
test?
that's a better way of looking at it, I guess.
The technology may not exist to detect the hypothesis.
Okay, so what's the way that we can test string theory even though the technology doesn't allow for it? Can you describe it?
I heard that they said that you need to have more energy than you would need something 10 times bigger than the LHC to create the energy needed to investigate that for one specific test. At least the one I know. There's other.
And what do you do with the energy?
I mean,
and what is it going to cause?
I have no idea what they're looking for, or how they would find it. I don't know. I'm not on the the team of
So
string
how
theorists.
would you know
It sounds
why
like
they
you're
know?
not kind of, well read enough on the subject to be claiming that it's a hypothesis.
Sounds like I don't work as a string theorist. That's true. I don't work as a string theorist, but I
But
do
you're
know.
trying to claim that it's a
sounds like you're not
hypothesis.
wearing your G-string.
I do know the limits. I do know the limits to being able to test it. There's people professors who are specifically studying string theory that they just can't test for it because they don't have the technology to test for it. And I've heard them say
string theory a viable hypothesis.
So
10
if
times
the
bigger than LHC.
if the LHC was 10 times bigger, what is it that they can't test now that they could test after?
They have more energy. They would need
So
to be bigger
how does that help?
so the energetic so the
What's the
collisions would be more energetic. Say what?
What's the hypothesis? What's the
The
prediction?
hypothesis is the string theory. It says that all fundamental particles is all made up of one-dimensional strings that oscillate at different frequencies, and the different frequencies that they oscillate.
Did he just say string theory is the hypothesis? Did
That's
you
what he
just
said.
say
String
that?
theory is a hypothesis. Yes, it's called string theory, but it's actually
No, but hold up,
hypothesis.
Kosho. Let's try working Jim Jam's thing. So, let's say if we had more energy for these collisions, then we would what?
And then that's when they can do the test. When they colliding whatever particles they need to collide.
So if we
and investigate what
collided
they need to
with more
investigate.
energy, if these particles collided with more energy, then
what?
I'm asking you.
Then they can do the test. What are you talking about?
That is the test. If we're doing the test and colliding with more energy, these particles,
they're going to be looking for something specific. I don't know exactly what they're going to be looking for.
then we will observe the string-like things.
I have no idea. I have no idea what they predict will come. We'll be able to observe.
Oh, you have no idea what the hypothesis is.
Yeah, they have tests written up. They have hypothesis, dude.
No, but I'm saying that the one that we're trying to work out right now is an incomplete one.
You're talking about specific tests that they would do to test the hypothesis.
Yeah, I'm talking about that specific experiment.
The details of those specific tests. We can both investigate and find them out. But for you to expect me to know, for you to expect for me to know an experimentalist.
No, I'm just brainstorming
for some
right
tests.
now.
Well, actually, you called it a claim earlier.
Yeah,
you called it a claim, right?
String theory is a claim. That's right.
That you know nothing about.
The string theory is the claim, right?
That you know nothing about. You're telling me to investigate it with you.
The test to test that claim is not is not the hypothesis, or it could be like the result of the hypothesis.
Listen, I'll agree. String theory is a speculative claim, but not all speculative claims are hypotheses. It's not a hypothesis.
This one is a hypothesis. Okay, so you guys.
You would agree, hold up, Kosho, you would agree right now it's not a viable hypothesis, right?
Science, everybody in quantum mechanics, everybody in particle physics, all these people, if they call it a hypothesis, right? Then why are you guys are just not calling it a hypothesis for whatever reason? It's a hypothesis.
Bro, we looked at the definition.
Yeah, exactly. I read you the definition just now.
Yeah, and it's something that can be tested. So it's not a viable hypothesis because today it cannot be tested. Right?
No, it can't. It can't. It's not false. It's not unfalsifiable. It can be tested. It's not the technology now. If you don't have the money
you don't have the technology to prove it, let alone falsify it.
If you don't have the money to do a test, then it doesn't make it unfalsifiable. It just means that you don't.
Today. It does.
It doesn't.
Okay.
Yes, it does. If it
you're
hasn't been,
the Higgs boson wasn't a hypothesis until the LHC was made. Is what you're saying.
Bro, you're hypothesizing that if we had the money, then we could test it. You're making a hypothesis about it being a hypothesis.
No, you definitely could. If you had the money and you had the machine, then you could test it, yeah.
That's an experiment right there. If we had the money, then we could test this.
If you have the money, you can build the machine. If you have the machine, you could test it. If the machine worked, you could test it.
But you don't, what's this talk about? It's not a viable hypothesis. Like every hypothesis is viable, but you have to validate it with experimentation.
But that's the definition of hypothesis hinges onto whether you can, test it. That's why,
Yeah,
read
right.
two definitions and they've had that.
Yeah, like you just said, Mailman. Like
Depending on what definition you use.
can be tested. If you can't test it, then it's not valid, right?
Sure, but I mean, it's kind of weird to say that there's unviable hypothesis.
Well, it would just be a speculative claim.
And that is what a hypothesis is.
No, it's a type of speculative claim that's tested. That's testable.
No, it's not tested. Yeah.
Testable.
It's an educated
I
guess.
can. Yeah, my hypothesis can be that unicorns cause X. And that is my hypothesis. But I can't validate it. But it's still a hypothesis.
Where's the
But it's still a
educated?
hypothesis.
Okay, can I interject? So you're calling the existence of unicorn a hypothesis?
No, I'm saying unicorns cause X.
Or unicorns causing things is a viable hypothesis in science?
What do you mean viable hypothesis? What's the difference between viable?
Okay. Well, I'll tell you what I mean. When I say it, I'll speak for myself. It's a cause and effect relationship that's within the natural world. Now you're talking about what, unicorns?
Yeah.
Sure.
Where's the observed phenomena?
Yeah.
The observed phenomenon is not the cause; it's the effect.
No,
agreed. Yeah, that's true.
That's fine.
Yeah. So I can say.
Where do we observe unicorns?
No, that's the cause. That's not the effect.
Again, that's fine, but what are you seeing that
I can say
your hypothesis, so to say, is that unicorns cause it, and where's your educated guess for that?
Yo, can I just hold on? Let me just bridge this real quick. Mailman, I agree that is a colloquial hypothesis, i.e., like speculation, run-of-the-mill speculation, right? But it's not a scientific hypothesis. You would agree?
Why not? Why not?
Because it is not testable. A scientific hypothesis needs to be testable.
Yeah, show me a unicorn to test.
Sure. I mean, I can say that, but it's my fault that I can't test that. But it is still a hypothesis.
Yes, colloquially. You can use that word colloquially, but knowing that you're talking, the context is science and scientific experiments, you know that, hypothesis would be a conflating term to use. Colloquially. Right?
I mean, I would like to. Where's the? Do you have the definition for the not colloquial hypothesis?
Shit, there's even colloquial definitions that can be tested. But yeah, I mean, you want me to pull one up, or do you want to just Google
pull one up that says that the hypothesis has to be testable.
All right.
It'd kind of be like me saying that the cause of boiling water is heat. That's not a hypothesis. But if I go and say the cause of boiling water is heat, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to put some flames under a pot of hot water, and I predict the water's going to boil. That's a hypothesis.
They're both hypotheses.
The first one was not a hypothesis because it wasn't tested.
Those are indeed both hypotheses. Yes.
It's testable.
I would just have to
you can add heat to water.
Real quick, guys.
It's definitely a hypothesis because all of those things exist, right?
Guys, real quick, and I'm out.
Testable.
An untestable.
Testable, guys. That's the key word, testable. I mean, heat, water, you can add heat to water. That's testable.
Yeah, no, but that's not that's not the point he was making anyways, but Jeremy's trying to say something.
Yeah, here's what an untestable hypothesis looks like and how good it's totally worthless, and this is why. I have a hypothesis that invisible unicorns flap their wings harder as you get towards the equator and make things way more on Earth. There's my hypothesis. It's fucking totally untestable. And what good is it? It's worthless.
You just said that it's your hypothesis, and that is correct. It's your hypothesis, but it's just
worthless. It's absolutely worthless.
Still a hypothesis. Yeah, it's still a hypothesis.
Yo, Mailman, stop conflating the terms, man.
Which terms? Hypothesis with hypothesis?
Hypothesis can be worthless. Is that what you're saying, Mailman?
Next we're gonna after we get finished with hypothesis, we're gonna talk about theory.
And then models, because that's all string theory is just a model.
Oh, let's
isn't it?
skip to the models, the colloquial models.
What about dark
They're
matter?
a lot
your
nicer than the
question,
scientific
Egypt?
models, man. That's for sure.
We can always talk about dark
Egypt,
matter.
Egypt, you asked me a question. What was it?
I said a scientific hypothesis can be worthless in that sense.
Yes, obviously it can.
Okay.
Yep.
So any question or prediction is by definition a hypothesis within science.
No, not ever. If I ask what something is, that's not a scientific thing, like an experimental thing.
Every question about cause and effect or claim or whatever can be a scientific hypothesis?
Sure,
in that
it can.
regard, according to your understanding. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you made it clear when Jeremy talked about unicorns, that was a viable, in your understanding, a viable scientific hypothesis. That's what you defined.
It's a hypothesis. I mean, it's then
a hypothesis. Let me not say viable and not, but a scientific hypothesis. Prediction about unicorns.
No, prediction about a cause and effect. But it's just his
unicorns
burden
causing or being.
Yeah, but it's
being an effect. What about if the unicorn is the effect? Is that then a viable or a hypothesis, scientific?
No, because you don't have the observation of a unicorn.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, effect and cause are two different things. Yeah.
I see the mental gymnastics, but yeah.
No, there is no mental gymnastics. I mean, effect and cause are two different things. Your effect is your observation.
Opinion. Yeah, I agree. That's your opinion. That's your stance. But I see it differently.
My opinion.
That's fine.
Sure. So my opinion is that cause and effect are different, and effect is the observed phenomenon. So you disagree with that? What would you say?
I don't actually. Effect is the observed phenomenon.
Okay, sure. So why did you say that? That's just my claim and opinion, even though you agree with it.
Usually in science, the cause of the observed phenomenon is not unicorns, but that's just me. It's fine.
Sure. Usually it isn't.
I mean, anyone can then become a scientist, and I mean, that's actually the irony of it, that today's scientists actually talk about things.
But
just as much as unicorns.
So what is your? Well, I mean, everyone can be a scientist. I can do a hypothesis and I can do an experiment. I mean, if that's your definition of a scientist, then everyone can be a scientist.
Well, I agree that anyone can be a scientist.
So, but you just laughed at it,
there's no
and now
club.
you're saying that everyone can be a scientist.
No, I'm never talking about the person, not the one. Like, I'm not talking about the person. I'm talking about the question itself, or the prediction, or the claim, whatever you want to call it. Not the person making the claim.
There's a lot of different examples of hypothesis, and they don't by any means have to be cause and effect.
So dead birds cause lava.
Well, that's in the
hypothesis.
Colloquial sense, yeah. It can be
No,
a belief.
not colloquial, scientific ones. Like, here's a scientific one. All daisies have the same number of petals. That's a hypothesis that can be tested. There's no cause and effect. You don't have
not a hypothesis.
It is indeed a hypothesis, yes.
That's a random claim.
It's a claim, exactly. It's a scientific claim which can be tested scientifically.
So if I say that lava is caused by dead birds, is that a hypothesis?
You said what?
Oh, so that was a ridiculous.
Lava is caused by dead birds.
I can't hear what you said.
Lava is caused by dead birds. Is that a hypothesis?
If that's your claim, you can say that. Sure.
Oh my god.
I mean you'd have to find a way to test that. But the claim I made is easily testable.
easily testable to go look at every daisy on
But,
the
but
earth?
is it a test or are you just
you
measuring?
check daisies, it's
You're not
falsifiable.
you're not testing. That's more of a logical statement, like the black swan. Like all swans are white. You're saying all daisies have this many petals. It's not science.
Yes, it is actually. That's exactly the point that Karl Popper was making when he said that. He's saying that science is not about verifying things; it's about falsifying things. The statement that all swans are white is a scientific claim because it's falsifiable by having a black swan. Just like saying all daisies have the same number of petals is a scientific hypothesis because it can be falsified by showing a daisy with a different number of petals. It's a scientific claim,
So a
aka
scientific
hypothesis.
claim doesn't have to be. You can't prove the positive. It's only proof of negative.
No, it's false. It's falsifiable, not verifiable. That's what science is. Science is something that can be falsified, and
No,
so
no.
you
Science
test it.
is
You test it to
cause and
falsify it.
effect.
No,
What
So
you're
you
saying
can't
is
verify
other.
a cause in science.
yeah, it's not. It's not about trying to verify it. It's about trying to falsify it, and finding the truth through falsification. That's what the whole point of the test is supposed to isolate everything except for your everything that shows your hypothesis to be wrong.
That's
Or
some
everything
reverse psychology magic bull.
So you're trying to claim that science is induction.
That's exactly what. That's not my claim. That's what science is. And Karl Popper is the one who.
It's not though.
He's the one that everybody. That's where everyone gets their opinion about. What science is. That's what he was debating. He was
No,
debating the
the
philosophy
black
of science.
swan. No one claims black swan is scientific. And yeah, Karl Popper is where the idea came from, but the idea makes sense. It's a basic argument. But no one's saying the black swan is science. It's an observation.
Yes, that was his whole point, and that's actually scientists agree with that. That's a falsifiable claim, and a black swan. I mean, all swans are white is the claim. That is a falsifiable claim. That's his point. That's what involves science. If it's not falsifiable, then he considers it pseudoscience.
So are
Yeah,
you
but not
saying
all
now that we have to
falsifiable claims.
falsify cause and effect? Are you reversing the? Are you doing some sort of magic here, Coach?
I'm telling you that your claim has to be falsifiable for it to be scientific, and it
No,
has to be tested.
absolutely not. Why? Cause and effect. Cause and effect. We have to falsify now cause and effect to satisfy
No,
you.
your claim has to be falsified. I mean, falsifiable, and then you have to test it, and then it has to not be falsified for it to be true. If it was falsified, then guess what?
That's the opposite of
It's
what
not
you just
true.
said, though.
That's
No, it has to be
reversed.
false.
That's
Being
reversed.
falsifiable
That's the
and being
opposite of
falsified
what
are
you
not the
just
same
said 5
thing.
minutes ago.
Something being falsifiable is the ability to be falsified, not it actually being falsified.
Exactly. And earlier you were saying it had to be falsified, so that's where you
No,
confuse.
it has to be falsifiable, not
Yeah,
falsified.
that's different. Okay, I agree with that.
If something had to be falsified for it to be true, that would make no sense. That would mean
That's
that something
why I
has to be not
couldn't
true.
follow you, because that's what it sounded like you were saying.
That's what you were saying, Coach. Yeah.
No, why would I say it has to be falsified to be true? It has to be
When you brought
falsifiable.
up Karl Popper, that's what you were saying. You weren't saying
Yeah.
falsifiable. You said that it
No,
had to be falsified.
all swans are white was falsified by that statement. All swan by seeing a black swan.
Yeah.
Seeing a black swan falsifies the claim all swans are white. But the claim all swans are white is a scientific claim because it's falsifiable.
Okay. Bottom
Not
line: can you
necessarily.
have it without cause and effect?
Yeah, I mean all swans are white is not cause and effect.
No. Can you do science? Right? Can you do science without cause and effect?
You do science. I mean, there's different ways to do science. I mean, you do a scientific experiment.
Yes, a scientific experiment. Can you do a scientific experiment without cause and effect?
Well, a scientific experiment specifically is about something varying something else. So
So you have your hypothesis. You witness something. You have your hypothesis, right? Now, can you do that specifically without cause and effect?
Well, I wouldn't use the words cause and effect just because it limits you to. I would rather just say independent variable, because you're gonna vary the independent
Well, that's the
variable.
whole idea, Kosho. That's
Yeah,
the
not
whole idea.
always. It's not always cause and effect though. It's sometimes change and effect. You know what I mean? So it's like it's just limits it to
change and effect without cause.
Yeah, like you change X and the dependent variable changes because of that change.
So aren't you causing the change?
No, you could just be. It's just a vary. Like it would be time, for example. Time you don't change. It just varies. Like you're using different times.
And
You're not
we're
going to
going
start with
circles.
time again, are
It's
you?
not the time thing, please.
We're
No.
back where
Yeah,
we
don't
started 2
start with
hours
the
ago.
time again. We've been through that already.
Yeah, but that's an example of something not causing the other, or not actually causing it. Just the change derives from the change of X, right? So time's an example of that.
Kosho, we did an hour and we came to the conclusion that time cannot cause anything. Let's not use
That was
time
the
as an
conclusion. That was
independent
the conclusion
variable.
we
You
had going
know
in.
you can't do that.
I know for a fact that time is an independent variable. I've given you examples. You don't have any examples that that's not the case. Like you don't have anything said anywhere that says time can't be an independent variable.
Show me one time, one instance where time caused something. Go ahead.
I can show you where time is used as an independent variable. Like, and I just stated to you. I just stated to you.
Here's the distinction.
Pay attention to the argument. I've just told you that's why I don't use the terms cause and effect, because you can change something and something else change. So I wouldn't say that that caused it. I would just say that that thing varied and that the
Yeah,
other
but that
thing
would
varied.
imply that you're changing your hypothesis.
Of course, you don't want to use cause and effect because it kills your whole fantasy.
Yeah, because it's not directly causing that, but it is changing, and this change is going to be derived from that change. So
you don't have a hypothesis. You can't test it. You have no experiment. You just have a fantasy, an idea.
What are you talking about?
Well, I was
What do
going
you
to
mean,
ask
what am I?
you the same
You
thing.
just said you don't have
it's
a cause,
changes and
you don't
that
have an
changes.
effect. So what do you
are
have?
on about, Coco?
No,
What
I'm saying it doesn't always have to be cause and effect. Is what I said.
Exactly. So what is it then? Is it a guess? Is it a maybe?
Claim of something, the nature of something.
Is it a roll of the dice? A chance? What is
all
it?
flowers have the same number of petals. That's a claim.
Kosher, you're not making sense, brother. In order for you to have a hypothesis, you must have saw something that you want to test. You want to say, I saw an apple fall. What happened
Well, hold
there,
on a
right?
sec. Hold on a sec. With this petal thing, that's a what is question. It's how many petals does this have? It's not a cause. It's not a cause effect relationship. That's not science.
Exactly.
Yeah, science can answer what is questions.
So you're going
and
to make
effect,
a scientific theory about how many petals daisies have, right?
Yeah, that would be a hypothesis.
And you'd make a scientific theory out of that, right?
Here's one. If you drop a ball, it will fall toward the ground. That's a hypothesis.
Wow.
Yeah, if then.
If you cover a wound with a bandage, then it will heal less. It will heal with less scarring. That's a hypothesis.
Yeah, if
these are all
then.
things that statements that you can then test.
So where's your if then with your dandelions or whatever?
It doesn't have to. You don't have. The hypothesis doesn't have an if then. Your test will have to have.
It needs to be if I do this, then this will happen.
Yeah, but that doesn't. That's a limited domain of hypothesis.
The two examples you just gave were if thens, though.
I gave you two other ones. All daisies have the same number of petals. That's one.
That's not.
Let me see. The number of pets in a household is unrelated to the number of people living in it. That's another one.
How would you go about testing the petal thing?
Well, you just would make observations of those petals. You would do research.
Stare at them? What? Just look at them?
You would have to observe every one, but you'd have to observe as many as you could, and take record of the ones that were, that number. And if one was ever not that number, that would falsify that.
Yeah, but then if there wasn't a black swan, I would have to go look at every single damn white swan on Earth, right?
You got to look at all the dandelions in the world and see how many petals they have?
You wouldn't have to look at every single last one, but it would be valid until you saw the black one.
Is this your excuse of using correlation instead of causation? This is what it sounds like.
Like I said, that's why Karl Popper made that whole argument about falsifiability. It has nothing to do with.
He also said science has nothing to do with induction, but I don't know.
Karl Popper was a kook, man. He was just another human being like me and you. So what Karl Popper said? Big deal.
Well, people, use it to define science. So
not me. I don't use it.
That's fine. That's fine. I mean, you can use a word however you'd like to use it, but it doesn't really change, the meaning of the word. So to everyone else, which is kind of the importance of the word. It matters how
Look,
everybody else
Einstein
uses it.
said you can take time and space and make a fabric out of it. I laugh at him. So who's
He
Karl
didn't say
Popper?
that. He didn't say that
Sure
at
he did.
all. People use the word fabric because they're hoping that people don't confuse it with an actual fabric. It's not. That's so you can make a fabric out of it.
Well, that
sure,
wasn't science anyway, so that was a
Wait, that made
philosophical
no sense.
diatribe.
They use a word to stop people from getting confused about the use of that word.
No,
Right.
they use it. No, they use it not because they wanted people not to be confused with it. They use it because they were not expecting people to be so confused that they thought it was an actual fabric.
Or they want to make people reify it into something that is real when it's not. Maybe
It
that's
is real.
why they called it
That's
that.
the whole point. Is that they've tested it and they've seen that it is real. It has real physical consequences. There's distinctions between it not being real and it being real, and the tests show that it was indeed real.
Bruh.
But they did a experiment based on the so-called hypothesis of general relativity. Is that what you're saying?
They've done thousands upon thousands. They've done tests for over 100 years on general relativity.
There's not
It's
even a
continues.
hypothesis in general
It
relativity.
was.
So
It
how did
was
they do
indeed.
this?
It was a hypothesis. It's now a theory.
It was a philosophical diatribe. There was no hypothesis in that.
It was. It was indeed a hypothesis. He even, when he wrote it, he even added 3 experiments that he suggested that could be done to test it. He
And when
introduced
did
that
they
when he
test
introduced
this?
his paper.
And they
And
did
all
a
those tests
test
were
and
done.
determined they manipulated space-time and determined it was the cause of gravity, right?
That's what I'm saying. You guys are limiting these terms to is the cause and this, and that's not his
That's what
hypothesis.
science is,
His
though.
hypothesis.
Otherwise, we could just call it. Why don't we just come up with another word for what you're talking about instead of calling it science?
Yeah,
Hypothesis is
fantasy.
not limited. It's not limited to what
Fantasy.
you're saying. A hypothesis could be an explanation. It could be a description. It's not. It doesn't just have to be a if then statement.
Explain how time and space make a fabric.
If then.
Kosho, forget the nonsense. Explain how time and space can make something. Go ahead, please.
How time
Explain
and space
to
can
us,
make
dummy.
something? What does that mean?
Pause
Time and space can make something. What are you talking
Yeah,
about?
a fabric, the fabric of space-time.
Okay.
Isn't that the theory that you believe in, Kosho?
That's nobody says it's an actual fabric. Like,
What is it? Please explain to us. What is the fabric of space-time?
When people say space-time, they're talking about the construct that everything exists in. They're not talking about a fabric like what you're thinking about your shirt's made out of. It's talking about space-time. Space being the place where everything exists in, and time being the duration. And saying that they're interconnected. And that they, for instance, when you have mass and general relativity, it warps both space and time.
There you go. You just said it. That's the fabric of space-time. That mass.
I didn't say
Can I
anything
talk?
about what you making an
Can I
object.
talk? You just said it. That's what mass bends is the fabric of space-time. You just said it yourself.
Mass warps space-time. That's right. And that doesn't. There's no material. There's no fabric. Okay, it's the construct. As I told you, the place that everything exists in. That's the space portion. The duration that everything happens. That's a time portion. These two things being interrelated to each other. And when you have mass, that distorting both of them.
It distorts the space, right? It distorts the space, right?
The space and the time, most of the
And
time.
the time, right? So there you go. Any way you want to say it, take the word fabric out. You're saying that mass distorts this thing of which we call space and time together, correct?
Which is the construct, which is the arena that everything exists in. It's not the material.
The actual material, the actual space bends in your fantasy, correct, Kosho?
Yeah, it's a 4D coordinate system that everything exists in and happens through. That's right.
And it actually bends and warps, correct?
It warps, it distorts, whatever you want to use. If you use bend, you're going to start thinking that it's a physical object, that a material object that you can actually bend. It's distorting the construct. So there's coordinates in space, okay? And if you imagine those coordinates having numbered positions, this being distorted means that those the relationship between those distances could change.
Stretch,
That's
right.
what I mean by
Stretch
distorted.
and deform, right.
But hold on. One thing I want to add here. By the way, this is another example of a theory where the theory was proposed 100 years ago, and the technology didn't exist until, what, 5, 10 years ago, where LIGO actually detected the ripples.
That's just a story you just came up with, bro.
Regardless, though, the hypothesis was the gravitational waves. They were hypothesized through his paper about general relativity.
Doesn't matter.
And
Don't change the story.
the test wasn't possible until now.
You're changing the story. Nice attempt. Back to the actual bending of space-time. So you admit that in your fantasy, mass actually bends space-time, correct?
Are you going to ask me to repeat what I said? I want to ask you a question. Do you honestly believe that I didn't just say that? Because I just said that to you. Why are you asking me if I just said
you
that?
said that in a different way, Kosho. Like in a sort of a sneaky kind of a way.
Space-time. You're going to say, are you saying that your fantasy, your ridiculous fantasy, you believe that mass bends space-time? Is that correct? I just said those words. Like, what?
Okay, all right, okay. My apologies. All right. So now like, how ridiculous is it for somebody to believe such a thing, bro? You believe that actual mass actually deforms space-time. Think about that, bro.
Imagine if I actually said what the truth of how I think your beliefs are ridiculous. I just said that was the full extent of my statement, right?
By the way, that was also proven with Eddington's experiment where he detected the warping of space, where starlight from around the sun was changed the path. By the way, so that was something else proved a few years later.
Right.
That's just an observation of light going around another light. So what?
It was a test. It was a test that Einstein had offered and suggested as a way in which he can test his hypothesis. That was one of the examples that Einstein used. He used that,
Wait,
and then
was this to test whether Earth was moving, right? Wait,
no, it was a test to see if mass actually bends space-time.
No, but that doesn't mean that mass bends space-time. That just means you saw light coming around the star. That's all that means.
Yeah, but that was the prediction. The observation was never made before. The prediction was made because of Einstein's hypothesis. He said,
I could have predicted
if my hypothesis is right, then the light should be in a different place because the mass of the sun is distorting the position.
Yes, that's the distinction.
I hear you, bro, but
we're not observing. Hold on. We're not observing the starlight. We're observing the starlight in a different position than what it should be if it wasn't bent.
Correct. I don't disagree with that. And you're extrapolating from that what? That it's?
Well, no. You have to remember, you're not making the observation and then making extrapolations. You're making a prediction. You're making predictions and then seeing if that's true or not. And you're right.
You can't do the test and validate it. You're only just going to go, this matches my prediction.
That's a test, dude.
Therefore, I'm right. Whereas you're not validating it.
Look, I can make a prediction. Coach, listen.
Jesus
I
Christ.
can make a prediction that if I see. Okay, Coach, please let me say this, man.
Well, yeah, why when I try to respond to what he said?
Okay, I'm next. Go ahead. Fair enough.
Yeah, I'm just saying, science is not about validating or verifying something. It's about falsifying something, and that was the claim. That if this theory is true, then this should also be true. And if that's the case, then you should try to observe that. And if it's not, and if it doesn't happen, then you could have falsified that idea. But it did happen, so the theory is furthered.
So you have to go through every wrong prediction. Is what you're saying? You have to do it the long way around, like make loads of wrong predictions so that we can rule all of them out.
No,
yeah, that's ridiculous. The reverse thing. That's ridiculous. Coach, how about this? I'll make a prediction. If we see 3 supernovae in a row, that means there's a parallel universe. So we see 3 supernovae in a row, let's say within a month. Does that make my prediction that there's a parallel universe correct?
I mean, what was the reason that you made that prediction? It's just no reason? Because there's a reason why.
Extrapolated that due to. Yeah, I have a reason. Yeah, I can give you a reason. Sure.
And you predicted where, and that allowed you to predict that the supernova would occur and where they would occur.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Frequency.
Sure.
Yeah, if that happened, then people would definitely hold credence to your hypothesis.
But
then
that
they
was
would look
equally as ridiculous.
No, see, for instance, Einstein and the gravitational lensing or whatever, he predicted not only that they would move, he predicted how far they would move, and how like because of the mass of the sun, how far from the position they would actually be in. And not only that, the most recent one that I told you guys about was they actually did use it to predict a supernova. There was a supernova that was observed, and it was gravitational lensed, and they were able to predict, based on gravitational lensing and time dilation, when the lensed supernova event would be seen again on the other side of the object. And they went to Hubble, used the Hubble telescope, and they looked in the sky, and they fucking saw it occurring exactly when they thought it would.
Cool story, bro. You can't prove any of it. You know that. Those are things that happen.
What are you talking about?
Stories.
That's the point, Montreal.
Pictures of it, man.
That's the point, Montreal. They did prove it. They made the prediction.
No, you did not prove anything, bro.
Listen to what I'm saying. They said, okay, we see this supernova. It shows up today, March 31st. Now, there's a gravitational lensing. It's going to go around another path, and it's going to show up, and we're going to say this. We're going to see this same supernova next year or 5 years or whatever time they think it's going to take. 5 years later, they see the exact same supernova, an image of the exact same supernova, down to the day following a different path of light. That's what they see. They say, we're going to predict this. We're going to see this in 5 years. 5 years later, we see the same thing happening, predicted almost to the day.
You telling me that they predicted a supernova happening before it happened out of the blue?
No. Listen to what I just said. We see this supernova. It happens today, okay? But because of a gravitational lens, there's another galaxy that's going to bend that light around. That light is going to take a different path. It takes a direct path to get to us today, but it's going to take a longer path and come around a galaxy and get to us sometime in the future. So we see this supernova today, but because of that longer path of light, we're going to see that supernova take the longer path in 5 years. So 5 years later, that light from that supernova took the longer path to reach us around the supernova, around the other galaxy, bent to us, came a longer way. 5 years later, they saw the same supernova down to the day that they predicted. Well, maybe 2 days
Where
or a
did they
week
see
or
the
whatever.
supernova? Where? They saw 2 supernovas?
Jesus, are you not listening?
It's the same supernova, man.
So they saw the same supernova twice.
Yes, you know what an Einstein ring is? The Einstein ring, when a galaxy can lens an entire star to go, or a star to go all the way around another star.
I've seen that. Yeah, I've seen pictures of what you say that is. Yes. Okay. So what does that mean exactly?
Lensing can cause it to show up at different times.
So did it not happen 5 years after again?
It's not that it happened again. It got observed. The same exact event.
Oh right, okay. But what I'm saying is, like 5 years after that, did it happen again?
Why would it?
No, they're not 5 years apart. It's it's different. It
I know
depends on
what
whatever
you're saying. It's the same light, and the light is taking a longer path, so it takes five years longer to get there. But what I'm saying is, if it did happen again 5 years later, then it could just be a cycle that's going on up there, instead of this bullshit.
Okay, then how did they predict it down to the day then?
That's the point. It was a prediction made based on the path of light.
5 years. Then it's quite easy to predict.
How is that easy to predict? They see it once, and then they're able to predict it's going to happen in 5 years. That's not what happened though. They saw it, and they used the mass of all the stuff around it to predict through time with time dilation on the light. It would take the light to get there.
Like they know the mass of all this shit out there, you know. I mean, how do you guys believe this?
It's just all ridiculous. It's all conjured up stuff.
I mean, it's everything that somebody else knows. Ridiculous.
But they got it right. So somebody knew and got something right. It wasn't a guess. Somebody got something right because they did the prediction and were accurate.
Someone guessed the observation they were going to see.
Again,
So they
you
say.
say that
So
they got it right. So they did something right. It wasn't just a guess.
Yeah, someone
They
guessed
got it
the
right.
observation they were going to see. Wow.
Correctly. Yeah. A supernova, something that's not predictable. You can't predict a supernova, not more than a day out. I think if you see if you get neutrinos, they can happen 6 hours before, but you can't predict when a supernova is going to occur. The only reason they were able to make this prediction is they're predicting the repeated observation because it's already been observed. So they've already seen first supernova occur, and they're seeing that it's being lensed, and they're using the mass of the material between us and that star, or whatever it was that was supernovaing, to predict when it's going to happen again. And they predict that it's going to happen again in like 2034.
what's going to happen in 2034?
There'll be another lensed, it's the same supernova is going to be lensed again on the other side.
Same supernova. That really.
So does that mean they'll see it? Does that mean we saw it in 2019? So they're waiting 5 years.
I think it's 2015. Is the one I'm talking about.
Can you tell me the name so I can do some research on this, please? What's the name of this supernova?
I posted in the chat. I thought, but
You linked an article earlier, a couple of minutes ago.
This is the one with the prediction. There you go. I did post this one. So sorry, I might post it again, but yeah.
So this happened over 9 billion years ago.
Your laugh doesn't change the fact that it was done correctly.
What's a supernova?
It's an exploding star.
How do you know?
I mean, this is what they see. There's people have seen this for thousands of years. So I mean, how do we know it's a star exploding? Because there was a star there, then the star's gone. And there's an explosion in between now and then.
Why? What if it was just a light switch that was turned off? Why does it have to explode? How do you know it's exploding?
Because the light increased brighter than the galaxy that it was in, and then it disappeared, and then it was gone. So if the light increased by a bunch of, you can call it whatever you want. You don't like the word explosion. There was a light there. The light increased by magnitudes greater than the galaxy it's in, and then the light was gone.
Sounds like shadows in a cave.
Yeah, but also I was wondering about the distances for the galaxies too. You said they measured the distance, like you calculate something in between the distances between.
But they actually used Type 1A supernovas to estimate distances to things that far away.
Exactly. Stuff that they don't know what it is.
Yeah,
they use it to measure distances.
They use Type 1A supernovas to make measurements of distance because how
do they know how far that star is in the first place?
Standard candle.
Yeah, it's a standard candle. So
how do you know what a standard candle is? How far and how bright?
Yeah, they emit about the same magnitude of energy consistently. Type 1A supernovas. So they use them to estimate the distance by observing the magnitude of that supernova.
So they guessed.
No, they don't guess. They measure the apparent magnitude of it.
And how do they know the distance?
Use the fact that they're consistent energies when they happen.
But how do they know the distance? They see the brightness. Okay, granted. They say, boo, they see a flash. Okay, it's that bright, right? Okay, it's consistent. How do they know the distance?
Because they have the estimated energy of what causes them to happen. And they're consistent. They're not variable energies.
How do they know how big
you have
the
the
stars they're
consistent
looking
energy, but what's the distance to it? That's two different things. How bright the bulb is and how far the bulb is.
No, we don't want estimations. Anyone can estimate anything. How do you know the size of the star? Because the whole point of it knowing the distance is knowing the size, or vice versa. You got to know one to know the other.
Not even the size. They have the brightness, the estimated brightness.
Yeah, it's just the magnitude of the explosion.
The brightness, in other words. Don't use fancy words. You have the brightness of the bulb,
Fancy words
right?
Magnitude.
Yeah, okay. You have the brightness of the star.
No. I was specifically.
You're being
I was.
insulting. For each sake, you're being
I'm not.
insulting for.
I was being.
Which is
I was being
Google
very
words to
specific.
use.
You
No,
say
not you, dude.
they can calculate. I know, but I'm saying, but you're dancing over my point. Is that when you said that they calculate the explosion because they know? I guess how do they know how much? Let's use the word mass to determine the
Repeat what I
size of.
said, but there's no dancing going on here. So just listen this time. They estimate the energy output, okay, of the star.
I got, yeah, sorry,
Because
but in order to know the energy output, you need to know how big it was in the first place, right?
Because they're consistent, they use that energy estimate to compare it with the observed magnitude, and they can use this to determine how far away it is, based on how what's it called, the inverse square law of light.
Okay, but then also,
But how do they know how big it is to begin with, my friend?
Exactly.
Estimated amount of energy, the energy that it takes.
Estimated what?
Yeah, they know what causes this type 1A supernova. They know how much mass you're going to need.
No, they don't.
Oh, there
No,
it is.
they
Yeah,
don't.
how do you know the mass? How do they know a mass of something they don't know the distance of or the size of that's a billion light years away?
What? You two people were talking. Are you talking about what I'm saying? What is it, about 2 billion light years away?
Yeah, how do they know the size or the distance of something that's supposedly 2 billion? You need to know one. You can't say that, oh, the energy output of something without knowing the size of whatever. You say mass, but how do you know how big it is if you don't even know the distance?
Pretend this is your first day as an astronomer, okay? And you're at fucking astronomer school learning. Well, the first thing you're going to learn is that the composition of a star, okay? And they have this.
Who verified that?
Hold on, sir. They have the composition of stars by spectroscopy. And then they're going to introduce you to some quantum mechanics dudes who are going to teach you about nuclear fusion and show you the evolution of a star, of what the material starts out as and what it fuses into. And
they know they've observed the. Are you serious?
And then, hold on, dude. This is the most important part. They're going to tell you the type of star, the amount of mass a star had to start with, in order for the end result of its life to be a supernova, specifically a type 1A supernova. And because this whole process is specific, in order for this outcome to be true, you can use it to have consistent magnitudes or consistent amounts of energy outputs.
All right, but you do realize that the entire thing of everything you just said is unfalsifiable, right?
No, it absolutely is falsifiable. You can say, I think stars made out of hydrogen.
So tell me, how do I prove the size of? How do I prove that it's not that?
You don't prove it. You say, I think
So
stars
it's
are
all
made
guess.
out of
It's estimations, like you said.
You just replace it with something else that's unfalsifiable, and then no one knows.
We're using science, okay? And I'm going to say, I think that star's made of hydrogen. And then it's, okay, we'll falsify it. Okay, well, let's go see it. Let's use spectroscopy. We'll use spectroscopy and fucking observe the sun. Okay, yeah, it looks like it's fucking made of hydrogen. Good point. You can see how much helium in it.
So you think spectroscopy could tell you what the sun or any other star is made out of?
Yes.
And if you're looking at the sun, you
Then
can.
you have
How
no
do you
clue
know the
what you're
sun is
talking
like all
about.
the other stars? You're assuming the sun is like the other stars. Yeah.
No,
why would you do that?
Spectroscopy on the other stars.
And how do you cancel out all of everything else that you're beaming through to get this result?
The absorption lines, because you'll be receiving absorption lines. You're going to be looking at the emission lines from that object that you're looking at. If there's absorption lines interfering with you in that observation, then you'll see them as absorption lines, and you'll be able to separate them from the lines you're trying to look at. The absorption lines and emission lines make very specific lines for each material. So
is the sun a black body? Is the sun considered a black body?
I've seen it considered as a black body.
Do you know what that means?
Yeah, it means that it absorbs all the light, all frequency.
I've told him this before, SE. You don't listen.
Everyone knows.
They don't get it, Coach. I mean, Jeremy, they don't get it, bro.
Mechanics or anything like that knows what a black body is.
SE, can we remind everyone that you tried to capture a freaking full moon in the middle of the day with a solar filter?
Can you remind them what you were telling us last time?
Right,
That an object can both be stationary and travel at the same time. Have you heard this one, Jeremy?
Yes,
This is the latest
acceleration. They'll tell you your refrigerator is.
Now we're getting into reference frames. This is not going to end well for anybody.
Well done. Whoever said that. Reference frames.
I mean, movement is relative, so saying that Ruhiv is silly for that is silly itself. So
no, but you didn't catch that, Kosho. He said that an object can be both traveling and stationary at the same time.
I did catch that, SC, and I did respond to that specifically. And if you listen to my response, you can see that it was completely relevant to that statement. Verify.
They tell you in the same. They tell you in the same reference frame. Though I've had these guys tell me that my refrigerator
not the same reference frame, Jeremy.
I've had people tell me that my refrigerator is accelerating.
Well, it's running and sitting still the same reference frame.
If I am on one of those little people movers, the little escalator people movers at the airports, and I'm standing on it, my legs are not moving, but I'm moving along the, I'm moving along the escalator thing.
Which means you're not stationary.
But my feet are not moving.
You're stationary relative to the escalator thing. Travelator.
I'm in an aeroplane and I'm going 500 miles an hour because I'm sat still.
Does that mean you're both traveling and stationary on the escalator at the same time?
With respect to two different reference frames, yes.
Yeah.
Ridiculous that sounds, bro.
It's like if a cop sees you on a train and he says, "Don't move or I'll shoot," and you fucking freeze and you stay still, he's not gonna shoot you just because the train's moving, dude. Because he understands that he's talking about in the reference frame of the train.
That's an example and a half, bro. Yeah.
I think I said that this is going to be a reference frame argument, and it's not going to end well for anybody. Let's get back to the stars, the top 1A supernovas. That was going better.
I know you like to talk about unprovable things. I know.
Well, we didn't really finish all that as far as like the whole spectroscopy thing, and I don't know where we were going, but let's not get sidetracked on reference frame.
Well, we originally were talking about what were we originally talking about?
Supernovas and the whole gravitational lensing thing.
Oh yeah, right. About how general relativity was shown to be true, or something. I don't know. But we're talking to someone. Claims, and we give you examples of these claims. We give you examples of these terms and the definitions of them, and you just laugh at the fact that we believe them. But it's not just us that believe.
Remember, Kasha, we're talking to someone that tried to capture a new moon with a solar filter. Remember who we're talking to.
It's kind of funny.
So something could be both stationary and traveling at the same time, Ruhiv.
With respect to two different reference frames,
things, bro, but that one's got to take the cake, bro.
You could be driving on both the left and the right side of the road if you're talking about two different people's observations. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't make sense to do that, but you can talk about two different reference frames.
Okay, so we have a car traveling down the road, right? It's moving, right? Now, is there any other way that we can say that car is not moving?
Relative to what?
You tell me another way that we can say it. Can it both be moving and stationary at the same time?
I said this was not a good idea.
Yeah, I know.
It's not moving relative to the hood of the car. To the hood of the car, the rest of the car is not moving.
Oh man, you're just too entertaining.
I mean, these are just how these terms are defined. These are how these things are defined. It's how they're used. It's not a real problem. It's been understood. It's actually important to use them this way.
No, it's called using them that way is called double talk, double speak, and double.
No, it's not. Ruhiv was really specific to say that in one reference frame you're moving, in another reference frame you're not moving. You can describe either reference frame. There's no double speak about it. It's only whenever you try to confuse it by claim that it's the same reference frame that it becomes nonsensical. Based on what two different reference frames.
I tried to get us back to gravitational lensing. It didn't work.
Yeah, but then remember who we're talking to, right?
I know.
Yeah.
So give me an instance where something could be both stationary and moving at the same time.
This is also the guy that thinks the fucking skateboard paradox is a paradox.
Oh yeah, you want to talk about skateboard paradox? Sure, no problem.
I gave you an example.
Excuse me.
That's very rude of you, Ruhif.
How about
sitting there eating a pizza, by the way?
If I'm
two mini
shooting,
pizzas.
if I'm shooting at a target and I'm on a boat, and the target's on the boat, and we're moving on the water, but the target is not moving. We're both, I'm 50 feet from the target on the boat. I stay 50 feet from the target on the boat. So with reference to me, target is not moving. If we're on this boat, we float around, we stay 50 feet apart. But if I'm on the shore and this boat floats downstream or whatever, then now this target is getting further away from me.
Yo, why are you on a moving boat with a target? Are you trying to get shot?
The guys who shot those pirates on in Somalia.
I'm just taking target practice.
Okay, speaking of boats, extremists, have you heard about the twin boat paradox? Since Ruhif brought the skateboard paradox.
Here we go. Didn't I send you a diagram?
Ruhif's gonna like this.
I think I sent you a diagram, didn't I? On DMs. Sure I did.
I already talked with you, but I was wondering if Extremis here has heard of it.
I'm going to go out on a limb, SC Montreal, and say whatever you're about to say, you're going to be wrong.
Wow, that's pretty good. Nostradamus, we should nickname you.
Oh, here we go. I sent it to you, SE, on the 1st of May, I think. Yeah, 1st of May I sent it to you. I'll save it and repost it. Hold on.
I must say, congratulations. I thought that was WS's. If it's the one, I think the ball with both
the one I drew
to
for
the
you.
sky there. That one.
It's the one I drew for you, with Texas. There we go. There we go. Posted in the chat.
Where live stream text? What?
Yeah, there you go.
That's the one. Yeah,
that's the one.
That's the one. That's famous, bro.
Yeah. Again, reminder of who we're talking to, laughing at what the actual, this supposed paradox is.
Yeah. Look who we're talking to. Look. So now, you see where those those dotted lines are? That's pointing in the air. So you're saying the drop starts somewhere in mid-air, and you're laughing at
from
me.
Horizontal.
Red or blue?
The red ones.
The red.
Yeah, that's what drop is. Distance from horizontal.
So not from your feet, from mid-air.
It can be from your feet or your eyes. Oh, usually from your feet. Usually from 0 meters above sea level.
You
But
guys
all it is
listening to the guy that was laughing at me? You hear what he's saying?
That's what drop is.
The drop is from your feet.
Horizon.
But what you're showing here, Ruhif, is in the mid-air, correct?
Mid-air? Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, it drops away.
So it's dropping from your feet, but it's ending up in mid-air and then dropping from there somehow.
Yeah, your feet are apparently in line with the stars, right?
And you're laughing at me, Ruhif.
Yes, I laugh at you. The fact that you can't get this diagram, yes.
I hope everybody's looking at the diagram.
Oh, well.
What's the joke?
My apologies, extremists. I'll be going in 5 minutes anyway.
Yeah, I'm sure you will be going in 5 minutes, yeah.
No, honestly, I agree. It was an interesting conversation, but it wasn't. I don't think anything that we've said at any point today. I don't think anyone's gained any.
Did you see the picture that he drew? Did you see the famous diagram?
It's not that. I mean, it seems. I don't understand what's so funny about it. What's the joke? Like, what's the? What am I seeing that I'm not seeing? It looks like two people are
the green,
looking at
right?
each other.
The hump. See the green hump, right?
Yeah, I see all that. Yeah.
Now I asked him, does the drop start directly from your feet? And he goes to me, yes, right? But in this diagram, the red line, right, that signifies the drop. Where does the drop start from?
It could be anywhere from his feet. I mean, it starts at his feet. What are you talking about? Where does it start from, or what do you mean?
Look where he has the line and where that says drop.
Isn't
Isn't that in
line?
mid-air?
He has an arrow line, yeah.
Isn't that in mid-air?
Dude. The arrow line that he drew, he could draw that anywhere along that thing. It starts at his feet.
But isn't it going up? Isn't that line going up?
No, it goes horizontal. Not difficult.
Horizontal, and it ends up in the air, right?
Yes,
Mid-air.
because the surface curves away. Yes, well done.
So you got both a hump and a drop.
Yeah, not a paradox.
Wow! I hope everybody's watching and listening to this.
Yeah, me too, to be honest.
So drop goes up from the ground.
That's what they said, bro.
Horizontal drop.
So
is
he's
the distance
observing
below
it with his
horizontal.
feet.
It doesn't
his
go
eyeballs
up.
and his
It goes.
toes?
Oh, you can make it from his eyes if you like. That's fine.
Listen, you said drop doesn't go up, right?
Correct.
It stays horizontal, and the Earth goes down.
Yep.
So that means drop relatively goes up from the Earth.
Say up.
What he's saying, bro.
I think that's
He
a
doesn't
confusing way to
realize
say it.
It depends on what you.
Drop is at the Earth, right?
Yeah,
and
but I
as
think
you
the
go
way you
away,
phrased it
drop
is
is
confusing.
rising from the Earth.
It gets further away from the Earth, yes, but I wouldn't use the word up.
Well, is it down below the Earth? No, it's up.
Yeah, I wouldn't use that word. I wouldn't use up or down. I would say the distance between that horizontal and the surface gets bigger.
Is it a positive altitude or a negative altitude?
Yeah, again, I just said I don't think you should use the words up or down. Right?
Up and down scares them.
Yeah,
up
because
and down
it sounds
scares
ridiculous
them.
that drop is
He
that
just
drop
knows that
is
it
up.
confuses other people, so he's saying you shouldn't use it.
Yeah.
He's not saying that it's not
You can't have
valid,
it
though,
both
either.
ways, bro. It's either up or down.
The reason why these things get confusing is because, like Percentage said, whenever he said it, he was describing it being in reference to something or something else. So in reference to the Earth, or in reference to the horizontal line, the Earth is curving down and away. If you wanted to say in reference to the Earth what the line's doing, like Ruth said, that the distance is getting greater, and you could say it was moving up, but it does sound kind of confusing to say that.
Yeah, also ridiculous because you're saying two things at once, and you can't have that.
No, you're not saying two things at once. What are you talking about?
You're saying up is down?
No. Jesus Christ! In reference to the line, the Earth curves down.
What line? What line?
Whatever horizontal line, the line that you make at whatever
Dotted
point. You
line,
make
I
one at
think
your
it's
feet,
called.
make one at your face.
Well, his line is pointing upwards, Kosho. It's very clear. Are you looking at the picture?
Not upward.
It's horizontal based on the position of the person.
Exactly.
And
The
based
problem-
on this
the first
person,
problem is-
eventually that line ends up in space and in the air,
Yes.
right?
Yep.
It goes to infinity in both directions. Yeah.
So there you go. So he's looking up,
No,
not
it's a
down.
horizontal line.
He's looking horizontal
Horizontal line.
from where he's standing. This is all about observer position, right? That's why the problem with this picture, the first problem is it's coming from his feet. They're doing an observational
Fine. Do it from his
horizontal
eyes, that's
level
fine.
line from his toes, like he's got eyeballs in his toes. But if
could've
that
made the
line
line-
was at his face, it would be going horizontal from his face,
Yeah,
right?
that's fine either way. But the
No,
way
the first
drop
problem
is
with this
usually calculated is from
the first problem with
from
this
sea
image
level.
is that he neither has toes nor a face. So what the fuck are you talking about?
You know what I'm
All right,
talking
I gotta
about.
go,
You guys
people.
are just
Catch you
going
guys later.
too deep.
I'm Mr. Ruth.
Later, Ruhif. For sure he has to go because he knows it's ridiculous.
I mean, he probably has things to do.
This doesn't match what happens in real life,
probably
though.
just
You
has
realize
things
that
to
the
do.
horizon comes to eye level, right?
No.
Listen,
You're
it's
allowed-
either going down or up your Earth. Make up your mind. You can't have
And
both.
in reality, the horizon,
I'll still be here.
except for weird. Go ahead, Ruth.
No, I was just saying I'll still be here, but on mute. That's all.
Okay, I got you, my man. Yeah, but in reality, the horizon is always going to be below eye line unless some weird refraction is happening. But without weird refraction, it's always going to get lower, even at eye level. I mean, even at sea level.
What? Say again?
Even at
Gotta
sea
love the
level,
weird-
the horizon is always below eye level, except for in strange refractive.
You know it's easy
The
to
weird
debunk
fraction.
what you just said, right? Because with just observation, right?
So what?
So if someone heard what you just said and goes out to the beach and looks at the horizon and sees that it's at their eye level, they're not going to take what you just said very seriously, right?
Sure. And then whenever they argue with me that it's not, that it's at their eye level, I say, okay, what'd you use to measure it? Like, I use my eyes. I'm gonna say, okay, well, what you just said was silly, because I'm telling you, it's not at eye level; it's below it. I mean, it's very, very much smaller than a degree, smaller or lower than your eye level, and
Of
it will
course,
get
the horizon
lower.
is always lower than your eye level. Of course,
Yeah, but it's
obviously.
measurable. It's measurable, just not observable with just your naked eye.
Yeah, it can be a lot lower, especially with refraction and other things in the moisture in the atmosphere, right?
Well, it lowers at a
can vary.
consistent rate once you get off the ground.
It can vary. I agree that it can vary, the horizon, for
No,
sure.
no, I'm saying it's consistent though when you're off the ground. Like when you're in an airplane or you're, just on a mountain or whatever. You're not on the surface, not looking over water. It's actually
So
pretty
about a week
consistently.
ago, about a week ago, my parents, they flew to Maine, right? And I asked my mom, I said, in the airplane, can you please look out of the left window and look out of the right window and see where the horizon's at? And it was at eye level on both sides, right? And she took pictures of it.
That's incredible. What tool did she use to measure the angle of the horizon and where it was to eye level?
So how can it be eye level out of both sides?
That's a great question.
Turning down
What
and
tool
away.
did you use?
Eyeballs.
Oh, okay. That's why that's not a very interesting claim, is because
it's only about.
There's no way to
You just made the claim if you're up in the air, right? So they were up in the air and the horizon was at eye level. And you would have a point if they looked out of one and looked out of the other side and it was at a different height, then it would be variable. It's like, well, maybe
why
the
would they
plane
be
is
at different
tilted.
heights?
That's just stupid.
Yeah, on
I
both
know.
sides, it's going to be lower at the same rate. So it'll be almost 3 degrees lower on both sides.
Yeah, you're right. But I'm saying, you could say if they only looked out of one side, you could say maybe the plane is tilted or something like that. But they looked out of both sides and the horizon was at eye level.
But the point is, hold on. The point is, if it's only 2 or 3 degrees difference below eye level, you're not going to be able to see that with your naked eye. You need to use some sort of tool to see the drop.
Yes, but at that distance, there should be dramatic drop.
No, there's not.
Yes, there
It's
is.
about 3 degrees. It's about 3 degrees, man.
The distance between you and the airplane, about 35,000 feet, it should be about 70,000 feet down.
It's not a distance, it's an angle.
You'd be able to see a dramatic lowering of the horizon.
It's not a distance, it's an angle.
Yeah, it's about 3 degrees from an airplane. And this is measured.
So you're measuring the moisture in the atmosphere and calling that a deviance, right?
No, they're measuring angles in the horizon, and they get consistent drops from airplanes.
Yeah. They're not always consistent at all.
They are consistent.
Sometimes when you elevate, there'll be a lag, and there'll be a couple degrees where it's a couple degrees lower. Sometimes it'll be no degree change at all.
In an airplane, it's about 2 to 4 degrees, we'll say.
It varies.
Yeah, depending on the height. It varies based on the height. It doesn't vary based on much else. From an airplane, it is
varies
consistent
based
drop.
on the weather and temperature and everything else.
The pressure.
From an
Pressure
airplane, it's
also.
pretty consistent, man. It doesn't vary the same way it would when you're close to the water.
Yeah, because there's more moisture by the water, but there's still many variables up that high also.
No.
That change the apparent location of the horizon, right?
The drop of the horizon, it's not. If it was something very weird, like more than a degree different than what it usually is, I think that would probably strike people as bizarre, because they say it's pretty consistent. The drop of the horizon doesn't change the same way that the distance of the horizon changes, even though refraction does cause it to vary. It doesn't vary as extremely as the distance does.
So you're saying, in a nutshell, to the human eye, you wouldn't be able to tell because the curve is that slight from an airplane.
No, I'm saying that the angular drop of the horizon is too small to be able to say one way or the other if it's dropped or not.
That's what I just said, basically.
No, it's I mean, I've studied math since I was a kid. I've understood what a protractor was since I was a kid. I know what 1 degree is since I was a kid, and I can tell you, I understand very intimately how small 1 degree is. I can see it on my head.
Yeah,
If
but
you
the
look at a
higher you
clock,
go, the more drastic that degree is going to be, right?
This is off topic, but someone give me a roll so I can post things in the chat, please.
So if you have a 1 degree deviance, the higher you go, that's not going to be more dramatic.
1 degree
Who said
deviance.
that? Who
No,
is?
1 degree
That
is
was
1
me.
degree no matter how high you are.
Seriously, that was me, Noah.
Okay.
Yeah, like on a clock, between 12 and 1, that's 30 degrees. Between 12 and 1. So you're trying to look and see 1 degree. It's not something that you can discern, when there's not even any markers to discern them. The theodolite at least has markers on it. But if you're just looking at out in front of you and you're trying to see if the horizon's 1 degree lower, 2 degrees lower than eye level, it's not something you can do with your naked eye and make a verifiable claim.
Yeah, you're saying the human eye can't detect. I say that you would easily be able to see a much, much, much lower physical land horizon.
3 degrees lower?
Depends on what you're comparing the degrees to.
No, it doesn't, actually.
Like how you're oriented in degrees.
3 degrees is not very easy to see.
Alright, you guys see what I posted in the main chat? You guys want to discuss that? This is a Flat Earth Discord. There's some things going by on the horizon.
There's windmills. So what is that? How far away are they, and what's the issue with them?
They seem to be behind the horizon.
Oh, so that's a physical horizon of Earth, right?
I don't know. But this was given to me as a proof that there's a round Earth.
Well, it obviously doesn't prove that because the horizon's an apparent location that is generally at eye level. Meaning that water is ramping up visually. It might not be physically going up. On a flat plane, the ground ramps up and the sky ramps down.
Yeah, but the ground never overtakes the sky. So you're right that due to perspective on a flat plane, things above eye level go towards eye level, things below eye level go up towards eye level.
Yeah.
But the things above eye level don't go so far below eye level that they're overtaking the things that were below eye level.
But you're using the wrong word below. You're using the wrong word below. If something goes past, is it possible for something to go past the horizon?
What do you mean? There's something beyond the horizon?
So you agree that sky and that water are not physically touching, right? It's just the limit of the perspective to where the ground's ramping up, the sky's ramping down, and that's so if there's something past that, you can't see it, right?
Yeah, but you're saying past that. What's that?
The horizon.
That would be the point of where the horizon is. And the horizon. I don't know how you would define horizon.
But the world just ends right there where that horizon is.
The extent of your vision allowed on that day.
Yeah, the extent of my vision due to the ground is only being allowed by the curve of the Earth, which is why there's things beyond the curve of the Earth that you can see. But by what you just said,
you already agreed that on a flat plane, it
hold on. What he just said though was it's the limit of what you can see on that day. Well, on that day, you can see further than the horizon, so it's obviously not the limit to how far you can see.
The horizon.
I'm not saying the
windmills
horizon
are past the horizon.
That's why it's a horizon. You can't see past it.
The windmills are past the horizon.
You can't see any water or sky past that horizon, can you?
The windmills are past the horizon. So you obviously can see further than the
sky
horizon.
And water. You can't see any sky or water past that horizon, right?
You can't see any water, but you can obviously see sky because you can see sky behind the windmills.
Yes, but those windmills are a lot taller than the water, right? So you're going to be able to see them for longer than you would see the water, right?
Okay, well, the claim is being shifted the entire time because if it's the limit to how far you can see that day, or is it the limit to the ground that you can see on that day? Because you can obviously see things that are not on the ground that are further.
Because they're taller than the ground.
Okay. Well, then that's the new claim. The claim before was the limit to what you can see.
You can't see water where those windmills are at, right? You know why? Because those windmills are higher than the water. Right?
Yeah. Yeah, but that wasn't the claim a second ago.
And at some point, if we double this distance and triple this distance and quadruple the distance, we won't be able to see the windmills either. Right?
Yeah, but that wasn't the claim a second ago. This is what I'm saying. That you sure you can shift the claim.
Sorry.
I would agree with you. So that's the limit to how far you can see that day. But it sounds like you're saying it's the limit to the surface of how far you can see that day.
That's what Jim Jam said.
Both. It's both.
Yes. Well, it's not. It's obviously not both, because you just said that the reason you can see those things is because they're not on the ground.
Because they're taller than the water, right?
Right. So it's not both. It's just things. It's just the surface that you can't see.
No, it's not just the surface. It's the distance, right? That horizon is not a physical place. It's just the limit of your perception, right?
Yeah, it's not just the surface, Kosho.
Okay, if it's not just the surface, right? Like you just said, now it's not just the surface. Well, you can see further than that part of the ground where the horizon was. So if the horizon is the limit to how far you can see, and it's also not just the surface, then you wouldn't be able to see anything beyond that point.
Hold up, no, don't assume just because I said it's not just the surface that it's everything. I'm saying it's not just the surface because it's anything that's close, like to the converging point. Anything that gets smaller and farther, and it's closer to the horizon, such that it becomes like part of the horizon.
The horizon is not the limit of your vision. You can see things past the horizon.
Only if they're above and they're breaking this perspective rule.
You can see objects rising up, but you can't see sky or ground past the horizon.
You can see things in the sky past the horizon.
Jesus Christ. You can see the sky behind the windmills, dude. So you can obviously see the sky past the horizon.
So those windmills are not past the horizon on the sky side of it, though.
What does that even mean? The windmills are not past the horizon on the sky side. What the absolute fuck does that mean?
Where's the horizon in this picture?
It means your goose is cooked, sir.
Oh, where's the horizon in this picture?
Go ahead, Kosho. You got it from here. Oh, I think he just left. Wait, congratulations. You scared off Kosho.
To me, it's a basic thing. Even on a globe, if this was on a globe, if you reversed in the sky, double, triple, quadruple the distance, eventually you would not be able to see those windmills, and it wouldn't be because of the curve of the Earth. You could move horizontally, like in that last picture you guys posted. You can move horizontally from this position backwards, and eventually those windmills will be too far past the horizon. You won't be able to see them, whether it's a globe or not.
I agree.
That's the key.
I think the dude that you were talking to would have agreed with that as well.
That's the key, because the horizon moves, and thus is a lame way to prove anything, except that the horizon moves.
Yeah. Especially when you can go back the next day and you can see more of those windmills.
Exactly.
So obviously that's not the physical blockage of the curvature of the Earth. It's just
right.
optics.
So whenever someone says, "Look at this picture," that stuff is obstructed. Why? Just respond back, "Yeah, on that day." That's it. That's all you got to say.
And the problem is, you'll show something like the Black Swan, right? And they'll claim that refraction is lifting all that stuff up, right? And then they'll show something like this, where they're making the claim that things are behind the curve down. So which is it? Is refraction lifting things up, or are things going down over the curve? You have to take your pick. They don't want to take their pick. When they're in one corner, they'll say, "Oh, they'll show like that New Orleans bridge, where you can see refraction lowering objects in the distance down." They'll say, "Look, that's Earth curve." But then you'll show them Black Swan. They'll say, "Oh, well, the refraction is lifting that stuff up." It's like, well, which is it, up or down?
It's Earth curve when it suits them, and refraction when it doesn't.
Exactly. And in reality, that Lake Punt, that picture right there, refraction is taking place right here, and it's lowering distance in the distance, which is what refraction does. And you can see the pylons start to compress. Not in this picture, but the one they usually show. You can see it a lot more clearly. This one's a little blurry. You can see the mirror effect, where the pylons start to condense down and are miraged. So they'll show actual refraction taking place and call that the curve. It's backwards. Yeah, what Rakialov just posted, you can clearly see miraging. You can see that those pylons are reflected below them. And they think that that's going over a curve when it's really condensing and miraging.
Yeah, I don't know why they accepted Soundly swamp gas photos and didn't even ask him to check for refraction right there. Refraction happens over a flat plane too. Yeah. And so the question is, do we have this hump of Earth curvature that's in the way, and or is it something optical? It appears to be purely optical with nothing really in the way.
Yeah, it's a bit funny, whereas that was their biggest critique of the Black Swan.
Black Swan.
And then they failed to include it in their own.
Then they say the opposite. Then they say refraction is lifting it up.
Yeah. Evidence of bias is giving, your own theory, a pass from the stuff that you're, kind of demanding from other people in a way. I mean, we all have a bias, but we have to check ourselves for that. Globe or flat.
Right. Yeah. You're always the one that's the most persuasive to yourself.
Yeah.
Got to check it.
And typically refraction is going to make objects in the distance lower. And it can create lensing and magnification and other things too, but generally speaking, it lowers objects.
I think that's why normally this sort of comes down to we're witnessing an optical phenomenon, not, this isn't sort of proof of anything.
That's why I don't understand why globe believers can't just be honest about that instead of, because to me, it's like, why do you think there's hundreds of millions of flat earthers now? Because they listen to stuff like that and they're just like, why can't you just admit basic perspective and then prove your globe? Like, why do you have to, completely deny basic stuff like perspective?
Well, I think their main hang-up is they believe that the moon and other objects shouldn't be cut off bottom up if it were flat. They think that it should go down to a pinprick automatically based off of idealized perspective, but taller objects need a further vanishing point than what the eye can handle at its low height. If you're 6 feet off of the floor, it being 6 feet tall, with eyes 6 feet above the ground, the eye is going to want symmetry. It's going to want to pair that 6 foot zone from the level of the eyes down to the floor roughly with a 6 foot zone from the level of the eyes up, which will be just like being in a hallway where the ceiling is 6 feet above your head roughly and the floor is 6 feet below the eyes. These two zones above and below the level of the eyes will ramp together and smush and smash into a horizon line. Just like a 6 foot object would, and anything that's taller will just have to set beyond the horizon that forms in the foreground.
Wait, as a globe, right? This is my contention. Like, what do you actually mean by perspective here? Because there's perspective in the classical optical sense, as in like where we understand objects to, appear smaller as they go into the distance according to a very precise formula. And then there's what Lemon just said, which is, arbitrary smushing and smashing into planes and things, and just, hand waving about how things appear.
I mean, and also it's perspective based off of anything above the level of the eyes appearing to ramp down toward the level of the eyes, and anything below the level of the eyes appearing to ramp up toward the level of the eyes, making one assume that these two visual zones would come together into an unresolvable line, aka a horizon.
That part I don't disagree with. But the issue is you have objects which are appearing to be, the appearance, let's not say it is actually, but the appearance is that the object is occluded. But the issue with what you just said is that the amount of that object that appears occluded is greater than your own height. That is, it is not just the part below your eye level that appears to smush upward and the part above your eye level that appears to smush downward. Your version of perspective, which causes objects to occlude bottom up, seems to exceed that threshold and cause even parts of the object that are physically above your eye line to smush downward below your eye line, which is not possible in the classical conception.
There's nothing going below anything. The thing is, smaller objects can afford to vanish down to a vanishing point with less distance. Taller objects need a further vanishing point to accommodate their large size. And so if you have a 100-foot object that is towering 100 minus 6 or 94 feet above the level of the eyes, you're only going to have a symmetrical smushing, if you will, for 6 feet above and below the level of the eyes, taking out 12 feet from 100 feet or 88 feet, leaving 88 feet that still needs to set beyond. So if you want a more even vanishing point and to see out further to a further vanishing point that can accommodate a larger object, you simply have to levitate off the floor into the air so that 50 feet of the object is above the level of the eyes and 50 feet of the object are below the level of the eyes. You got to get higher and get a wider angle. It's just the way it is.
I mean, that would be so. I agree. If it is far enough away such that the bottom 6 feet of it is unresolvable, then you won't resolve the bottom of it, right? But the issue is that even parts that are above your eye line themselves appear to disappear before parts that are even farther above your eye line, and that is what I'm contending with. Like the classical understanding of perspective, which is, by the way, not like a mystery. Like you can take like an optics class and pretty much fully understand perspective like within a semester. And this classical conception says that things that are above your eye line stay above your eye line, and that makes sense. Things below your eye line stay below your eye line. And yet we have examples of images where, say, you're 6 feet tall, you look out on the horizon, and the thing that's at your eye level is not 6 feet above a building, it's the 10th floor of a building. It appears that apparently 8 floors of a building, or whatever is between your supposed eye level and your actual eye level, appears to just entirely vanish from your field of view. And it's not like it's getting crushed. It's not like it is this irresolvable blob that still fills space in your visual field. It is that it's completely crossed over your line of field.
It only appears to be crossed over.
Center of vision, sorry.
Yeah, it only appears to cross over. It's still above the flat plane.
Yeah,
but
no, I'm saying even in the perception,
information because it simply cannot make a 2D image out of the information that's coming to the eye. It's beyond the
I'm aware that it only appears so.
of the eye because you're too close to the surface and everything is just too smushed and compressed based off of your limited viewing angle. If you want a wider angle, you're going to have to, get higher off the ground.
Lemon, I'm entirely aware that we're talking about appearances here, right? But even in the well understood conception of how perspective works, not even the appearance of parts of an object that are above your eye level will ever appear below your eye level. That kind of crossing over the central point does not happen.
Not below it.
It's still above the level of, it's still actually physically above the level of the eyes and physically above the plane. It only appears to be interpreted by the eye as being cut off. That's all. The visual information is simply dropped, and that is read by the eyes and by the mind of the observer as an object disappearing bottom first and quote unquote going below something. It's just compressed viewing angle and compressed visual information, like Raichi 5 zeros in Life is Short demonstrated by simply getting close to the wall, the ceiling, the ground, and just showing that the object in the distance disappears bottom up simply by lowering and getting closer to the floor.
Okay, but like, what do you mean by compression here? Because like the visual, like, the apparent phenomena is that we have a normally scaled building from the top floor down to, say, the 11th floor, and there's no extraneous magnification happening here. And then we have this intersection between what we see as above and below the level of the water, where the rest of the building is just gone. So this doesn't sound like any kind of magnification. This sounds like, factor of 1, ordinary magnification, or stretching or squashing or compression down to a certain point, at which it more or less instantaneously transitions to an infinite amount of scaling, where the rest of the building has completely compressed into zero visual area, and this is incompatible with our current understanding of optics.
Listen, man, there is no optical test or optical observation that supports the globe Earth, except for, and this is saying theoretically, that's theoretically possible, except for a video of the Earth from space and the transition from the horizon to the, because you can't refraction applies and it can be working either on a globe or a flat Earth. It doesn't. We don't need an optical thing. We need a tangible straight line to compare a water level with.
I guess I suppose I agree on principle. If we take this statement that you said to be true, that as soon as we take optical measurements on Earth, that literally anything goes. I mean, that would be to assume that refraction can perform arbitrary transformations of the visual information we receive.
I'm not saying that.
Well, it is. You're saying that we can't trust. You said yourself. You said only images from space can be used. This implies that any image taken from the surface of Earth must inherently be untrustable due to refraction.
You got the wrong implication. The only reason an image from space must be used is because it shows the whole globe. That's it.
But why do we need to show the whole globe to show just an amount of curvature over a part of the surface?
Because you can't tell what's caused, what looks like refraction, obstruction due to the globe versus just refraction.
There you
bending
go.
The light
now
from the water
you just immediately demonstrated my point, which is you're saying that if we see something, you're saying that we cannot disambiguate at all between whether that is due to a physical curvature or whether it's due to refraction. In other words, refraction can do whatever it wants to emulate the behavior of curvature, and we have to ignore that because it could just be refraction.
No.
That's exactly my point. And you just said it yourself. This isn't even me interpreting the point.
Can curvature happen in such a way that refraction cannot emulate it?
I would say yes. I would say there are like for example the Ranti/Ruhiv image that shows if you take this as a batch set of images, I agree that in the case of a single image you cannot get this kind of fidelity. But if you take a sequence of images day after day at a single location, what you would require to get something like Ranti's and Ruhiv's images where you show the mountain below the tower is you would have to have a consistent sort of omnipresent sinking refraction taking place to get that on a flat Earth. And just given the mechanics of how air tends to differ above the surface of the Earth and how that tends to affect refraction, a constant omnipresent sinking refraction is extremely unlikely compared to the reality, which I would say is reality. But I mean, you can say it's the possibility that maybe the geometry is in fact the cause. So I agree, with a single image, it's hard to tell. But if you take a sequence of images over time, you would find that you need one of two things to happen. Either the geometry is curved, or there is a continually present, always there, sinking refraction, which flies in the face of the direction that we know standard refraction to behave in, which is that light tends to bend down in the atmosphere and not up at a continual basis.
Hold up. Okay, so we do see, inferior mirages all the time.
I'm aware.
It happens.
Exactly. That's the point right there. We see inferior mirages. Sure, it's a phenomenon, but you just admitted there it doesn't happen all the time.
Of course not.
If we got a sequence of images that shows the relation between the tower and the mountain, and it showed it always like that. If we saw that the mountain was always below the tower. Are you having a conversation
or are you monologuing?
Well, no, I'm responding to your point there.
A few minutes, and I said one line, and then you interrupted.
Right. I mean, you're showing what I'm trying to talk about, which is that what we see is that the mountain is always below the tower, and so no transient phenomenon like a mirage can explain it fully.
Okay, so God damn it, man, you lose my point now. It'll come back to me.
That was a steamroll.
I'm sorry, but this is what I hear. I hear explanations.
Oh, okay, I got it. Yeah. So my question was, do you have any refraction data for the optical corridor for the Ranti image that you were talking about?
I would say I don't have the exact data of when that image was taken, but what we can do
not necessarily for the image, for the area.
For the area.
Blackpool Tower.
I would say that the amount of data we have for that is more or less constrained to if any, public institutions or things like that have posted, say, temperature and humidity data for parts of that region between the observation point and where the observation was looking at that time of day. which I think is more or less public knowledge. Like you can take historical looks at websites that post things like weather information across the time period.
So what I think, more or less, I'm hearing is no.
I mean, whether it's yes or no, what I'm trying to get at, my point here is that whether it's yes or no is more or less irrelevant, because the description that the phenomena you're describing here, like mirages and things like that, are transitory. They last for a certain amount of time, and they don't last for other periods of time. So what we'd expect, if those are actually the causes, are we would see the mountain below the tower some of the time when there's this sinking refraction, when there's this inferior mirage. And then when there isn't one, because, say, the weather conditions are more favorable, we would see the mountain above the tower. And we would see this sort of flip-flopping depending on this behavior. Okay. In reality, I would suppose, this is an experiment that we can probably try. We can try to do the same observation that Ruev and Ranty presented every day for several years. And I think what you would see, this is just my prediction at this point, what I think you would see is you would consistently see the mountain below the tower. And what that would show is that none of these transient phenomena like mirages and such can be the cause. It has to be some underlying cause that is consistently true, which would include something like geometry.
What if these effects or these causes that you say are transient in that area are not? How would you know without refraction data?
We could get refraction data. I agree with you. Like maybe it's, for whatever reason, maybe this transitory phenomena in other places is just permanent here. I would say one that's off the bat extremely unlikely, because that would require like a temperature inversion, which is not likely to happen over water, because water has this behavior where it tends to lag behind the temperature of land nearby, and so its temperature with regard to the air above it is usually always sort of changing direction relative to the air. It's not common that you'll ever see that be consistently that the temperature of the water will ever be consistently greater.
So what is it that makes the mountain being lower than the tower? What about that makes you think it's a globe? Instead of it just being things shrinking in distance. You said
we can already take into account things shrinking in distance. We know that the mountains are 4 times taller and 4 times farther away. So just the fact that the mountain doesn't appear 4 times taller than the tower already tells you that we're seeing something related to it shrinking with regard to distance.
When you're closer to the towers.
Does the mountain start at a higher level than the tower does? Where are you measuring from?
Like physically? I assume you're...
Like is the tower and the mountain, do they start from the same baseline? Are they on the same horizon? Do you know what I mean? On the same horizontal
sea level. Are you in the observer? Where is the observer in elevation? Where does the tower start in elevation, and where's the mountain start in elevation?
Yeah, so to my understanding, the elevation of the place the image was taken from was some single or low double-digit number of feet above mean sea level. And in this case, mean sea level is sort of the 0 point being taken. Like the height of the tower is being taken in terms of an elevation measure. The height of the mountain is being taken in terms of an elevation measure. And the location of the photographer has been taken in terms of an elevation measure. So these are already sort of set to the same zero baseline.
Well, the problem is you guys made a bad assumption. You assume that these idealized math formula give you everything you need to know about vision perfectly. That's not the case. Things that are taller than other objects that are shorter in the foreground will appear to dip more dramatically depending on how low down to the ground you are. And they will dip, very dramatically as they go off in the distance, even more dramatically with a more steep dip angle noted. As they go off into the distance past the horizon. And so this math formula that you have is a little off. It doesn't cover how, if you're close to the ground, these dip angles of, really tall objects appear to dip much more quickly and much more dramatically than they would if the object was centered perfectly in your vision with half of the object above and below the level of the eyes. So your math is a little off anyway.
You're right. The pure perspective computation over Earth doesn't work. Whether you choose to fill the gap with something like a geometrical aberration, like the fact that the surface is a sphere, or an extra, optical aberration, like the fact that objects just appear to sink with distance, that's those are ways of, I guess you could say, patching the holes in standard perspective.
Bad assumptions, and you guys have forgotten that the things will.
But we can test those assumptions though,
and cut off the object, especially if you're really close to the surface, the flat plane, without any obstruction or any hump curvature in the way.
But I mean, we can test these assumptions, right? Like we have equations for perspective on a flat plane. We have equations for perspective on a curved surface of Earth. We have equations for no refraction on a flat Earth, no refraction for a globe Earth. And you can change all these you can set a matrix of all these variables to whatever you want, and then see, okay, which ones of these match reality? Because if they don't match reality, they kind of get thrown out already.
Well, it kind of sounds like you're trying to force reality.
The one
You're
that matches
trying to force reality to match those idealized equations, and those idealized equations don't take into account that something will eventually merge with the floor beyond the diffraction limit, refraction limit, whatever you want to say, whether or not your numbers dictate this or that. So it doesn't deal with reality.
These objects are well within the diffraction limit, because you can clearly resolve them through the optic. So that shows that the refraction limit is limited to basically 1 pixel of the image. And even if you fudge 1 pixel for any of the objects in the image, you still see the overall effect of it. So the diffraction limit has basically 0 to do with what we're seeing in this image.
The diffraction limit would deal with this because basically you have a zone of inversion where the image is flipped upside down when it comes through a camera obscura. They call that diffraction. And this plane where the image is flipped upside down, one would expect everything to converge on that plane and eventually become unresolvable when all the light rays that come through converge on that plane, and you can't make a 2D object up and down from that plane of inversion. So looking out over the flat surface, you would eventually see the ceiling merge with the floor, and all the objects that are in those two zones will just be unresolvable and appear to be cut off bottom first if they tower above, say, 6 feet above and below the level of the eyes, where most of the compression is happening. So we really need to look at these questionable principles.
All right, I think it's good to look at it. I have to head out.
No,
in just a
fuck
sec,
the principles.
but,
There's no optical test that'll show if it's a globe or that'll differentiate, because we don't have like this huge ass fucking chamber, this abyss of a perfect vacuum.
Well, no. I mean, you said it yourself. We can characterize the refraction characteristics and then be done with it. Like saying there's, dealing in absolutes here, I feel is kind of silly, because we can, to some degree, put error bounds on, say how the refraction characteristics are if we take, say, an optical corridor measurement of temperature and humidity and such. But I agree, it's not straightforward to do so, and you need.
It's practically impossible.
It's not practically impossible. It's practically, not trivial to do. You can't just do it with a camera. You need, a crew that can travel across the surface and take measurements. But it's not by any means impossible.
You'd have to get it.
I agree with what
Lemon's
Lemon's saying here, which is that it's good to, test this out and take measurements. I feel like.
Emerald, you can't get a crew to go and move to different spots and to take it, because it's constantly
Why not?
moving.
Will they say
you
no?
would have to have you'd have to have some sort of sensors, measured every 5 meters or 1 meter or 10 meters, whatever, apart, right? And that would be vertically and horizontally, all throughout the optical corridor, measuring the temperature and pressure, and then at one point in time, when you're making the observation, you have the measurement data of all of that. So you could say exactly where these rays of light are bending.
Yeah, the point is not to say exactly where. The point is to upper bound the amount of error. So
well, obviously it's not going to be exactly where, because it's every 5 meters.
Right.
So
but this is what I'm getting at, right?
where.
Even if we don't take the measurements instantly, we have the upper bound of how much the temperature varies in the entire day. Even if we don't take it at every position along the optical corridor, we can, hypothesize about upper bounds about how much it deviates between points that we took. If we interpolate, then that's one thing. If we assume some maximum deviation from the interpolation point, then that's another thing. The point is that we can take sort of baseline measurements across the place and come up with reasonable upper bounds for how much the variables are changing, and from there we can come up with a reasonable upper bound for how much and how little refraction there is. And from there we can come up with at least an approximate result of how much refraction there is. And if at that point we still, if the observation on a flat Earth still fits in our error bars, we're good. If at some point, though, the error bars tighten to a point where the flat Earth expected observation is out of our error range, even with generous amounts of error provided, we still have this, incompatibility with our measurements and theory, then I mean we have a result at that point. It's not impossible by any means.
It's not like, you know, one that we have extremely high confidence in. It's not, you know, definitive.
It can be, depending on how loose we make our sort of how generously we give error bars.
Because it's like, it's, you know, a strong, very strong inference or what have you. But instead of doing all that and getting that shitty result, we could just attach a camera to a spacecraft that's going up. Like, you know, there's like 12,000 satellites up there. I'm sure they're going to put another one up soon. Just attach a camera to one of them and just let it go the distance and get some fucking video. That's it.
I agree that would be better, but the point is, like, if we compute, say, the index of refraction at error across the corridor and get like 1.008 at one point, 1.0085 at another point, 1.009, 1.01, and then 1.007 or something like that across the corridor, we can reasonably say, okay, we don't think the index of refraction is going above 1.03 or something like that. If we then find out that in order to reproduce the effect on a flat Earth, we need an index of refraction of like 1.5, it's reasonable to say, given the observations, that it's extremely unlikely that that's actually the case. Like we can make relatively confident predictions based on data we have.
Unless you have light that's entering these little droplets of water, and at each point it comes in with its origin angle and the refracted angle, and each one of these droplets of water has its own kind of like refractive effect, right? And this happens again and again and again. So you're not taking the index of refraction for this whole area of water. You're taking the index of refraction, and you have to keep in mind that there's all of these different Snell law,
that's what we already
instances.
Do. We have differential versions of Snell's law that work even in the case where you're assuming that every particle is doing it. And it still gives us it does, like look into, I think, differential Snell's law.
Well, my point is, you can't treat this huge swath of land just because it has the same index of refraction, so therefore it's gonna just go a specific direction.
That's the definition of Snell's law, is that if it has the same index, it will go in the same direction.
But that's if it's an isotropic medium.
Not necessarily.
Necessarily.
No, we can deal with gradients.
Just say no. Snell's law applies to isotropic mediums, bro.
Snell's law does, but there are generalizations of it that work in more situations.
Exactly, and that's not a high confidence level. A generalization that we can't possibly confirm wouldn't be as high confidence as just attaching a camera
what do you mean couldn't possibly?
and seeing the globe.
You could check these in a lab. Like, this is the kind of example that, like, when people fire lasers through sugar water, right? Like, you can predict a priori what that sugar water laser is going to look like based on the density of the sugar at a certain point. You can predict what it's going to look like.
Okay, would you at least agree if we had a tangible straight line and we just held a water level to it, and we saw that there's a disparity between like this tangible line and the water level in the middle, there's like a lot of, there's a gap, then that would be proof?
Maybe, but we already do this. There are examples of folks setting up auto levels which are designed to establish
again, man. Tangible, I said. An actual, like LIGO's, the tube in LIGO.
Okay.
If we held this
a water level then there's the LIGO case, in which on the LIGO site they claim, although I haven't tested myself, they claim that there is a deviation from the surface of Earth.
Yeah, of course
they claim
LIGO
sensors.
Exactly. Of course, on that straight line, they're not level in parts.
All these examples you're bringing up have, there are, you brought up yourself, you named them, the examples of them, and they all seem to agree with my conclusion.
It's a claim.
Sure.
It doesn't agree with anything. There's no evidence for it.
Here's the thing, with that observation of Blackpool Tower, how do we know whether the observer is looking straight out, or whether he's looking down, or whether he's looking up?
It wouldn't matter. You'd still see this. The relation between the mountain and the tower would still be the same. You can't change that just by changing the angle of your camera.
Okay.
It doesn't matter where it is in your field of view, is what he's trying to say.
Like, if I tilted my camera up, right, I would just see the same thing, except the tower and the mountain would be closer to the bottom of my frame.
No, if you change your angle, so you're aiming more towards the ground or more towards
correct, yeah. And what I said, all that would affect is where in the image we see the tower and the mountain. It would not cause their relative positions to flip.
Or bigger than the Blackpool Tower. That's not.
It would not, because the distance to either of those objects would stay the same. It's just where they would appear in the frame. You can test this with a camera yourself. You can take an image at a given location and then tilt the camera down and up. You will see the exact same thing, albeit you would see it either closer to the bottom or closer to the top of the frame. You do not change the relations between objects in the frame by tilting the camera.
Yeah, you don't even need a camera. Just do it with your eyes.
Yeah, like I can look at my, I'm looking across the room toward the wall, and I see the light switch just to the left of the wall. If I turn my head to the right, I still see the light switch just to the left of the wall.
Oh, you're right. I just did it yesterday. You're right. Where I tilted the camera, and the horizon was much higher in the frame, but it was still in relation to the same docks and everything.
Exactly. Yeah. It just means it's coming in at a higher angle to the lens. It doesn't unless your lens has immense distortion, you're not going to see a difference.
Or
I agree. If you have something like a fisheye lens, you're going to see things bend, but that's a property of the lens and not the property of the object.
Yo, black shark is never going to be a thing away at 1 foot up.
No, I got to head out, but it's nice talking to you.
Black shark. So to his point, if we find level in one spot, why is something above level in a distance if the Earth isn't convex or concave?
Is a black shark a tangible straight line measurement?
Doesn't matter. We're seeing the light reflected from the object in the distance. So if you're agreeing that there is refractive components, then I would agree with you as well.
Zanik, my stance is there are no optical tests that are going to prove the globe except for having the full globe in like a video.
No, there's a straight object that will have non-level spots along its path. For example, slack, and if you go there, they'll
take it or leave it. That's my opinion.
Percentage.
So a physical line, you're saying?
You can go there. There's actually a physical.
Yeah, we need a tangible line. That's what I'm saying.
There's a physical level. There's a physical measurement of level, and then there's a physical measurement of not level on the straightest object in the universe.
Yeah, so that's not optical. That's
doesn't take much to more than putting 2 and 2 together there to figure out what's going on.
What's the tangible line that you have?
A tube that's kept straight for 2 miles to the tolerance of 20 thousandths of an inch.
That's interesting.
Are you talking about LIGO?
Where's that?
No, I'm talking about slack. LIGO is very similar. A little more deviation, not as precise as far as the structure internal. But
all right, let's hold the water level to it.
Yeah, water level will show it's not level in certain spots and level in others.
Oh, that's a problem.
What? I thought you said
it's level at one spot, in one spot alone.
That's a problem because on the globe model it changes relative to wherever you're at, so it should show level all the way down it.
No, he means it's level at like one at the base.
Hold on. So there's someone new to the group here that doesn't understand what I'm saying. If you have something that's level at only one spot and it's perfectly straight, that shows that the surface or the object beneath it has a gravitational orientation that would make the plumb lines be non-parallel.
He's basically saying it's level at the tangent point.
It's level at the tangent point.
Can we do this?
Yeah, they have a demonstration there. If you go there, they'll do this for you.
Oh, I don't trust that.
Why didn't you? See, you're like the natural-born skeptic. They do this as part of their demonstration of the amazingness of this facility.
Do you have a video of this?
I'm interested to see that.
Do you have a video that they do this as like a tour?
No, I did it 20 years ago. I was there when they did this.
And yet, this is the first you've ever mentioned it.
I've always mentioned it.
I don't think you have.
This is
a relatively new argument of yours, Zanek.
I talked about they measured the variance in plumb lines, that it's a 20 thousandths of an inch tolerance to its straightness. I mentioned the copper tubes that they construct it with that are machined in 20-foot sections. I've mentioned things about this for years.
Zanek, I'm not saying I don't trust you, but it's anecdotal evidence. We need.
It's not anecdotal because you can go there. I went there.
That's shifting the burden of proof.
How do you? No. That's not shifting the burden of proof. I went there, and you said you trust me, and I saw it.
I said I don't. Not that I don't trust you.
That it was not level anywhere but one spot in the entire structure.
If they've been doing this for 20 years, at least, well, then there should be at least like one video.
They've been doing it for 30 or 40 years now.
Well, do they make you sign an NDA before you enter?
At the time, I had to sign an NDA because I was working under contract. But you can go in there without having to sign an NDA. They have visitors all the time.
So they have visitors for 20 years or more.
Yes,
and they're showing this thing, and not a single video of it exists.
No NDA.
Not a single video of it exists.
Why? Because most people. Come on, I'm not going to.
How long is the water level?
You are crazy, but most people in the world don't have a question with the world being straight around. They know it's round.
Why are they
know
showing
it's
this
round.
thing?
You don't know it's round, and I understand why you don't. And I think that's why we have the discussion that we do it, because you're
why are they doing it
posing
then?
very good questions.
Then why are they doing
but
it?
yeah, the reason they don't have videos because this doesn't matter to anyone but you.
Why
why
are
are
they
they
doing
doing it,
it
though?
then? It obviously matters to them if
because
they are doing it.
it's so interesting to think about it. It's almost
It is
mind-boggling.
interesting.
It's almost
It is
mind-boggling
interesting.
in a way.
I agree.
Okay, so how long is the water
What's
level
it
that they
called?
hold to it?
Don't want to look it up.
It's like a total station. It's like a
Total
it's like an
station is
auto level.
optical. We want a water
you're
level.
putting. They have a bubble one too, but they have one that fits on the structure, and you can see that it's level. And then in other spots, it has a very accurate way of measuring is it level or not. It's only off by 30 thousandths of an inch at one end. So it's a very small angular. I think the angular change is,
So they have like
fraction of a degree,
little
like
spirit
0.1 degree or
levels.
something. 0.1 or 0.1, 0.1 degree. I can't remember what
I
the
want to see it.
change
What is the
was.
name of it?
You should go there. If you really care about this, you would
What's
go.
the name of it?
Stanford Linear Accelerator. It's in Menlo Park. It's right off of Highway
Stanford
280.
Linear.
So
Accelerator.
Zanuck.
Slack. SLAC. Slack.
So if I'm understanding you correctly, Zanuck, they don't have a water level. They have little spirit levels, like every so often.
Wasn't a spirit level a water level?
No. The water
A
levels with
spirit
one
level's
with the
not a
tube,
water level?
long ass tube. That's the water level.
A long ass tube. Spirit level is not a water level.
A spirit level is a water level.
It's like a really short, super short water level, but it's not the type of flexible tubing water level that that surveyors and stuff use.
Okay.
You know what I'm talking about?
When I think of water level, I'm thinking of a spirit level. Personally.
Well, the water level is the one that's like it's got
level.
really thin tube with water in it, and you hold it vertically, and the water, like the meniscus, is at the same level on each end.
Based on what?
What do you mean? Because they're level with each other.
Gravity.
Water finds its level.
Okay, so I'd be willing to bet they haven't done that. But why don't maybe you could, if you went there or contacted someone there, you could organize
shifting of the burden
a hose
of proof
that's long enough, a
policy,
mile long hose or something. You could do this, and you would see that it would not. It would not be level. No, I'm just saying they have levels, bubble levels, things equivalent to bubble
that doesn't
levels.
help us.
You have a level.
You know why it doesn't help us?
What they did was, here's what they did. They did a plumb line, and they oriented it to the structure that is perfectly straight to 20 thousandths of an inch over 2 miles. And that plumb line deviated over 6 feet. I believe it was 35 thousandths or 40 thousandths of an inch or something. That's the demo they showed me.
Zanuck, you know why it doesn't help us?
Plumb line deviation. In the center, near the center, it was 0, and the ends there was deviation.
Okay,
so
but you
is
know why
it
this doesn't
physically
help us,
straight
Zanuck?
or is it level?
It's straight.
In my world, that's the same.
Level at all spots.
You know why this doesn't help us, Zanuck?
Why?
You know why having 3 spirit levels, one on each end, one in the middle, doesn't help us? Because
why?
It could just be raised a little bit.
Well, then it's raised. Okay.
It could be on a flat plane and just raised a little bit, and that's why the spirit levels on the ends aren't giving like the level, the level measurement.
But how would it be raised at one end and have the readings it do at all 3 points? At both ends.
He's saying it could be curved. He's saying that thing could be curved slightly on a flat
Curved
plane,
upwards,
and that's
yeah.
what would give the different deviation.
It can't be curved because I just got done telling you the tolerances are 20 thousandths of an inch over 2 miles.
That's another claim.
And how do they
have
determine
evidence
that?
for? How do you know that?
You shoot the you can show that visually. Visually, you can see things, right?
Optical. We don't want
hold on.
What?
They shoot a laser from one end to the other, 2 miles, and they can hit the target and measure that straightness. You can see that.
Okay.
Okay, so you could have the what's called.
There's no air inside. It's inside of a vacuum.
So is that how you calibrate
this light
the water
bounces
level?
through the tube.
It's in a vacuum. 10 to the minus 7 vacuum.
Yo, fiber optics travel through like a curve, and the light goes from one end to the other super fucking quick. So what's your point?
Right, but it's got a light tube that it's refracting in.
And how do you know this one doesn't have that? It's not
Because
refracting.
you can see you have an 8-inch diameter tube, and you're shooting a laser through the middle of it. So no, you can't have refraction.
You're saying that for fiber optics, the only reason the light is going from one end to the other is because of refraction?
Correct.
How?
Go look up how fiber optics work. It's inside of a glass casing, or it's a hollow glass tube, and that light that goes through the glass tube, not hollow, but the solid glass tube, which is in the center of the cable itself, the light travels through it by refracting off its circumference down the fiber optic. So it doesn't matter what the cable does, it's always refracting and staying inside the glass.
Okay, if you just mean by refracting, you mean bending, of course.
Not bending, deflecting. You're confusing bending with the deflecting. The bending occurs because there is a calculus.
You mean reflecting?
With a constant changing direction, meaning a curve, like over a horizon. And that's why we get the refraction we have that we claim to see, as you say, we claim to see over the Earth. But in most of the Snell's law would be talking about going from one medium to another with different refractive indexes and an angle of incidence. This angle of incidence with relation to the curve of the Earth is constantly changing. So it's a progressively curving change of the light's path. See?
No, I don't see.
That's how it works.
All I see are claims with no evidence.
You kind of get it now. So no, you can't have a light bending inside of a vacuum when it reaches one end to the other, because that's
another claim.
It works in a light fiber optic laser, which you try to equivocate. So that's false.
That's another claim. You're saying now it's a
equivocation fallacies which you're using there.
Yo, Zanik, you've made so many claims with no evidence.
Yeah,
first, you said that this thing exists at Slack, and that they've been doing the things for more than 20 years.
Show me a hollow glass tube that you can bend.
Hold up, and you said that they were doing the things for doing these like kind of examples, or what did you call them?
I can't find it. But
false equivalency.
You said the people, like the tour guides, were doing this
on their website,
demonstration. Let me ask you, what kind of demonstration is showing the people already 3 spirit levels that are already set up? How is that a demonstration? If the thing's already set up.
That's what it is. It's a demonstration. You have
a demonstration that's them doing something, not pointing at something.
That is that you're measuring something, not doing something.
So the tour guides don't do anything.
What did they use to level it out and build it in the first place?
Okay, so
first if the light's either traveling down the tube, that's doing something, or you're measuring something, which is measuring a plumb bob and against a meter stick to see what its deviation is from a 90-degree angle.
I don't know, man. Just the way you said it, you made it seem like the tour guides or whatever were doing this little shtick, like this demonstration, this gimmicky thing that they would show to the tourists, and that they've been doing this for 20 years. But now you're saying that it's just 3 spirit levels that are always there.
I didn't say it was 3 spots. They've been measured in 3 spots. I think they have 2 spots that they compare it to. They show you one that's level and another one's not. I think it was 2 actually. And you measure one spot and then another spot. It wasn't the full length of the thing, but they don't need to go the full length of the measurement they made. You're saying that it could be just be one end lifted over the other.
In any case, claim 1 that they're doing these things.
They can't be one side lifted.
Claim 2.
Hold on.
Hold up. I'm just going through your claims that you haven't provided any evidence
percentage. The reason that you knee-jerk reaction was it's because the whole thing could be tilted. No, it's not tilted. The reason we know it's not tilted is because the direction of these plumb lines are pointed against each other. Yeah, there's an acute angle between them.
Okay, well, it could also be that the spirit levels are off like center. Maybe they're a little lopsided or something like that. Maybe they're purposely
on the actual structure. Oh my God, this thing is so
not on the actual structure. The spirit levels
themselves.
One
of the finest machinings that have ever been done in those decades.
That's another claim.
No, you can see how it's made.
30 nanometer, whatever you said.
If you work in the machine shops, which I have as well, or in CNC machines, you can tell that the way that what they've done is incredibly tight as far as tolerances.
That's your claim, bro.
No, I've seen it. You can see these things how they're made.
That's anecdotal evidence. That's not helpful whatsoever.
I can show you the video how they're made, and that might. Oh my God!
How about you show us the video of them?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because when it's done, you can shoot a laser from one end to the other and have it meet the target, and it's exactly at the center where it started from versus the origin point in the vacuum. So in the vacuum, it's going perfectly straight because it is the straightest object in the universe that we know of.
Okay. So let's say it's a straight object. Okay. And they're shooting this laser through it, right? Is it possible that the spirit level, you said there's 2 points where they measure, right? So these 2 spirit levels, is it possible that they are a little bit lopsided?
Maybe
no, it's on the structure itself.
Maybe accidentally or maliciously.
No, because they do it all the time. It's a repeated measurement. And
but isn't that thing? Aren't they just like left
along
there?
its path?
Hold on, aren't they just left there?
Let me play your game. How you're playing this? If I were you, I'd say
no. Just answer the question, please. Are the spirit levels taken off and on, put off and on, put off and on for 20 years?
Let me finish real quick. Hold on. If I were you, I'd say, you know what? And this, you probably might take this. What if whatever is causing this plumb line to have its directionality? What if that's varying and it's local for that particular site in the mountains? Like we have denser rock beneath you.
Well, no, please don't move away from slack. We're still talking about slack.
On a sphere.
If we wouldn't be on a sphere, and you have a varying density because of the mass beneath you, which we do see. Geodetic surveyors see this all the time. So maybe that is what's happening, and that's why it measures like the plumb lines are curved.
Congratulations, Zanuck.
That's the tact I would use, not the fact that it's not being measured, because it is.
Congratulations, Zanuck. You deflected more than the glass in those fiber optic wires. Good job.
Yeah. You can object. That's what you're good at. You're throwing things at the wall and hoping things stick.
No, you didn't answer my question.
I agree.
Are they taking the spirit levels off and putting them on, and taking them off and putting them on, and taking them off and putting them on? Zanuck, are they doing that, or are the spirit levels just like left there? Are they fastened to it?
It's a setup. They have to set it up. It's not something that is functional for this particular device. They do it for a tour.
Okay, so they take them off and put them on every single time.
Yeah, they mount it up, and they show this demonstration.
And they mount it up in the same location, maybe on mounts that are already mounted onto it.
All they need to know is where the 0 point is, where it is perfectly level, and know that everything to the right of it is pointing inward, and everything to the left of it is pointing inward.
Are the mount points installed on the tube, on the housing of it?
They put the measurement. Yes, mounted from the tube, and has a long stick that is finely machined aluminum extruded tube that mounts on the top of the structure, and then they hang a plumb bob on it with a needle point on it.
I thought it was a spirit level. No, we're talking about the spirit level.
No, it's the same thing as a spirit level. It's a plumb line.
Which one is it though?
It's a spirit. I don't know what you call this thing. It's a plumb bob with a
plumb bob or a spirit level. I doubt you would get those confused, Zanuck.
So we're looking to see what level it is.
I know, but you're recalling it from your memory.
A bubble.
You're recalling it from your memory. Why would you get those two confused?
You call it.
I damn well what a plumb bob is and what a spirit level is.
Spirit level ever. You did. I was just going along.
What? You said that they had levels, man. I asked you if
they
hold a water level, and you said yes. You said, I thought you meant spirit level by water level.
Water level, plumb bob, it's all the same thing.
Oh, this is getting suspect.
You're finding level. I was just using the word level.
Hold up, Zanuck.
Bubble level, water level,
come on, just give me a second.
Tubes, and I said, is it bubble level, a spirit level? You said, no, it's not. I mean, I was just going along.
You don't have to. Don't go along. Just be honest. Zanuck, do you honestly think that I would expect you to confuse a spirit level and a plumb bob?
You of all people, language that my audience is paying attention in, and all you need to know is that we're using a level. How it's happening, you don't need to know. You're measuring level.
You do if you're speaking from memory, and this is your claim, and your only evidence is anecdotal evidence.
You're measuring every other spot. It measures is not level. And
how they got the level, you don't need to know.
Your Honor, this is unreliable witness testimony. I move to
you can say whatever you want, but you're the one that's not going to go there. You're the one that can't understand that they did measure this. And believe me, if there was any discrepancy in this tube that over a non-level surface or a non-curved surface, it would have leaked out over 50 years, 40 years, however long this thing's been built. I think it was built in the late 70s.
You're all over the place, man.
No, I'm not all over the place. This is another form of fallacious argument.
What are you talking about, bro? You're shifting the goalposts. No, you said it was a spirit level, and then you said it was a plumb bob.
I've told you what they measure. You said you believe me. You said you trust me.
I don't believe you.
I told you I saw it.
I didn't say that. Don't lie. I said not that
I don't trust them.
I said not that I don't trust you. That doesn't mean I do trust you.
With a discerning eye, was asking questions. That's what they did, and why this happens. I was blown away because at that time I had no idea how you'd measure the freaking surface of the Earth. So when I heard, I was like, "Oh, this is really cool. This is wow. It's like magic."
Zdenek, at this point, I don't trust you at all.
Okay, well, fine. You don't have to trust me.
So stop bringing the anecdotal evidence. We want actual evidence.
And you'll see ships going over the horizon, 300 feet of ships missing without any distortion.
I don't give a ship. Zdenek, I love you. I love you, bro, but I trust you as far as I could throw you. And you're a pretty big, hefty dude as far as I remember, so that's not much at all. If you have any actual evidence,
knowledge,
then please present it.
And you could go down with that ship over the horizon. I don't care. Doesn't matter. I'm not here to impress you.
I'll go down with the ship.
I'm here to have the discussion. And if you want to go there and impress your friends, you could do some pretty cool tests there because they would allow you. Believe me, I don't know if I know someone still, but if we got in contact with the right person, they would love to have someone like you there asking questions.
This is kind of a fun thing. 5-word response: shifting of the burden of proof fallacy.
So all ships go downhill.
No, it's not shifting any burden of proof. You're the one that needs proof. I don't have. I already
it's probably about 8 words.
Now I have to. I have to. In order to meet your qualifications of proof, I have to go there with a videographer and a team of
just you and
trust.
A video camera. I mean, a cell phone would be fine.
Because if not a videographer that's independent, I might be involved with altering CGI or something with the levels and.
I don't trust you, but I trust uncut, raw, live stream video. So let's go.
That's never been a qualification for proof.
For me, it is. Video. 2022, you can still, definitely, baby.
You can still manipulate video even live.
Yeah, but it's harder for them and definitely going to be too hard for you. That's why I trust you alone more. If you get a team with you, then they could be doing this shit.
Fallacy. See, that's not.
You hear me, Zanik? If it's you alone, you're not going to be able to video it. And
global warming doesn't happen.
Zanik, listen,
it can't happen because there's so little in the atmosphere. You can't say
Zanik, listen. If it's just you alone, I trust you to be able to only record it. I don't expect you to be able to record it and to doctor it live stream while it's live streaming.
I would love to have you. I would love
to
go
if you had a team, then it gets to be untrustworthy.
I would love to go with you to that facility and have you ask all these questions and see.
So I'd love to go with you anywhere.
What would you do if you saw this? What would you say if you saw what I saw, where the plumb lines distinctly vary from each end inward and the middle is level?
If it was done correctly.
Yes.
If literally they had a water level.
Yeah, so water level.
Let's hope it's at least half a mile long, water level, and there was a disparity between the two. Yeah. Then for me, it's a globe. So we have a curve. Simple as that.
Well, then I got to save some money, fly you out here, and get that test set up.
Shit, I could pay for my own ticket. What is this?
Well, then go out there then. So just set up the test. Then you'll fly out there.
No, because I don't trust that it's happening. I think the likelihood of it happening is super little.
If you fly out there and we don't do the test to your satisfaction, I'll pay for your ticket.
No, I don't care about that, man. It's just I don't want to inconvenience myself for something that I suspect is a wild goose chase. Okay.
So we need to videotape it first and then have you fly out to see it.
If I want to confirm it, sure, but I probably will take it if it's a credible video off that alone.
Maybe, God, I'd like to.
That's why I'm confused why over 20 years no one's ever done this.
Because they've done this. They haven't videotaped it because it's not important to anybody. It's more of a circus act.
I don't know about that, man.
It is.
It does sound like a circus act, though. It sounds like they're definitely clowning around.
People go up and see the shape of the Earth all the time. There is just William Shatner. My buddy's dad. I know his son. His dad went up into space and said the Earth was curved. I think he's lying. Think the windows were curved.
Bro,
that's why he saw the curve.
You don't have to name drop, bro.
Well, no, but William Shatner is someone you can. I mean, he's a well-known actor, but his son is someone I know, and he wouldn't lie to me.
Yeah, but you don't have to flex by I'm 3 degrees of separation
I don't know
from
William
Shatner.
But hey, he's just a guy, and his dad is William Shatner. He's not any kind of government agent, and he went up to space and he saw the curvature of the Earth. Why wouldn't you believe him?
Because I don't know him.
All right.
I don't want to take just trust people, blind faith in people.
Well, all these,
especially ones I've never met.
And tens of hundreds of people are going to space.
The fuck all of that
every year, and every one of them seeing the Earth or the curves, and yet
they go to space
them and having them sign a NDA where they can't say they really saw? Or
that's your claim.
No,
my claim.
What do you think they're doing with these people?
My suspicion is that 0 are going to space.
You don't think there's space?
I don't think anyone's going to space.
Why not?
Because I've never seen a demonstration of astronauts akin to in a vacuum akin to the space, the vacuum of space.
Yeah, they have. They show it all the time. You watch the spacecraft take off, and in your view, you watch the thrust of the rocket plume out to where it's almost 180 degrees divergent out of the nozzle. That can only be simulated in a vacuum.
Not true.
Absolutely true. They have a structure. NASA has a structure where they do the feather and bowling ball drop. That structure is where they test the rockets in vacuum.
Let's see one. Let's see them use that structure where they hang a super mini rocket up from the ceiling, and then they light it, and it moves up. It produces thrust.
You'll say that whatever is producing out of the rocket is what it's using to keep itself alive. I mean, flat earthers come up with all sorts of nonsense.
No, because I just said
responses.
It's hanging at the top of near the ceiling, right?
Yeah.
So any exhaust is going to have to travel a long way before it hits any of the walls or the floor, and they could have the vacuums pumping at the same time, so as to try to keep it a vacuum as much as possible.
Right.
And we'll see in the split second, after it's ignited, if it actually raises up.
What if there's a super tall vacuum tube that they could do this in with a small scale? Or you'd like?
Well, if it's a vacuum tube, then it would probably hit the sides, and it wouldn't really, be good, and probably wouldn't be able to maintain such a vacuum because it's going to be a lot smaller area. The bowling ball feather one would be.
According to the physics that we
good enough.
Clearly understand, why wouldn't a rocket work in space? It doesn't need anything to push off of.
Why wouldn't it?
It doesn't need anything to push off of.
Because maybe the physical laws that we know about only work on terra firma. Maybe the laws of the heavens are different. Maybe we have different sets of natural laws that we never considered.
Maybe.
Exactly.
There's nothing there to indicate that the laws aren't followed.
Because we've never been up there to say all we have are the laws of terra firma.
Okay, what about the 3 or 4? I think it's 4 flights at 300,000 feet that were basically in space, and that needed thrusters to keep it oriented. And it wasn't flying at that point.
What?
And what about the rocket, the X-15, X4, X-15? I can't remember which one. I can't remember which one it was. It flew at 300,000 feet. We lost 2 pilots in that program, but three of them I think were successful, and they were flying in space with rocket assist to control it. Rocket assist control.
Okay.
The orientation of the rocket.
How long did they stay up there?
I don't know how long the flight exactly was. It wasn't very long though.
Is it possible that they just went so fast down here where there's atmosphere pushing off it, and then just increased and saw how high they could go?
No, they actually flew in space they have a video of it, I think. You can see that. And they were not flying because there's no air up there, and they can measure that we all know that the atmosphere goes down exponentially, and we can measure things up to, with low tech stuff, to 125,000 feet to 0.015 psi, which is basically space.
I know the Kármán line is just an arbitrary, not so much arbitrary, but it's kind of the upper range of where we think aeronautics can achieve.
So they were flying at the Kármán.
But if you have, hold up. If you have a fuel, or a propellant or whatever that can achieve greater burn off, right, greater thrust, then that will increase the altitude at which you can fly with aeronautics. You agree with me, right?
No. Because the problem is there's not enough lift generated. It's not a matter of thrust. It's a matter of you cannot generate enough lift.
Yeah, I meant lift because I said aeronautics. I meant lift. So you're going to achieve more lift, and therefore be able to get a higher height, higher altitude with the same plane with a different propellant, like a more powerful.
No, that's where you're wrong too.
Burning
thrust
propellant.
Is the thrust.
You agree?
But no, I won't agree because thrust. It doesn't matter what the medium is. The thrust is the thrust. So you go as high.
It
doesn't
as you want matter what the medium is when it's a plane.
You can have a 1. You get a 1.5 to a 1 thrust ratio. and it'll keep on going up. It'll have a little more as it goes higher because it'll be less wind resistance counteracting it, but it'll go as high as you want it to go forever.
What are you talking about? If you can achieve a chord line that's giving you like lift because you have more thrust, because basically the wind is moving quicker through your wind foil, you can go higher. That's basics of avionics, man.
No, avionics is what you use to control the aircraft, know where you're at. Aviation and avionics.
Aviation, don't be pedantic.
I'm just kidding with you.
Is it? It is. You're tripping.
It's
definitely
just
avionics.
to be clear.
It's
you
aerodynamic.
just told somebody else not to be pedantic.
Don't mean to be pedantic. So no,
my point.
All you need to do is if you match the weight, if thrust matches the weight, you can rise up and continue to rise up indefinitely.
Fair enough. All right. So if we have a really strong engine on this like X-15 or whatever fucking spy plane you're talking about, and you're able to get a lot of thrust, then you should technically be able to go higher with aeronautics, right?
Well, it's not going to have any more thrust and go any faster if let's say you got just a hair above its weight, so it starts rising up, but the acceleration will be muted because you have aerodynamic drag. But once it passes out of the air, which is pretty soon, which is only at 100,000 foot level, you will see it start accelerating a little greater because the acceleration is going to be based on the force. The acceleration will equal the force divided by the mass. That'll be the acceleration rate, and it will continue to go upward forever. Nothing will slow it down. It will continue to go up, no matter what the atmosphere is, whether there is some or none. There isn't any. It'll go up. Now, initially, it didn't matter because you're going so slow. There was no aerodynamic drag, so it's going to be roughly the same. But you're accelerating, so you will be going faster and faster. For example, you could go up to like 100,000 feet, slow down, stop, and hit the thrusters again, and it will react just like it did. This is actually a good thought experiment. It'll act just like it did when it was on the surface. The same acceleration rate that it took off with, it'll have at 150,000 feet or even 300,000 feet. So you can stop there, hover like a helicopter, and then hit the jets again, hit the rockets, and it will accelerate just like it did when it was at sea level.
Okay.
Initially.
So, what height did you say this X-15 went to?
300,000 feet.
And Kármán line is how much?
Right about that.
Okay, then what the fuck? What are we talking about then? Of course it was aeronautics.
Aerodynamic drag?
Bro, they had a really good plane that could generate a lot of thrust. And
there's nothing at 300,000 feet. There is nothing at 300,000 feet. There's no air up there.
It's not that there's no air. No, that's just the boundary at which you can't, with modern aviation.
There's no air at 200,000 feet. There's really no air. There's nothing to control the surfaces.
The Kármán line is the boundary in which modern aviation could not produce enough lift to go higher.
What is that? What
do you mean? What is that?
He's calling that the Kármán line.
The Kármán line?
That's the Kármán line. Yeah.
Oh, you think that you can have lift below it?
Yes.
How far below it?
What do you mean? Any point below it, depending on the plane.
An airplane is
the Kármán line is defined as the edge of space, not as the edge of where you can have lift.
Maybe you should read up on Kármán and the Wikipedia article and learn about the Kármán line. Okay.
I know they don't use. That's not a basis for when things can fly aerodynamically.
Are you serious?
That's where there's so little atmosphere that they call that space.
Bro, you need to learn about why the Kármán line is the Kármán line, and Kármán, the guy that made the line, its viewpoints on it.
So what is your definition
of the boundary between aeronautics and astronautics? That's what it is.
Yeah, but in reality, there's no air there to, like I said, at 120,000
if the plane is going fast enough, it can generate lift.
Stop talking. 15 thousandths of a psi at 120,000 feet. 15 thousandths. Now, what can fly in that unless it's going incredibly fast, right?
X-15. Gotcha.
Right. But no, there's other things that have flown. There's the U-2 is flew close to 100,000 feet.
All right, that's fine.
So, but you see the wings it had? the wings were like 100 meters long. Why?
As long as we agree that we can have
and it basically
airplanes
flew right at
that
stall
high.
speed, but the stall speed of the U-2 was just below 600 miles an hour. So they did that on purpose, so because they knew it couldn't go supersonic because it would fly apart, but they could fly just below supersonic with these long wings that were not made like aerodynamically. All it needed to do is fly to the edge of supersonic limits. Now, think about this for a second. Its true stall speed, indicated airspeed, was about 70 miles an hour. So 70 or 80 miles an hour, that's what it's flying at 120,000 feet. It's almost going the speed of sound.
First off, indicated airspeed is no true stall speed.
That's
indicated airspeed isn't even a speed.
That's how you. So now you don't know something again. Let me help you understand that.
No, indicated airspeed is not a speed.
The aircraft. Hold on. The stall speed of the aircraft is the indicated. Would be indicated on the on those instrumentation. Why? Because that's the number of molecules that are flying over and under the wing. So you would fly at near indicated airspeed of around 70, 80 miles an hour. However, you would be at 300,000 feet or 120,000 feet, and that would be a ground speed, a true airspeed of near the speed of sound. That's why they designed it like that.
Incorrect.
So listen to me. That's
Zanuck, hold up. Your ignorance is shining, and I have to correct you. Hold up, 1 second. I have to correct you, Zanuck.
Speeds,
Zanuck, you've got two things wrong right now.
You're not listening. You're going near 700 miles an hour above your head, but its indicated airspeed is right at stall. That's how they designed it to fly.
Okay, are you done? This is what you got wrong.
I'm right, and that's how it's designed.
No, you're not right, and I'll tell you what you got wrong. Number one, you said indicated airspeed is the true stall speed. Indicated airspeed is not even a speed, and it's not the measurement of the...
Yes, it is.
Hold up, and it's not the measurement of the... Zanuck, you got to let me correct you, okay?
You're not going to correct me.
It's not the measurement of the wind above and below the wing.
You do not fly. If I fly...
Bro, can we get another mod to come in here and kind of like moderate this conversation?
Airspeed, hold on. Indicated airspeed. Anyone knows anyone flown a plane in their lives officially?
Zanuck, you got it. You got to realize that you are being a little bit incorrigible and unfair to percentage, of course.
I appreciate.
He's here alone.
All right,
you got to make sure you give space.
So number one, indicated airspeed is not the measure of the wind above and below the airfoil. Indicated airspeed is the measure of the ram air pressure versus the static pressure. Okay, and it's not a speed; it's just an indication of that pressure. And then they have a little chart where they've calculated what the speed would equate to. That's number one. Number two, the true airspeed is not the ground speed. The true airspeed is before they subtract or add the wind component to get the ground speed. Okay, so you can't equate those two either. The ground speed plus the wind component is the true airspeed. You understand that? Okay.
I can't believe you.
And that's why I stopped you. I'm sure you probably got something else wrong, but that's why I stopped.
Let me speak now. You talked all over me the whole time.
Go ahead.
I said very clearly that the indicated airspeed was a speed of the air that you would be installing. You measure that against. The true airspeed could be calculated from that altitude and the indicated airspeed, and then the ground speed would be a variation of the true airspeed. Now, not equal, but on a calm day where there's no wind, they would be close to equal. The point
there are no days.
Hold on. The point is,
hold up. We'll go quick.
I'm almost done. I'm almost done. I let you finish.
I
let you finish. Let me finish. I let you finish. So if you're flying an airplane and you want to know where it's going to stall, you're up at 10,000 feet. You start pulling back on the yoke. You will look at the indicated airspeed because that's what the indicators are using as airspeed. And the airspeed indicator tells you that the Cessna is going to stall at 55 miles an hour. And lo and behold, at 55 miles an hour airspeed or knots, at 10,000 feet, it starts to stall. No surprise to us, but maybe you.
All right.
However, the ground speed is quite different. The ground speed is more like 100 miles an hour or 70 miles an hour or 80 miles an hour, something above the indicated airspeed. Why? Because the air is thinner.
Done. Z. Okay.
The air is thinner, and you have less molecules of air going over and under the wing.
You're funny, man. All right. True airspeed is not a variation of ground speed. You are wrong about that, okay? And you can't say that they're the same on a calm day with no wind because there's always a wind component, okay? You could go to aviationweather.gov and you can see that there's always a wind component. You can't say that, on a calm day it's the same in an effort to shift, is it shift the goalposts? Yeah, shift the goalposts so as to make it seem like you're less wrong and I'm not as right, when in reality you were just wrong and I was right.
No, it wasn't even. That wasn't even the point.
In a sense, though, it's talking about
wait, respond to percentage. That wasn't even the point percentage. And you know it. Those are thrown out together because that's a much faster speed.
Then why is he mentioning a Cessna?
I didn't have to equate them. Let me stop talking over me.
Go ahead.
I didn't have to equate them. The point is the indicated airspeed is the stall speed of that aircraft, and it is determining how many molecules of air are going over and under the wing based on its design, and that will tell you when it's going to stall. If you're flying at if you're at 30,000, no. If you're flying
indicated
at
30,000 feet, uses pitot
and if you're indicated air,
why do you think above and below the wing?
Oh my God, percentage! You are a piece of work, really. Seriously.
No, but Zanik, it's not wind above and below the wing. It's using the pitot tubes, the ram air pressure versus the static pressure that's inside the plane.
I know that's not even in the wings. It's on the friggin' fuselage in the nose.
Exactly.
What I'm saying is it determines how much air is available to go under and over the wing based on its attitude, based on your angle of attack. That is a true
I guess
statement.
you could say that.
No, not could. You do say that.
That's not what they do,
I
though.
fucking got a degree in aeronautical engineering. What the fuck's wrong with you?
That's not what they do,
damn
though.
it. This is child's play. You're
But
child's
no,
play.
you can change.
All right, Zanik, bring it back.
You can
to
change the angle of the wings, so that's not what they do.
What are you talking? I said the stall for an aircraft of any wing is determined by its angle of attack. Would you not agree?
Yes, I would agree.
Okay.
Angle attack and speed. Angle attack and thrust.
Every wing has a stall speed in knots for a certain density of air, whatever the attitude is. If the stall speed for a Cessna is 70 miles an hour, or 70 or 55 knots, that's going to be the same at 10,000 feet or 100,000 feet.
Disagree.
As long as you're not, hold on, as long as you're not approaching the speed of sound. Because when you start approaching the speed of sound, things get weird. Air starts acting like, Air starts acting like a compressible fluid. An incompressible fluid.
Okay, but that's not true.
Are you saying then that
it is true? Everything I've told you is true.
Go ahead.
Are you saying then that the wind detects less air the closer you get to the Kármán line?
What?
Well, the claim is that the further up you go, the less air there is. So would the wind speed get lower and lower? Is that what you're saying?
The indicated airspeed will get lower and lower until you stall. If you couldn't provide
said the stall speed would be the same.
If you couldn't provide the thrust with a given angle of attack to create lift, you will stall. And that stall can speed at, let's say hypothetically, at 200,000 feet, you might be having to go many times the speed of sound to get that wing to actually fly. And if you can't have enough air across the top and the bottom of the wing, it will stall, even though you're going many times past the speed of sound.
You just said the stall speed is the same regardless of whether you're like 1,000 feet, or 10,000 feet, or 100,000 feet, or whatever you said.
Yes. The indicated airspeed would be a measure of your stall speed.
How would the speed be the same when the speed is determined, indicated airspeed is determined by the amount of pressure, the amount of wind, and those winds vary at different altitudes.
Don't use the word wind. It's not wind. Stay with pressure.
It's the wind component. I mean, not the wind
component.
Not the wind
component.
Yeah, it's
not the wind component.
Ram air pressure.
Again. Stop using words that are
So the pressure is not created by
the fucking word is, Zanik. Stop. The point is the wind changes with height.
No,
with
not the wind.
So how is it staying the same?
The air density.
Right.
Sure. Why is it staying the same at different altitudes? If
it's not.
Well, you just said the stall speed, which is the indicated airspeed, which is the measure of the static versus the ram air pressure, is the same at different altitudes.
Wouldn't stay there, but the plane would stall at that indicated. Why can't you? This is easy. You can't be. You got to be playing with me. Come on.
You got to be making this up as you go.
The indicated airspeed is 55 miles an hour. Let's say we have this hypothetical Cessna. If we're going 200,000 feet, in order to go 55 knots to get the indicated airspeed of 55 knots, I would have to be traveling at many times the speed of sound to do that. And that plane cannot go speed of sound because it will fucking tear it apart.
Yeah, okay.
So do rockets go the speed of sound?
No, I'm not wrong. This is table stakes.
No, he said something else. First year
aeronautical
the guy wanted to say something. Let him.
I said, do rockets go close to the speed of sound then?
I think he said a rocket, not that you're wrong.
Yeah.
Or a combination airplane rocket, which what the X-15 was. So they weren't flying anymore at that altitude. They were using their rocket control assist to actually fly the plane, like the lunar lander. That's how they flew it at that altitude. Very small bursts of compressed gases.
Zanik, you said another thing that was incorrect as well.
What's that?
You said that they I think you said they calculate the true airspeed. Is that right?
You calculate the true airspeed, yes.
You said from the indicated airspeed that you calculate the true airspeed.
From the indicated airspeed and the altitude, and then of course the wind as well. You mentioned that as well.
That's also wrong.
Oh, not the wind. You mean the pressure, right?
That's how you change your indicated airspeed to true airspeed. There's a calculation for that.
There's a calculation.
You take your altitude, and you take the barometric pressure of the air, the density of the air, and it calculates your true airspeed.
You don't take the pressure. You take the temperature. The temperature.
No,
the altitude.
temperature can change. Your density altitude can change.
I know. That's why it's an approximation. You take the temperature and the altitude. The altitude they get from
approximation.
Hold up, Zanik. The altitude they get from the barometric pressure. They take that and the temperature with an E6B, and they come up with their they derive
temperature. You said temperature and pressure, so you're wrong, right? You said pressure.
Bro, where do you think they get the
pressure.
altitude
First
from?
You said temperature, now you said pressure.
No, where do you think they get the altitude from?
I know how they get the altitude from. You're
from
asking
the
me?
pressure.
Come on.
And that's what they use that with the temperature. Temperature and altitude.
Temperature only? No, it's not only temperature.
E6B, yes.
No,
look at an E6B.
No.
It has
you can have the same temperature at 10,000 feet as sea level.
That's not my point, Zanik. My point is...
You can have the same temperature at 10,000 feet.
My point is that you skipped a step.
You can have the same temperature at 10,000 feet as you do at sea level, so you're wrong right there.
Yo, Zanik, are you seriously, you got a degree in aeronautic engineering?
Yes.
Because I'm running circles around you right now.
And you're not, actually. You said
you skipped a step. In this derivation of true airspeed, you skipped a step.
You said they determined the true airspeed by the temperature. That's not how they do it.
Temperature and altitude. Look at an E6B.
How do you get the altitude?
From the pressure. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, because pressure. There you go.
Yeah, and you were wrong because you said they don't use temperature, and they do.
Dude, come on.
And you skipped a step. You skipped a step of the calibrated airspeed. You know what that is? Calibrated airspeed?
Yes.
Yes, you skipped that step. You said they calculated it straight from
I'm trying to stay high level. Dude, you can't even tell. Dude, if you're not listening to yourself, other people are.
Get wrecked, Zanik. Give me your degree.
No, and then that's
your degree. Hand it over.
Flat Earth comeback. You're
Hand it over. You don't deserve your degree.
Sounds like Jeremy. Yeah, I'm getting wrecked. Dude, you're getting wrecked, man. You don't understand reference frame.
Give me your degree.
I'm the toilet cleaner.
What university did you get it from?
Cal Poly.
I've been wrecking Globers for 5 years.
Give it to me. Cal Polytech aviation degree? I deserve it. Let's go.
Aeronautical engineering.
Same difference. Let's go.
Aviation degree. Dude, you still think it's avionics.
But you know, at least, Zanik, now you know that indicated airspeed, they use that. They get their calibrated airspeed, which is basically do manufacturers' specifications based off of whatever aircraft it is.
What if I just copy some my pilot books and put them on the chat here? Would that help you out?
No, I think it would help you out. When's the last time you looked at them?
All right. Whatever you say. Dude, you're funny.
Yeah, I was about to award you Zanik's degree. It was only fair, but then you said it was what did you call it? No, whatever you call it. You said aviation degree. Yeah, but you said that as it was a no-go.
I'm gonna give you my diploma.
Hey, my mom wrote my diploma, so
I think we should give it to Jeremy for safekeeping.
We should.
Jeremy can hold a raffle or something for it.
Nah, fuck raffles, man. I never win those. I've never won a single raffle in my life.
Really?
Yeah,
we used to have raffles.
Like with school and stuff, they always used to do some stupid shit. I never won a single one. Rigged, man.
Yeah, we had raffles in Christmas parties in the Navy all the time, and one year it's everybody in my little group, I guess. At my table, at least, we won like we won like almost all the raffles. It's crazy. I forgot what I didn't win anything that special, but maybe like a fucking speaker or something like that. But yeah, somebody won like a fucking large TV, all this other type of shit.
You should have kept all those raffle numbers from that table and then done the lottery.
Well, I mean, we all played the lottery together too, but we never won that.
I've won a contest. Like I've won contests before, just not raffles.
You know, I won an art contest in my math department. Before.
Then again, I've won bingos. Does bingo count as a raffle? Because they like shake the thing up and they took the thing out, like as if it was like lottery slash raffle.
Well, I mean, it's almost better to win bingo.
Same principle, right?
If you're at a, depending on where you won it at, it's probably better than winning a raffle. Because you get like $700 or something winning bingo.
Yeah.
At least where I was. I think that's right. I think you get like $700 at least.
I think
I want
like 350 a game or something like that.
I won a new golf driver in a raffle once.
A what?
A new driver for golf. It's a $200 driver.
Damn, that's a cheap driver.
Well, this was probably 10 years ago when they were cheaper. Nowadays they're $500.
I would never pay $200 for a driver, so.
The only driver that I'd pay for golf is if I'm hiring a Mexican to literally drive my golf cart. You know.
That's the best part about playing golf is you can drive drunk, man. So. Legally drive drunk.
I wouldn't hire someone to drive the golf cart. That's the funnest part.
I know you just wanted to make the joke. I know, I get it.
Yeah.
It was there. But
yeah, you'd be well over par with that.
What was that, Jim Jam?
You'd be well over par without a driver.
Oh yeah, sure.
Probably, yeah.
Well, I only ever play with 3 clubs. I never do more than 3 clubs.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Cool one. 3 clubs and a putter.
No, I mean 3 clubs including a putter.
Oh, that's annoying.
I get by like that. I mean, I guess you need like a wedge.
One of the clubs
or something.
is a putter. Like it.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Well, no, I just use a putter. But I mean, like.
So would you have like a 3-iron and a 9-iron?
No, more like a 4 or 5 iron.
And a 9 or a pitch and wedge or some sort of wedge.
No, that's what I was saying. I guess if I was gonna have another one, I guess you'd have it at wedge as well. But yeah, just a driver, 5 iron.
Kosher, you can't afford a whole set.
No, I don't bother carrying them around. I mean, I don't have a.
Let's be real. Who golfs?
I had a set of terrible clubs, but I didn't even bring them all. I would just bring those 3.
I mean, I'd say it's terrible to watch, but it's fun to play. I mean, same with cricket. Who wants to watch cricket? But playing it's fun.
I would say cricket is probably way funner than golf.
To watch or play?
I'd still probably prefer to watch golf than cricket.
I don't know if I would. I would agree with you if, like 10 years ago when I didn't know what the fuck cricket was or how it worked. But I think at this point, I'd still prefer watching cricket.
Like, there's most sports you prefer to watch than do, prefer to do than watch. Apart from one sport, I'd say snooker, because it's just so bloody hard. You might as well just watch the professionals do it.
You know, Chronic likes to watch. Chronic's a big fan of. What
Boys?
is that fucking dumb one called? No, it's called? What's that shit called? What's the ice thing when you're on ice?
Curling.
Yeah. How'd you know it was curling?
How do I know?
Imagine like something gay.
Yeah, what was that? What's curling?
I used to be quite obsessed with that as a kid, actually, with the Olympics. Just watching these guys sweep the ice as this things moving across. I was like, what is this? Is this a sport? Seriously, like, really?
I watched it for a good couple hours, like at some like the Olympics, like maybe like 10 years ago or something like that. But the only difference is I watched the women sweeping the ice.
Dude, that's one of the ones where it's like
Sorry, go on.
Go ahead, me.
I was just gonna say, I think I always used to watch that just in the hopes that someone fucks up and like touches the stone as it's moving with the thing. Oh shit! I always wanted to see what would happen, like, but they never fail on that.
That's an example of one of the ones that I'm saying that I don't know why they would have to be separate. They have to be separated. It's like you could just make it to the best curlers in the world, the best curling team. It doesn't have to be like boys curling and girls curling. It seems like a waste to
because if anything, women have an advantage when it comes to sweeping. No, for real. I watched that for like a couple hours. I remember it was like some Canadian team, and I had to turn it off after a while. It's something about like the women screaming harder. It, like brought up some traumatic memories.
I much prefer bowling though. That I remember years ago when that was actually in the Olympics, and yeah, that was quite exciting. It's so consistent.
I disconnected for a second, but wait, what were you saying?
Said he prefers bowling.
Yeah, bowling's cool to watch.
I don't know, man. Me tennis for real. I like watching tennis. Bowling, maybe archery too. I watched archery this past Olympics or whatever. That was fun too.
Yeah, what's that one with on skis where they have to stop, lie down, and have a few shots? I know it's not archery.
Or duathlon or biathlon.
Yeah, something like that.
It's a diathlon or biathlon, I forget how to say it.
But that's got to be pretty tricky. Like, you're out of breath after just skiing for ages. Then you've got to like hold your breath still while you shoot.
That's why I always thought the decathlon was probably one of the best sports in the Olympics. That's why it's so crazy that one of the best decathletes, Bruce Jenner, is now a woman. So I mean, that's proof in itself that they should just make them both sexes, because the best.
Kosha, every night with me is a decathlon with your woman.
Is there any Aussies online at the moment?
All right. Wait, say again?
I was just asking if there's any Aussies online at the moment, because I heard about this story where.
Oh yeah, I know what you're going to say. Yeah.
What,
yeah, mate.
The netball team. Did you hear about that? Anyone else hear about this story?
The
netball
dude.
team.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was a male netball team that didn't have a league to compete in, so they put them in with the women's league, and yeah, they stomped it. So, but you got all these women like moaning, like, "Oh, the men should have just forfeited," rah rah rah. But they won't concede the fact that men and women obviously aren't equal. Like, yeah, otherwise.
It's like the most massive, massively scaled cognitive dissonance that exists.
Yeah.
We want
they can't admit that men and women aren't equal, but yet, it's just a joke. Absolute joke.
It's like I said, it'd be like if they separated the tall swimmers, tall like big hand swimmers from like everybody else because they obviously have an advantage, or like they separate like different races for running or something like that, because certain races seem to win a lot more or something like that. It just seems like it's one of those things where if you're the best person, if you're the fastest runner, or if you're the best whatever team, made up of whatever type of people, men, women, whatever race, that's the best person, the best team. If you want to later say like this was the fastest woman out of the women who competed, then that's cool too. But I don't know. I feel it's almost like in some cases it's really pointless to separate men and women.
Yeah, but at the same time, it would be an absolute shit show if you actually tried to combine the sexes for most of these, if not all of the sports. You would have so many concerns, and it would be like so many cultures that would be kind of standoffish on it and stuff, it doesn't make sense.
But you can have like another competition for just
UFC.
women, but I don't know. I just feel
Whereas
like the Olympics.
there are ones where gender doesn't really determine the outcome, like darts. Darts is more
Darts, archery, those types of shooting.
Chess.
Chess.
Sure, chess, exactly, yeah. And I'm sure I don't think chess is limited to men, is it?
Men Isn't the beach volleyball? It's both sexes, isn't it?
No, there's co-ed and then there's men's and there's women's.
Right. That makes the most sense
Definitely
instead
not
of just
chess.
men against women, carte blanche. Could
Is
have
there any
mixed-
sport? Is there any sport in which women are better at?
No.
Depends on what you mean.
I'm saying, is there any sport in which the woman is the best in the world, kind of thing?
Birth giving.
It's not a sport. Per se.
No, like
that's
long
the women.
distance swimming, women have an advantage.
They're better at women's volleyball.
Oh, har.
Yeah, women are
complaining.
Endurance swimming, women
good
are
high
better.
school boys athletes. The top women in the
Probably
world.
synchronized swimming, maybe.
Oh yeah, good
Actually,
point.
that's
Women
you'd
float
probably
easier
have
because they're
men
more
that are better
fat.
than that
They're more
too.
fat distribution.
Women are very good at complaining.
Yeah, men never complain. Never. How long
Even
you
the
been in
things that you
these
think women
servers,
would
Jerry?
be good at, like cooking, the best cooks, the best chefs are men.
Not
Chef
necessarily.
Boyardee,
Maybe like
Boyardee, Ronald McDonald.
maybe like ice dancing. Women are better.
No, even then, the men are better.
Which one? Ice skating?
Figure skating.
Ice dancing.
Like
What?
men
What do you mean?
do
What do you mean
triple
better?
axles that like they do the harder moves. Women have like a lower bar of achievement for the same scores.
Tanya Harding. And there's been plenty of women that have done quadruples
but
now.
I know
think
they're the
women are just
exceptions of the
more-
women, whereas for men it's the bar, like that's the minimum.
I think women are more
It's not
graceful
the minimum.
dancing.
It is basically for men's figure skating to be able to do a triple axel. If you can't do a triple axle, you're
We're
not
talking
placing
about
whatsoever.
quads. It's
Or fine, quads. I mean, a quadruple axle.
it's
Yeah.
not the minimum though. %.
It basically
I told
is.
you.
He's not placing if
What?
he can't do a quad.
One of the best decathletes, which is one of the best sports in the Olympics, is a woman. So there's that.
You hear that, Kosho?
What's that? The cops
he
coming
have a
for you?
vagina?
The police coming for you for saying something so stupid.
I don't think he has a vagina though.
Well, I wouldn't put it past her, but at the same time, I wouldn't know how what her private parts are doing. But regardless, she is a woman.
No, she's not. I mean, he's not. You
Women
almost
are
got me
just as
saying
good
it.
at being pilots.
There you go. Is that true?
Yeah.
Maybe it's true.
Yeah, ask
Maybe it's
Amelia.
true. It's hard to say though. Well, that's messed up, man.
Listen, the null
I'm just saying
hypothesis
that
for all
it's-
sports is that men are better. Okay, that's the default.
Yeah, no, but there's I
They're
do
not
honestly.
necessarily better. They're stronger. The average man is stronger than the average woman. That's a fact.
Null hypothesis for all sports, all physical sports, I'll say, okay, is that men are better. If it's
Now you can
skill-based
make that a
sport,
hypothesis. Huh?
shooting, archery, chess, whatever, then we'll leave it as neutral. Like it could be 50-50, either one. But for all physical sports, men are better. That's the default. You have to,
They're
if you're making a positive claim that
stronger,
women are better,
yes.
you have a
The
burden
average
of proof.
man
You have
is
to substantiate your
stronger.
burden of proof, definitive evidence beyond reasonable doubt.
Also
Blah, 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 blah.
bigger, has more muscle mass. So yeah.
Stronger, faster reaction time.
So
And
has an advantage.
also
That's why they divide them up.
Well, also even if the average. Go ahead, sorry.
So no, I'm done.
I was saying even if the average was skewed, the most important thing is the extremes, and because also obviously we're talking about the the best of the best competition wise, and yeah, definitely when it comes to the extremes, they're gonna outdo all of us. So men or women, it's usually gonna be a man. I bet you if you like the same thing Right the Hand was arguing that any man could be any woman, it's obviously dumb because at these sports there's a lot of women who could be a lot of men. But I think it's the outliers, like the ones who are.
You're talking about.
I saw that video. I saw that video where he fought that woman. Was that his statement going into it?
Yeah. He said that's why he did it.
What
Because
he's
he said,
really trying to say, what he's really trying to say is that a pro athlete is always going to be, for even women, will only be as good as a decent, a good high school man or boy.
He's not a high school
the top.
man, though.
That's the top in almost all sports. The best, and that's what he was trying to say. Now, are there outliers?
I think that's a valid statement.
He was talking about in his video that when he fought that gal, that it's not like there's not a woman that can beat men. There's a lot of men that are dorky and aren't athletic at all. But the best of the best.
What fight are we talking about?
He wasn't dorky.
No, I'm saying
he's worse than high school
level. There are a lot of women in fighting or even in track that'll beat most 99% of all men. That's not the point. The point is the best women in the world, the very, very best, will only be as good as a moderately good boy in high school.
That's
Tennis players, track, lifting, anything, golf, everything is going to be as good as.
Because he's not moderately good high school
She
level.
wasn't even fighting shape either.
A high
Was
school
she a
level,
pro?
Good
Was she like
athlete.
a pro MMA or whatever?
Yeah,
she was.
She would not beat a high school. If he had an MMA fighter that was high school level, he would destroy her. So the high school level boy, a good, not great, but a good high school level boy,
he won regionals,
will beat all women in all sports. That's true.
What you're saying, or that's what he's saying?
That's what he was saying. That's what I'm interpreting him to say, because you got to be trained. You got to be trained in that sport. You can't just say some man off the street and go fight an MMA. You're going to get destroyed. Or some man. Hold on, Kosho. You don't say some man that's like never run 100 meters before go run 100 meters against a good woman. No, we're talking about in that field, in that sport. No matter what the sport is, the men will always be better, and the women's top bar will only be as good as a good high school athlete.
Okay, now you're saying that was his claim. You're saying that's what he was saying.
No, that's Zanek's like taking. I would say that women are at the level maximum of the region, like the district champions in high school.
No, not even close.
Senior,
not even
district
close.
champion senior.
Not even close.
You guys are on
not
about.
Even close. Just a good, the best high school. The best.
That's what I'm saying, Zanek. Not what you're saying.
Athlete in all schools.
Who cares?
The best high school in all schools will be better than the world record holders of women. The best in high school.
Sexist, Zanek.
Is this what you're saying? That this is your viewpoint, Zanek?
Look at track. A good high school track 100-meter runner is 10.8. That's a really good. He'll probably place in his league. There's millions of those guys all over the state, all over the country.
Yes,
the women's record is that. The women's record is that.
Zanek, I don't think I've ever agreed with anything you've said.
I think I'm agreeing with this actually.
Well, Zanek might be talking about actual stats though, which you can't disagree with.
You can't disagree.
I don't agree with him on this, what he's saying, but I'm doing that arbitrarily, where he's probably actually using. Sounds like he knows the numbers.
Yeah,
I wouldn't say all. I would say the huge majority. Obviously, there's outliers.
If you run 10:49, you didn't place in the state championship in California. That's the women's world record.
You're telling me there's not some professional women's basketball players that can't beat a team of high school boys?
Never, not even
district
close.
champions,
never,
seniors,
never.
Not a chance.
The men will destroy the women. No matter how good they are, they'll get killed.
Bro, some of these NBA players go straight from high school.
NBA players cannot beat.
Yes, women NBA players.
Bro, NBA players go straight from
women
high
NBA
school.
players will get killed by a high school team. Yes.
If that high school
okay, Zanek, what about the Globetrotters? The Globetrotters versus a high school team.
Bro, some of these NBA players go straight from high school. They get scouted out of high school.
No, they don't. No, they don't. I think LeBron James did, but there's not. Are you saying they do or don't?
I'm saying rarely they do get scouted from high school. And they go
I thought he was the only one.
Most of them, like, they want to go to college first and stuff like that, but, take it.
I think it's a rule.
Maybe now it is. I don't know. Before it wasn't.
Men are so much faster. I mean, it's like night and day. You watch these college games, like the Stanford team that was actually on their way to the finals, right? For the college championships. They were destroyed by a good high school because all the athletes are going to be a second slower or half a second slower in the 40 meters, 40 yards. It's just not even close.
And mind you, it's not to say that women suck. Women don't like.
No, they're great for women. They're not good for men. They're not men. They're women, and they're fun to watch. They usually spend more time and attention to their technique, which is actually interesting to watch. But as far as comparing to a man's sport or any sport where men are involved, no, they're going to get squashed because, as was said, they're not as strong, they're not as fast, they have those slower reaction
big
times.
Either. You know,
exactly. It's all biological. Women were never meant to compete in these things. Men were meant to compete, to hunt, to fight, you know, to kind of vow for dominance and stuff like that. And women are the prizes, you know. Women were the ones that...
Jesus Christ.
That's for real. That's how it is, man.
Reaction times are significantly different between men and women. Reaction times. That's a big factor.
Women hang out at the finish line.
Isn't reaction time a factor in most sports? And men,
this is turning into the Joe Rogan podcast.
Comparisons, they found that men are significantly faster as far as reaction time.
A lot has to do with size, though. I was just researching, and a lot has to do with size. Even the
I would say most of it is musculoskeletal.
Women's WNBA players are only 6'6", and most of them are under 6 foot. And
even if you had short men, it wouldn't matter.
Yeah, no.
They can jump. Have to do with size. They can jump a foot higher than the highest women. A foot higher.
Okay, I just googled it. We have gymnastics. It says there's a couple types of gymnastics that women are better because of their flexibility and their all around lightness. This is what Quora is saying. So we know it's got to be right.
Yeah,
guys can't even do the balance beam, let alone do what the girls can do on that. That's gymnastics is.
I would say that.
Or the mechanical bull.
And this says that women's diving is equal to men's.
Yeah, that's not really true.
I doubt
don't
that.
require
I would doubt that
a lot
too.
of.
You only have 2 seconds.
Oh, watch the Olympics.
In diving.
And I think in terms of gymnastics, there's a stigma probably with men doing like the ribbon thing and like the balance beam and stuff. But if they did do it, they'd probably still be better than women.
I don't think so because of the way men and women are built differently.
First off, actually,
women's center of gravity is much lower. So when you're doing those things on the balance beam,
well, their bone structure. It's nothing against women. We're different. We should, enjoy our differences, and they both have sports. But they just can't compete with men because, like you said, they're bigger, stronger, faster, have faster reaction times.
Right.
Yeah,
Yes, you guys are built. You're not built like women. You're built like men. You have testosterone. No shit.
Hey, Powerpuff Girl.
But it's interesting that there's certain types of women's gymnastics that might be on par. But that's interesting, actually.
Hey, Powerpuff Girl. Have you ever had men fighting, like get into a fight over you?
Oh, hell no. I don't hang around with Neanderthals.
I've had men fight over me. But regardless, Zanuck, who do you think would win?
Sure, Coach.
Who do you think would win in a war, Zanuck? If it was men versus women at war, who do you think would win?
Oh, brother.
Well, this was actually
at war.
This article I brought up said that women are better at riflery.
Yeah, I wrote a story where that's actually the outcome, that the women did beat the men at war.
Just one article, Gio?
This is just from Quora.
Yeah, I think men could move around the terrain better, faster, stronger, carry bigger weapons. I think it's
Zanuck,
anyway.
You really love men, hey?
He does.
I'm a big advocate of my.
Sounds like a big fan of men.
I got in trouble because I was coaching the kids. I got in big trouble. They said, "How fast are you now?" I said, "Well, now at my age, I'm not that fast. But if I was a girl, I'd be the fastest one in the entire half the state." And I got in trouble for saying that.
Maybe you should make a movie. You should make a movie.
No, you should run for president.
You can't say that these days. You get in trouble. Just telling you how I'm always as fast as a girl. Now you're disparaging women by saying that. Because why? Because I'm old?
Yo, you know which one women are probably better than men at?
What's that?
I don't know if it's a sport, but definitely that, like, the hula hooping.
Oh,
hula hooping.
Come on.
For fuck's sake.
It's not a sport, but like, no, it's definitely an activity.
Pole dancing? You're better at pole dancing.
I doubt that one, by the way.
Swimming is something men don't do.
No, but for real, like
you know why?
I see girls in the park sometimes.
Go with the way you're talking. It's because you guys don't have as much body fat, so you sink like rocks.
There you go.
Well, I will have to say that women are definitely sexier.
Sometimes. Hey, you know,
I mean, that's pretty true universally. Even if you're like, that's pretty true. I mean,
even women know women are sexier.
Yeah, even women know.
Yeah.
It depends on where you are. But regardless, what was I going to say? Oh yeah. Gio, you said women are better at the rifles.
Riflery, yeah.
Yeah. So even in the Olympics, like when they score them, the women have higher scores.
Well, this was just from a Quora article, and it just said riflery. It said seems weird.
That
but
is
it's true.
interesting.
That's what the person said.
Yeah,
That's
I doubt it
interesting
because
because
I feel like if that was the truth, it would have made news, and a lot of articles would be,
No, I mean, it might be true. It might have been in the news even, but it sounds something that's definitely plausible because, I mean, I've done archery, and from, doing archery with people of my age and stuff, women, there was no advantage, boy or girl, whatever. And, riflery doesn't even involve, the same strength that you requires, in archery. So I could see women, it being even, and then, of course, women, having the opportunity to get higher scores. Sure.
Yeah, it's more or less even. I would say that men have a slight advantage in terms of like the recoil and handling the gun, like just bracing for impact. But I don't know how much, like not kind of like controlling the recoil would affect accuracy.
Yeah, and I don't think it would. I mean, unless you had like multiple shots or something, but
yeah,
as long as you could make that shot,
first shot,
you weren't
I don't
worried.
think it does affect accuracy whatsoever.
Is it even separated? Is it separated? I think it is separated. I remember it being separated in the Olympics, but that's one of the ones I'm talking about, which shouldn't be separated.
Yeah.
You think there should be co-ed, like a boys, girls, and then co-ed? Or just a co-ed main one, and then also one for the girls, in case they want it?
Co-ed
can
work in a lot of different
mixed,
sports.
the co-ed track meet, baton relay.
So what are they going to do with all this like transgender stuff when women are, men and women are changing their parts, and how's that going to work with all this?
Changing their parts.
Well, there just have to be a third category, which is in the middle.
But I think Serena Williams and the sister, those two are born men, I think.
No, they're not, Gio. Why would you say something like that?
There's a lot of reasons I say that, but I've looked into
Well,
it.
that's kind of racist, too.
It's not racist. They were born men.
Yes, it is. They were not born men.
Their race has nothing to do with the fact that they're transgender.
That was racist to say it was racist.
They're not transgender.
Do you understand what race means? You're confusing race and gender. How's that racist, for crying out loud? What sort of triggered comments that?
Yeah, well, triggered. Yeah, transgender.
Calling two women that have always been women transgender is a horrible thing to say.
Why is it racist, though?
No link to race.
Words have meaning, Powerpuff. Why is it racist?
Oh, why is it racist? Venus? I don't know, Mr. Aussie. Why is it racist?
Well, now you're being racist to him.
And he's being racist to me, lady.
Australians aren't a race.
Seriously? You made it. You said, gee, that's racist, Gio. Now you need to qualify what you said. Just qualify what you said, honey.
I don't have to qualify nothing to you.
Can you just, or maybe then say, okay, maybe I made a mistake. It wasn't racist, Gio. I apologize.
Why do I have to apologize when he calls two women trans when they're not?
It's also not horrible for me to say that. My opinion is that there were born men. There's a lot of people
hang
that
on, Gio. I've got beef here. I've got beef here, Gio. Hang on. You called my friend Gio racist. Now either back it up or apologize.
No, fuck you.
Calling somebody racist is one thing, but calling somebody men when they're women is kind of worse in my opinion.
Fight.
It's not really, Kosho. It's different, but it's not worse. I mean, who arbitrates whether it's better or worse? It's still.
Yes, it is.
Somebody accused me of being a racist.
In this day and age,
you have been caught.
Racist, hold up.
You've been caught in an absolute falsehood here, and your ego is too big to back up on it.
I don't have an ego in here.
Listen, man, if you're waiting for a woman to say sorry and be the bigger man, you're going to be waiting a long time.
That's potentially sexist, but it's not racist. Now, come on,
also technically.
What I'm actually doing is standing up for all the women that have been fooled, and these men have been top in tennis, and these poor women have been beaten by these.
That's a good point.
I'm standing up for the women.
Technically,
hang on, Powerpuff. Is Geo racist as a fascist as well? Is he a neo-Nazi fascist as well? How else would you vilify him?
Okay, one at a time, guys. Let's keep it calm.
Discussions. And you don't insult, but then you go ahead and insult as much as you want.
What if her name was actually Mark or Aries?
I got called a killer out here by one of your folks in this room.
Not one of my folks, darling. I don't know who you're talking about. You called my friend a name, and I'm just curious as to whether you can back that accusation up.
Well, can he back up his accusation?
Gio's not your friend. He's my friend.
Listen, Percentage, he was my friend at the same time as being your friend, so I don't think you can claim him as your friend. I don't think he's a... Kosho, don't get all serious on us.
I'm just trying to say that, just to put a bookend on this is the whole transgender thing and the like. What do you do now when there's transgender? That was the whole reason why I originally came up with this idea of just taking the sex out of it, like making it. The whole thing is unisex or co-ed or whatever, and then you could also have the competitions with just the women. They could still be included, but instead of doing men and women, you just have a co-ed and then women. And it'd probably be the case most of the time that the people who qualify in the co-ed are going to most of the time be men, just by the way it normally goes for most sports. But there might be some women and some transgender people in there as well. But I think that would kind of alleviate any kind of issues as far as trans people.
They would probably see that as discriminatory, Kosho. Somehow that would be discriminatory because they're women. They identify as women, not as co-eds. So how dare you call them something different?
Well, technically, everybody would fall under the co-ed, so.
I've got a feeling not too many male or female identifying individuals would participate in the co-ed category, though.
But that would be the default, though. That would be the default one.
What's the ed? Co-educational? Is that what it's supposed
to
be?
Yeah. I don't think it really applies here, but
yeah.
Coach, if there's a man who's playing tennis, right, and he's just completely a man, and then decides to go through a whole sex change, gets the deal cut off, the whole thing, can he then go play in women's tennis?
No. In this one, the rules I'm talking about, that would be the reason of why you're doing the co-ed thing. So you make it co-ed, but then you don't allow trans people to go to the women's one. The women's one would be an exclusive one. There wouldn't be a men's one, but there would so the men's one everybody can compete in, or the co-ed everyone can compete in, but then there also be one for women.
Yeah, but then the trans people would be like, you guys are, discriminating against us because we're real women.
Whereas I
would say that's fine. That's what this one
into this narrative, Kosho, you are just going to be walking through a minefield, my friend.
No, I would say this one is for naturally born women. And I would say what that means. Like if there's
I do, man. I'm not arguing with you. I'm just saying some other obscure minority is going to take offence to whatever construct you come up with, even though it might be at the moment reasonable, but it's going to just be a forever minefield. Somebody's going to be upset. Somebody's going to be offended. Somebody's going to feel excluded.
I would ask the dude, are you not able to compete with the men and women in the co-ed section, sir or ma'am? Like, think that you aren't good enough to compete with those people, and you have to compete in this special section?
And that's the thing. You've already set the precedent of, only real born women, born natural women, who you are, can compete in this one. So in that case, why not just have born natural men compete in that one and just be done with it?
Just having men and women, separate men, separate women.
Well, no,
born
you'd have
natural
men and women.
Born natural women.
I'd have a separate category just for trans, which would still
you sound like
we would clarify as being men and women, right? But we'd just have it as trans. So yeah, that's where
because then you have the men to female, and they have a huge advantage over the female
but
to
that's
male.
what they want. They think that
sounds really racist,
and just keep men's and women's, normal, and then you can have the trans one.
That doesn't solve any problems, though. I think that if you had it to
where it will help them realise that there is a difference. Like after a while, they'll be like, "Yeah, this don't work."
If you have a default one for everybody, everyone can compete in. That doesn't have. There's nobody who's disadvantaged by that. No, I'm saying that there should be one. There's a default one that's just for men and women and anybody in between, and then there's one for just women because of the reason why they're separate right now because their women have a disadvantage in certain sports. So let them have a separate one for themselves, and then the one that's for everybody. That everybody will include men, women, and trans, and everybody in between.
I don't think you need to have one for everyone. No.
So you think it's all right to discriminate against the men by forcing them to accommodate with the women with them?
Oh no, yeah. I mean, that's the thing though. Think about there's like a Special Olympics and there's a regular Olympics. I don't think that there's a clause that says if you can be in the Special Olympics for might be mentally challenged, that means that you can't be in the regular Olympics. If you can compete in the regular Olympics, you're able to compete in the regular Olympics instead. So it's not like
that's not what I'm saying.
I know, but I'm making this distinction because the regular Olympics is for everyone who's the best. They just separate the men and the women. So I think that they should just have, they separate the men and the women not because the men need the separation. It's because the women need to be separated. So instead of separating the men from the women, they should just have a default everybody, and that would be the men will be included.
I hear you. But in doing so, you're giving special privileges to women that you're not affording to the men.
Yeah.
So people could argue that you're discriminating against the men because of that.
Yeah, sure, they can argue that.
You know that nobody in this modern climate would go to bat for men.
And then that basically says that we hear the rights, the protests of women, and we kind of like address their concerns. But when men are discriminated against and some of them protest or what have you, we just ignore them. So we don't care about men. I think that would have even more drastic effects.
Yeah, I think.
Why are the men protesting in this case? Why would the men be protesting?
Because they don't want to accommodate women or like have to go through the burden of competing against them when they know that they're just going to wreck them.
They're not accommodating them, and they're going to wreck anybody that they're better than.
They're going to be accommodating them.
There's
cultures, there's concerns about.
Here's the thing: it actually happened in golf. There was a woman golfer that competed in one of the men's events, but no men competed in the women's event.
Yeah, that's fine.
Bro,
that should be the way it is. That's what I'm saying.
Kosho, you heard about that scandal. Hold up, you heard about that scandal in that high school shared washroom, where the male to female transition person raped a chick, right? And then they
what does that have to do with this?
They tried to hide it under the the cover, hide it under the carpet, and then moved him to a different school where he raped another chick. Right, and this was in a shared bathroom. What you're advocating for, they would have like shared change rooms. So then you have to make a whole bunch of accommodations.
I'm not advocating for shared locker rooms between men and women. I don't think that they should allow high school transgenders into the women's locker room either.
All right, so now you have to have accommodations. Is my point.
I'm saying that sports.
Here's the problem. Here's the thing, though, Kosho. What you're wanting to do is change the platform of sport over the entire world if you took the population of the earth and how many people identify as their non-birth gender, and you want to change the platform of sport the world over for what is probably 0.0 with 10 zeros and then a 1% of the overall population. The ludicrousness of that argument.
That's not changing the
recorded history. Something like this would be.
That's not changing the format of sport whatsoever.
But you're recategorizing sport for almost nobody. For almost nobody.
Hold on, dude. Just so you can be clear on what I'm saying. So you can be clear what I'm arguing against. You see how ludicrous what you're saying is. I'm saying that take any sport like golf or whatever. Okay, whoever's the best at this is going to compete. In most cases, who's the best is going to be a man. And so there's nothing to change about any of these things. It's just allowing for other genders to compete in it as well. If they can qualify and be up to par with
I'm with you. If they back themselves to be good enough, then come up and play. No worry. Yeah, I can kind of go with that. I can kind of go with that.
Depends on the sport. If it's a sport where you just go and you have a tournament, you're not competing. You don't have regular season games and stuff like that. That's fine. It's not too much of accommodation to like have a few female golfers come in and
golfers, darts. I mean, there are sort of sport that doesn't require on physical strength. That there probably would be women who'd say, "I'll back myself against a man and I'm all right with that. I've jumped into your dinghy there, Kosho.
Straight up, because for the most part, nothing would change. But some things it would change every now and again. There's women who maybe just as good in certain sports, but I don't think like the NFL. I don't think the NFL would be any different. Like just because transgender.
They wouldn't be trying to compete. Yeah. Or boxing or things like that. They wouldn't be trying to get into that category. They'd go into their own category. I'll get you.
You'd be surprised, man.
Or even if they just wouldn't qualify to they wouldn't be able to to hang in the play preliminaries or anything. I'm talking about for the Olympics at least.
Yeah, but then they'll like for team sports, it's a slippery slope, man. They'll like try to get women these like male, or I mean, whatever, the transitioned women to compete with the men in team sports, and even like introduce like minimum quotas for like how they have it in co-ed sports at like universities. It's like you have to have 2 women on the court at all times or whatever per team or something. They might try to do something like that so as to keep it balanced and stuff like that.
The problem, Kosho, I reckon, to go along with what Percentage is saying, is the optics of that. Whilst in theory I agree with your concept, the optics of that might actually be seen to be a bit demeaning to women. That we've got this category for anybody, but really most of you aren't good enough to be in it, so we're going to make a separate little girly category for you. I don't know that I don't know the optics would be good. That's all.
They already do that. That's what I'm saying. That's already the standard.
But they also have a separate one for men as well.
No, but that's what I'm saying. There doesn't need to be a separate one for men, but there is. But there really just only needs to be a separate one for women.
But that's the reason why we have a clear advantage. So that's the reason why there is a category for men.
You said what?
Because we have a clear advantage. That's the reason why.
Oh, right, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Because
a category just for men.
Yeah, but it's the same thing. I'm not trying to compare women to people who are in the Special Olympics, but that's why we have a Special Olympics too. It's because they have a clear advantage, and so they give them the Special Olympics. No, but I'm just saying. But I'm just using it because it's a good example because it's not the case that they're separated because they can't compete in hours. I mean, if they were just as good, they could compete in the regular Olympics. There's nothing stopping them.
Not even mentally handicapped, but physically.
But
you have another issue too.
Mayweather should be in the Special Olympics. You know what I mean? But he's the best boxer, but he doesn't know how to read. So it's like
you have another issue, Kosho. When you include these like people in with the men, right? Sure, like a couple of them might like do relatively well, but they're never gonna be like the top, right? They're never gonna win medals or like
maybe
trophies or anything like that, right?
Yeah, possibly.
So they'll feel like they'll get less pride. It'll be less of achievement than if they were just in their own league and winning, they would. So that's why.
I don't know. That's a good point you make there, because I would say that if they were to come, say, 5th in a race against men, that would be like coming first. If they'd probably think, oh, if I was racing against women, then maybe I would have won.
Not at all, man.
Hold that achievement higher. The fact that they beat that many men.
Absolutely not. And I'll tell you why. Because people are vain. Okay. Now, if you won Olympic gold with women versus 7th place with the men or whatever, they're gonna hold that Olympic gold, that medal, that achievement more dear. Absolutely. If you look at the stats or what have you, and you take some marathon running or something like that, and you take the times, they might even have a better time with the men than a different person with that one with the females. The one that won with the females and got the medal is gonna cherish that more, definitely. They want to be known. That's a lot of the reason people are professional athletes, because the fame, the kind of the adulation that comes with it. Adoration, I would say.
You're right about that.
I don't know, because if you're on a level playing field, right, then it's a possibility to win, right? Whereas if the odds are stacked against you and you do win, you'll hold that achievement way higher than you would against a level playing field.
Okay, have fun with your 7th place participation ribbon while I have my Olympic gold medal.
No, but honestly, I mean, you're right, percentage, but at the same time, what does that mean exactly? That means that, yeah, of course, when they, make it so that you have, like, when you're bowling with the lanes, with all the other people who need lanes, and you win, you're the best person at bowling with lanes. But, ultimately, when you're determining who's the best bowler, you don't put up those bumpers. That's what I mean, bumpers, not lanes, but the bumpers.
Yeah. Wait, I just thought of another one women are better at. Singing.
Ooh, no.
These things that you're saying, it's like this.
So you think the
synchronized
best
stuff.
singers in the world are women?
I would say it's
That's
even for that.
kind of, yeah, opinion based.
It's not really a sport, though. It's an instrument.
Women's voice just sounds better to you.
I would say the best instrument players are men.
They would cut off dudes' nuts
The best
just to make
musicians
sure
are
that they
men,
kept their voice feminine. It's a known fact. Women generally sing better than men.
I don't know about that, man.
But what are the best singers? I mean,
Mariah Carey has
opera men, like men in opera, maybe.
Yeah,
Mariah Carey has
it's all about the
5
range,
octaves.
right? Women are higher on the range. They're like soprano to like tenor, whereas men, they dominate the baritone and bass kind of vocals.
All subjective, though.
You can always get a bigger range, though, because Mariah Carey has a 5-octave range, but she's been trained her whole life.
What is that? Soprano.
Well, 5 octaves. I mean, what?
Tenor.
I don't know what the 5 octaves are, but it's that's a big range, though. She get pretty low, pretty high.
Well, they always say
Soprano,
women,
alto
women are-
soprano, tenor, baritone, and bass. So that's 6, right? Falsetto. Yeah. Yeah.
I don't even know if that's. I didn't even know that those were. I didn't even know that. Is that how they define the different octaves?
In choir, yeah. In singing, yeah.
I was an alto.
So, are you saying that trans shouldn't compete with?
Yeah, that's the takeaway.
Chosen sex.
Me personally, I'm saying that. I
I'm
think that.
gonna agree with you. I don't think they should either.
I don't think they should compete with women, but I think that if you want to solve the problem, I think you just have a women's group and then everybody else, the default competition. I think that would be fair, and that's me personally, though.
Yeah, I don't care what they come up with, but once a male goes through puberty, for the same reason why there's men and women's sports, once most men go through puberty, you can't undo that. You can't unring that bell.
Well, Miss Hannah, if it's not sexist to say that the reason why the sports are separated, men's, women's, and whatever Olympic sport, is because the women. It's not so much because of the men; it's because the women, don't feel they'll feel like they have a disadvantage, so they have a separate for women, right? That would be the reason. So it makes sense to not allow.
That's why
it makes sense.
You could say it the other way too, though. You could say it's because men feel like they have a clear advantage and don't want to don't want to make the women feel bad,
No, but it doesn't matter. They have a clear advantage against midgets too, but they don't separate it from tall people and midgets.
Yes, they do.
No, midgets could be in the Olympics if they can compete.
I don't feel it
No,
works
midgets.
the other way around,
Midgets
though.
separate
I think
themselves on account of
women
them
who
being so
transition
physically
to
incapable.
men should be able to compete against men. They don't have the same advantage.
I just think if the reason is that women are disadvantaged, then you shouldn't allow transgender people who are that they can be women, they're called women, but I think that there has to be a distinction between who's allowed to compete in this separated section.
Some midgets are women too,
What was that?
Some midgets are women too,
Yo, there's
midget
that
tossing.
Trill. What was it?
Midget
Trill
tossing.
League or whatever. Trill Fight League, and they had 2 midgets boxing each other. It was hilarious.
Midget tossing.
Women have to be better at knitting.
I don't think so.
Necessarily.
Are there men better at knitting?
There probably aren't, but not for lack of trying. I mean, for lack of trying.
All right, women are smarter.
Good luck with that one.
All my veterinarians,
You're on your own,
I
Gio.
take my animals, they're all women.
Yeah, but that's there's a reason for that too. But with the intelligence thing, I think they showed that like on as I was saying before about averages. On average, I don't think there is much of a difference, men and women. But it's the extremes favor men in that case. But there's also extreme dumber people who are men.
How about like how about like
I
design,
don't
like
agree.
graphic design? Are women better at designing stuff?
I don't know. I'll ask my daughter. She's a
Well, that
engineer.
comes to taste again, doesn't it?
The things you're saying though, Gio, are like the graphic design and the knitting or whatever somebody else said. Those are things that women are into. So it just makes more sense that it's the same reason why dudes are, there's a lot more pull for dudes.
Men are into gaming, but there's still women that absolutely smash men when it comes to gaming.
Are there certain games that women
playing
That's interesting. Are there certain games that women beat like the best men at?
It's all what you've been
House.
conditioned to do. That's the thing. It's
Playing
how
house.
many generations have they been conditioned to do these things?
Playing Barbies?
Tea party.
None of my
Women
kids like
always
tea
win
parties.
at picking the curtains.
Not always. There's a lot of gay
They're
men
not
that
even
like
good
to
at
pick
that.
curtains. Percentage likes the boys. It's obvious.
I'm a fan of men. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. More than a fan.
An air conditioner.
Fluffer.
Wind tunnel.
I wrote a short story about this dude who comes to the future. He goes to the future for time dilation, and the world is run by women. And spoiler alert: is like when the way that there was only women is eventually the women went to war with the men, and they actually won. I think it's possible. In my story, I made it believable. So there's dudes who are turning to women by choice, and dudes who are marrying the robots. Women have the best of both worlds.
Are you making it out as if there's a war against men and women?
No. There's not currently a war against men. In my story, spoiler alert again, it just so happened that the robot, that it was an executive. There's an executive that runs all the people, like an executive ruler of the world, and controls them through the machines in their head. Anyways, and it turns out it was that robot Sophia, the female robot that got citizenship in Saudi Arabia.
AI.
Yeah, bragging about her human zoo.
Yeah, she's the first robot citizen in the world in Saudi Arabia. I had a joke about that actually. The first year, the same year that they did that, the robot citizen in Saudi Arabia is the same year they let women drive for the first time.
How much better off do you think the world would be if we just handed off all power to women just overnight?
Women would become more like men. They would
Yo, you give women
recipes,
recipes, but that one's a recipe for disaster.
You're crazy.
Percentage.
Really? It could be worse than it is now? Are you kidding?
I think women are just as capable, but I think they don't have the same kind of mercy politically as men do in some cases, just because of
this whole Illuminati nightmare deal is all men, pretty much. It's all a man's deal.
I got it.
Heliocentrism. They put the sun in the middle. The whole thing's a patriarchal suppression of the female.
Women
you're
are
not wrong
better
there.
than men at multiple forms of dancing. Belly dancing, hula dancing, grinding, twerking. A lot of, if you want to call them, form like sport or art, that's what they're better than men at.
Breakdancing?
Not breakdancing.
Oof.
Oh, brother.
Totalitarian dictatorship?
You can argue salsa dancing, tango dancing, ballroom dancing simply because the man is kind of the box and the base for that. But I wouldn't argue that. They just have different roles in those dances.
I will say, in terms of the shape of the earth discussion, no offense, Hannah, but I don't know where the women are in this thing. Where you got to get some women ball defenders. There's none.
What do you mean? Women don't usually generally like to argue in that sense.
I know. I'm just kidding. No, I know. I'm just saying
women in Discord or online in Google Plus and all that kind of stuff. It's like 80 to 20, 80% men.
Well, like in terms of defending the globe Earth, I almost can't think of any, although I probably can think of a handful. But there's only like a little more than a handful of women that have defended a flat Earth. There are more women though. They're actually for a flat Earth rather than like. Are there any women that wholeheartedly defend this globe thing?
Sure. Are there more women autards, do you mean? Probably not.
I actually find that a lot more women, when you tell them that the Earth like isn't a globe and is flat, a lot of them are like, they're just like more intuitively connected to Mother Earth. I just find there's a lot more women that are like, oh yeah, it could be that, or they're just like much more accepting of it right off the jump. Whereas usually it's the men that are like, no, NASA, and they need to defend their ball.
There's nothing really to defend. It's the way it is. You've gone through any kind of physics courses.
Is like, it is what it is, even if I don't know. Whereas men are like, but what is it?
Well, I just think mostly if you go back in history, most of the, famous philosophers were men contemplating their navel, and arguing about things. I mean, it's true. I think you'd find most philosophy professors are male.
Where's Zanuck? Is Zanuck here still?
No, I think he fell off the edge of the earth.
He lied to me about fiber optics.
What about?
He said it was deflection, that basically the light. First he said the light refracts inside the tube, and then he said deflection, and in reality, I was right. It bounces just like as if it was a mirror, and it's called total internal reflection because the angle is very shallow, so it just basically acts like a mirror. So, Zanuck, you're not here, but
another correction.
Yeah.
That's why he ran.
No.
He ran like a man.
He just likes, he holds on to things like a pit bull. We even argue with him.
With me?
Oh, with Zanuck.
I would be willing to say if you were to line up 100 men and 100 women completely random and present them with all of the direct observations and the information of the Earth being a stationary plane and that it isn't a globe, I would be highly willing to bet that women are overall would be much more open-minded and connected to Mother Earth, that it isn't a globe, than men. I think men are much more, like I said, willing to defend the globe Earth.
I'd be willing to bet that women, like more women compared to men, wouldn't care.
Yeah,
there you go.
They just wouldn't
there
care.
You go. They don't really. Yeah, but also it kind of, I think for them it would open up other questions, other ideas, but they never. What's the word? Sort of try and associate with it, whereas men do. It's like, no, but it must be this or it must be this. Whereas women
men tend to defend it.
Yeah,
men defend it like
it's a different
sports team.
Didn't have the internet and didn't have YouTube and all these different social media platforms, you guys wouldn't even be arguing over this.
Well, if you just look at the Earth, it's an extended plane. I mean, we see way too far. So I mean, just you don't need the internet for that.
And yeah, yes, we fucking would. We'd be doing it by carrier pigeon. Damn you, carrier pigeon.
No, flat Earth is something that's very modern.
Instead of saying like as the cry flows, we'll say as the pigeon as the crow flies.
As the cry flows.
As the cry flows.
It's the opposite. The globe is modern. The most ancient thing of all is a planar stationary Earth. I mean, every single ancient culture.
Well, yes, if you're into biblical stuff, yes.
No, not just biblical. The Norse, the Mayan, the Egyptian, the Inca, the Aboriginal in Australia. Native American
traveled across the entire planet, though.
Well, I'm just saying that virtually all ancients saw the Earth as a plane of existence. It's only this globe thing. I'm just saying that it's not new. It's not new at all.
Well, now we have space travel. And I've had for quite a while. Yes, of course. I guess a lot of the conspiracy stuff comes out of dudes fighting.
Well, it's almost like men are more quick to defend the heliocentric patriarchal cult than women.
How is heliocentric a patriarchal cult? That doesn't make sense.
Well, for one,
I think in a sense,
the sun at the
women are less scared to be wrong.
They put the sun at the center and made it huge, and they made the feminine, the moon, just a little satellite orbiting the Earth. So that's a whole suppression just in the geometry.
Well, that's because the moon is smaller than the sun. Matter of fact, Earth is tiny compared to the sun.
Well, yeah.
We're not even the biggest planet in our solar system. I think what you will find that is if it doesn't really affect your day-to-day life, a lot of women just aren't into it. That's what I found out, mostly with being online and being in different groups and having these different discussions. They just don't care. At least they don't care to debate it as much as guys do. Two Rhodes Scholars includes the largest number of women selected in 1 year. Nice.
Yeah, that's political.
Yeah, of course it is. Never about your grades.
We all know men are smarter than women. We know this.
Right.
All right, I just found this Cosmopolitan article. 14 things women do better than men.
What are they?
Oh,
it's a slideshow.
Right.
A study done at the University of Georgia and Columbia University found that women are better learners. Basically, we have a better approach to expand our minds. And according to researchers, women tend to be more attentive, flexible, and organized. So at work, you're more likely to understand the task at hand better than your male coworker. Booyah.
So they're easier to indoctrinate.
The next one is, according to a study of IQ tests from around the world, women have higher IQs than men. Researcher James Flynn checked out the IQs of people from the US, Europe, Canada, New Zealand, Argentina, Estonia, and found that women came out on top. Score.
My daughter is smarter than her brother, and they're both engineers, but
keep in mind this is Cosmopolitan magazine, so.
But
yeah, thanks for
which
pointing
is
that
funny,
out.
is he's actually much more well-rounded than she is. She has a tendency to be much more narrow-minded.
Why is IQ just universally deemed to be something we should all be, in awe of anyway?
Yeah, it's not. It tests some things and doesn't test others.
Yeah, that's what I mean. But somehow it's held up on a pedestal like, oh, he's got an IQ. Who cares? What's his EQ? What's he like? Is he a good man? What's his heart? What's his character? They're equally as important.
It's all important.
I mean,
come on. It's always arbitrary when they try and define humans into categories. We're too varied for that.
It's not arbitrary. IQ tests one sort of part of intelligence, like it has to do with, mathematics and spatial recognition and that kind of thing. It's great for engineers, but that's about it. You want to build rocket ships.
And it's great for bragging. It's great for bragging as well.
Well, if you brag about your IQ, then you're probably lacking in other areas.
Oh, here's one.
I'm with you.
This one says women talk to dogs better than men.
That's funny.
Actually, I'll probably agree with that one.
Well, considering a lot of men are dogs, you might be right.
No, I was going to say takes one to know one. I bet you'll know a bit.
I beat you to it. I beat you to a better.
This one says women are cleaner.
I think that has to do
you
with
want to argue? You want to argue that, Gio?
That women are cleaner, more hygienic, probably.
Yeah, would you argue that?
Women are definitely better at cleaning the kitchen.
Probably.
The
You
dishes.
do what you're used to.
They're surely better at shopping,
Wash with
right?
soap.
This one says women are better at investing. Female investors exceed males by 0.3% in 2016, according to CNN. We can trust them.
Is there anything in there, Gio, about like caring and nurturing and feeling empathy and all that sort of thing?
I think both sexes are good at that. It's kind of a misnomer that says women aren't the only ones that can nurture.
Yeah, I don't think nurturing's a strong point of most men.
Listening?
No, they do very well with babies.
Yeah, I don't know. Definitely like protection and care and protection, but nurture, I'm not sure.
Oh yeah, they do. I see it over and over and over again in my work. Men are just as good at nurturing their little preemie babies.
Are women just
Really
as good
are.
at waging wars as men?
Probably.
They're even better.
Yeah, within a house, yes. But name one female who's ever conquered a country or taken over the world, or every single one of those kind of people are men. And I'm not saying that.
Well, you got to remember that females in history, they've gotten pregnant, taking care of children. It's kind of hard to wage a war when you're taking care of babies.
Exactly.
But then there's two of you.
So are you suggesting that other than because of childbirth, that's what's held women back from being the equivalent of Genghis Khan or Hannibal or someone like that?
Pretty much. It does make a difference.
Never heard that one before.
But that's what happened in history. Unless you were very wealthy. Oh man, it's almost down to freezing already. Woo, it's cold. Changing of the seasons. Where did everybody go?
To wage war.
Probably.
Everyone's contemplating whether childbearing is the reason women haven't conquered the earth.
Well,
it could definitely change their mind about wanting to take away life after just producing life. Maybe that's the difference. Who knows?
Hey, what's up, Gio?
Hey, what's up, Jose? How you doing?
Good. How's it going, guys?
Yo, Jose, what's up, man?
What percent? What's good, man? How come you don't play Call of Duty with us no more?
Because I'm still on Linux.
Oh shit. All right.
Still killing it or what?
Yeah, dude, it's gotten better, man. They added this version called Blackout. I don't know if you ever played Call of Duty, but it's from Black Ops 4.
Yeah.
It's got a new bunch of new stuff, dude. It's way better. It's gotten better. It's fun. We still play.
Did they get around to like adding some sort of like, you know, gulag system where you can come back?
No, for Battle Royale, it's still the same thing where you pick up tags. But I think they are going to get a gulag system because I see in the downloads there's a gulag, even though like it's not being used yet. So I think it's in the works.
Cool.
But yeah, man, it's fun, dude.
How you been otherwise? How's the kid?
Good. He's 5 years old now. I moved again. I live in Fresno, California now.
Nice.
How about you, Gio? You still up north?
Yep. Yeah, I'm still. I'm not in the Bay Area anymore, though. I moved a little bit outside of the Bay Area just
Where
because.
If you don't mind me asking, just don't dox yourself.
About 3 hours from the Bay Area. Not too far. Yeah, not too far from Fresno, actually, but.
Oh, cool.
Further north.
Yeah. I just bought me and my girlfriend bought a house out here in Fresno, and I think we're planning on staying here. Do we like it? I like Fresno, bro. I like it more than Yuba City, actually.
Yeah,
even though Yuba was nicer, just because it gives more of that farm feel. I do like how Fresno has. It's just like a city, so it has everything. Dude, in Yuba, like it was hard for us to do stuff. Like there's really nothing to do besides outdoor activities. But out here, it's like there's both things. There's outdoor activities, hiking, lakes, rivers, and there's the big city. So I kind of like a little bit of both, to be honest.
Yeah, Yuba's a bit. Yeah, I imagine it's kind of a little bit more farmy up there. Yeah, Fresno's probably like got more access to more things there. Cool, man, dude. I think it's been a while since we've chatted, dude. It's awesome to hear your voice.
Well, to be honest, man, I've been away from Discord for like about a year, bro. I do check all my messages still every now and then, and I do check like admin mod and stuff like that on our server, and I try to get a little bit involved with meetings and stuff like that. But just yesterday, I have to get back, because like the reason I took a break was because the first 6 months I took off, I just needed a break, dude. Because you know how it is. This is, man. I've been doing this since 2015, and it's about to go on 7 years. And I got to a point where I was just like, I was so focused on Flat Earth. I'm like, I just need to put 110% into my family, my son. You know, I want to teach him how to do more stuff instead of just being on Discord. You know, I try to teach him how to like, you know, write stuff like that. So I spent a lot of time with my family, and now I'm in a position where I'm like, all right, we're moved into our new home. I think I need to go back because I have a lot of free time right now. You know, so I'm just, you know, making my ways around Discord again, getting back in.
Yeah, that's cool, man. I think I had heard that you took a break because I rarely listen to Helio's live stream anymore, but I did. I had popped it on one day out of the blue, and you were talking. I think QE was in there, and you were talking with QE, and it was just kind of like a rare moment. It seemed that I happened to turn around right when, because I think like you had been on break too, and I heard you guys talking and kind of reminiscing about old times, and I think you were saying that you had taken a long break and that you were gonna be coming around, coming back in a bit more.
Right. So I'm finally at that stage where I'm like, all right, I'm settled in. I got all my shit moved in, but next year might get a little difficult again. Cause next year I'm actually going to look for a job out here. Cause you know this, right? I've been the stay-at-home dad for like the last 5 years. So my son starts school next year, which I'm really dreading because you know how California schools fucking suck. And they're just terrible. And I don't know if I don't know. I'm debating if we should homeschool him or it's just send him to public school. But we could definitely use the money.
You're gonna have to homeschool, dude. Like they're gonna fuck you over.
Yeah, that's honest to God. Me and my girlfriend, but just like we've been debating, like homeschool seems the way to go. But it's like we can use the money, so it's like fuck. Like it's kind of like. Well, obviously, my son's more important than money, but like it'd be nice to help her in this situation because she's doing fine with the house we have. Like it's not like she's struggling for money, but it says my wife owns 2 homes right now. She's paying for 2 homes, so it's like the little extra money could help, to help with stuff, And to be honest, I just feel like a bum just because I haven't worked in so long. Even though I'm the stay-at-home dad and I do all the work, cooking, cleaning, you name it. You know, I do it all. I still feel like a bum because I'm used to like working. I'm not used to being at home. So I do feel like a fucking punk just being at home and shit.
So what do you mean the money difference? Meaning that it basically costs to homeschool? Is that what you're saying?
No, it has nothing to do with the money. My concern is California schools just teach bullshit, and I think homeschooling is better. You know, like public schools in California are just garbage, dude. They're teaching them like fucking pretty much pedo shit at a young age. Like literally, like that shit is in the fucking curriculum. You know, it's just real bad, bro. Like, you know, we get into the whole CRT shit. We get into the whole like they're teaching sexual ed to minors, like kids at a younger age. Like I think at kindergarten they already start to kind of push shit on them. It's just crazy, bro. California is just fucked up, dude.
Yeah, I feel the same way, dude. Yeah, trying to send a kid through public school, like it's even worse than it was in the 90s, I'm sure, or you know, at any other time.
In the 90s,
why would you live in a state like California? Jeez.
To be honest, the only reason we stay here is because both of our families live here. That's the only reason we stay in California. Like she could have taken jobs to like I've actually moved around. I've been to New Jersey, I've been to Virginia, I've been to I could go to Florida, but to be honest,
we to Alabama, Arkansas. I sure love my mom and pop.
No, we chose California just to stay close to both of our parents. You know, we visit them a lot. We're very family oriented. We like staying close to our family. That's what's keeping us here, to be honest.
Yeah, family's like, it's a huge advantage. Ideally, you'll just find a way to, you know, educate your kid in a, you know, in kind of a manner that both works for you and doesn't kind of like, you know, lead them to be indoctrinated. Like maybe the best of both worlds, or maybe just straight homeschool. Who knows?
I have this philosophy. I tell people, and a lot of people don't approve of it. But okay, the indoctrination. Here's the thing: when it comes to like globe Earth indoctrination, I don't mind that one at all, because I actually want my son to understand like the globe somewhat. Because I have faith that like if I bring him like the information of flat Earth in the future when he's older, like he's gonna get it. I actually don't even want to introduce flat Earth to him until he's older, because dude, who the hell wants to be a 5-year-old in kindergarten saying the Earth is flat and getting laughed at, even though like he's not gonna have the like mind to like defend himself or to prove it to them, and they're just gonna clown on him and he's gonna have a shitty life, I feel.
Yeah, so it's mostly just like the radical liberal left crowd.
Yeah. So in my mind, the way I see it is, yeah, that's what I'm more concerned about. The liberal shit. Yeah. Like the flyers, dude, I don't care if he learns the globe. Like I have faith that if I present, like if when he's old enough, I could present the information of what the flat Earth, and he'll come to the same conclusion I did. And if he doesn't, then I don't care. I don't really care. Like I'm not gonna disown my son. Like if you believe in go to school, whatever. Like I have a difference of opinion, but like I honestly have faith that if if I raise him right, he'll figure it out. You know.
Yeah, we were actually talking about that the other night with Jin and a couple of people about, you know, like telling your children, you know, should people tell their children, or, you know, and the difference between like telling your own children versus other people's children, and you know that whole topic.
Yeah, I'm with the state of mind that you should if you take them to public school, but if you homeschool them, obviously I don't think you should. I think you should I think you should still teach it to them, you know, because they need to pass their classes or whatever. Like they need to know about it. It's not. I feel like it's a disservice to hide it from them, even though like it's bullshit. Do you know what I'm saying? Is that weird for me to feel like that? Like I feel like they need to know how bullshit it is, but they actually have to understand it, not be like, no, it's not a globe because I believe it's flat. Like I don't want to push it on him. I want him to grasp it because of like it is bullshit. You know, like I could prove to him it's bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Like I feel like
it's what you're saying, but there's what is it? There's a word for it, something bias, where basically it's like it shows that people are more inclined to believe the first explanation they hear, not necessarily the most like intelligible one.
That's true. That's why a lot of us have the issue with the globe Earth, in my opinion. Like it's taught to you at such a young age, and my son already believes the Earth's a globe, and he's not even in school because he watches a lot of YouTube videos. Dude, he watches this video about like a rapping sun and shit like that, and it talks about the planets, and he's like, "That's the Earth." I'm like, "Fuck!" I'm like, "Damn!" Like I've been slipping. I shouldn't be letting you watch this shit, you know?
Instead of pushing flat Earth, though, you just push the things that destroy the globe.
I think critical thinking is the key, in my opinion. Like to everything, not just the globe. Like critical thinking. If you teach your kid how to be critical about everything, I mean, let's be honest. Like most people that are flat earthers, they weren't told the Earth is flat. They were critical about the globe. They went and looked it out for themselves, and they figured it out for themselves. Nothing is more valuable than figuring out something for yourself. And it hits more at home. You're more passionate about it. If you just told shit all the time, like even if you do end up finding out the truth, I feel like it's a different vibe. It's better to like kind of do it for yourself. I always get that feeling.
Yeah, I get where you're going with this, because obviously you want him to be able to question a belief he used to hold, right? And that is critical thinking.
Yeah, I think if he learns critical thinking from a young age, he'll be fine. You know, that's my thing. You don't even have to I don't even have to be so biased. Like, oh, it's flat. Like teach him just flat. Like I could just teach him critical thinking skills, how to discern information. You know, like just because authority. Like my biggest thing is teaching him that authority isn't authority to him. That I'm his authority. You know what I mean? Like I don't want my son to be a fucking statist. Like where he's like, oh, the government says this, so I believe that. You know, like I definitely am not gonna take him that way. You know, that's for sure. That's when I am gonna drill in his head. Like, you know, not to be a little statist.
For sure.
You gotta teach him how to read, write, basic arithmetic, and critical think.
My son has, I don't know if I told you this, but did I tell you that my son has a photographic memory? Like, it's impressive, dude.
No, you never mentioned that about at all.
Dude, okay, I'll tell you the first story real quick. When my son was 2 years old, we were staying in New Jersey because me and my girlfriend were stationed out there for their job. And we got this hotel room on base, you know, bases have hotels, whatever. And we got this room somewhere in the middle. I don't remember the number, but it was somewhere towards the middle of the hotels. You know, it wasn't towards the left, or it was like right in the middle. We had to walk to the hallway towards the center. And my son, since like he was 2 years old, on the first try, he knew what room we were at. Like he would run to the room and just wait in front of the room. And I'm like, I told my girl, like, dude, I'm like, does he know that's our fucking room? And she's like, I don't know. I think it was a fluke, so we didn't like make a big deal about it. And he did it every single time. Like he ran to the room, and I was like, how does he know that's a room? And the only thing I could think of was like he looked at the numbers and he memorized them, or he knows them. And I swear I've proven this because my wife never has told him the password for her phone, but he's seen her. I think he's seen her type it a couple times, where like he'll grab her phone, put the password in, and he's like on her phone. And I'm like, what the hell? And then with my phone, mine's like like, you know, the Androids that when you don't put the numbers, you actually just swipe like the dots around. He knows my pattern. Dude, my son's crazy, dude. He has like a crazy photographic memory. Like I think he's gonna be one of those kids that are gonna be really good at test taking, just because he like could see something and he'll fucking memorize it like on the first try. It's a trip.
Yeah, I think like, you know, a lot of kids have some kind of like, you know, affinity for pattern recognition. Maybe your kid's like above average.
It's crazy. You know why? Because when my girlfriend was pregnant, they did some, I don't know what it's called. Maybe a girl that knows about this stuff would know, but they sampled like plasma from the embryo, or I don't know what the hell it's called, like, you know, to make sure how the baby was going to be. And they told my wife that he was going to be retarded, like straight up. They told her he's going to be deformed. Like, they wanted her to get an abortion. And now that I'm sorry, I'm not going to lie, like I'm a flat earther, but I follow politics. I don't really talk to a lot of people about this because they're like, oh, you watch WWF. Dude, it's WWF. But politics affect my life to some extent, so I do pay attention to it, you know? And, dude, in California, it doesn't surprise me that abortion is like a normal thing, you know? Like they're trying to push it to the point where like, I think they're pushing it to the point where like kids aren't going to come out retarded, but they're like, you should get an abortion. I think it's at that level because my son came out fine. Nothing was wrong with him. You know, speaks fine, does everything fine, plays like a kid, rides a bike, you know, you name it. There's nothing wrong with him. But like they were 100% sure that he was not going to be like okay. And like it's like when he came out, it's like I even told the doctor, I'm like, why did they say he was not going to like be like, you know, like something was going to be wrong with him? And she's like, oh, it could have been a bad test, you know, like they were just brushing it off. But I was just like, dude, like imagine if I would have listened to them, he wouldn't have been born, you know.
You don't know by taking an amniotic fluid test whether your son's going to have, whether your son's going to be smart or not. You can't tell that. They can only tell some birth defects.
Yeah, well,
yeah, that's what they said. They said he was gonna have birth defect.
Birth defect that affects intelligence.
Yeah, they said he was gonna be. Yeah.
They would have to give you what quote unquote syndrome he may have. I can only tell a few things.
True.
Yeah, to be honest, I don't recall. I don't even recall what they said he was going to be, but I remember they said he was going to have birth defects. Like, and I remember like he didn't use the word retarded. I used that word because when they said the word, I forgot what word they used. They used like a word that meant retarded, but it wasn't retarded. But that's what they said. You know, I just remember saying, "Okay, so you mean he's retarded?" And they're like, "No."
You can tell a lot. You can tell basically every hereditary.
No, you
disease.
cannot.
Because,
no,
yes,
you cannot.
Because they take the DNA and they run a full
you cannot tell. You can't even tell when a baby's born, and we do DNA testing. It's not that easy.
If you can,
if
it's
very
been mapped
expensive.
out, if there's research into it where they know which
percentage. I'm going to argue with you on this one because it's
you can as much as you want, but you're going to be wrong about it.
No, I'm not.
You are.
You're wrong.
If they've mapped out,
There's only certain things that we can tell from an amniotic fluid test.
Listen, if they map out which mutated genes cause which diseases, and they find those mutated genes in your baby's DNA in their genome, then that's like an indication that they're going to have that disease. It applies.
I don't think it would tell if it was
not
like
a disease. We can tell some genetic defects, not diseases.
If the diseases are caused by mutated
it's not a disease.
genes,
They're
then yes,
birth
you can.
defects.
What do you think a mutated gene is?
It's a birth defect.
It's not just a physical birth defect. No,
not
you're wrong.
Not a disease. Anyway, we can tell neural tube defects, trisomy 21, which is Down syndromes, trisomy 18, and a few other things. That's pretty
more
much
than that.
Thank you. That's what it was. Down syndrome.
You could even tell things like
that's the big one that they usually test for, and it's very expensive to do genetic testing.
Listen, you can even tell things as obscure as retinitis pigmentosa, which is a very rare kind of eye disorder. Anything that Usher syndrome, anything that affects has mutated genes, you can tell because you have the genome and you can see the mutated gene.
Very expensive. Most people can't afford to do that kind of.
That's not what it's about. Whether it's expensive or not.
You just do 23andMe can tell you if you have Down syndrome.
Hey, what's up, Kosho?
What's up, Jose?
How you been, man?
Glad to hear about you kids. I've been always good, dude. Always good. Always good to hear from you too, man.
Oh, likewise, man.
Of course. Hey, but about abortions though, Texas we basically made it illegal.
Dude, I fucking love Texas. I love Texas and Florida right now, bro. Politic-wise, I love Texas and Florida.
Yeah, dude. Everybody's moving here from California, man. Every day I meet people who are moving from California. Well,
make sure instead of coming over here to fight with flat earthers, tell those motherfuckers not to vote fucking blue no more. You make sure they vote red.
Well, that's the one thing that was the last election, the last presidential election was the first time where it was actually half and half almost, red and blue. It's usually almost always red, but it was half and half. So I think it's the state's changing.
Boston, Houston, and Dallas.
Or maybe they rigged the vote there, but it still wasn't enough.
Well, no, I mean it's usually almost all red. It's almost guaranteed to be Republican for the president, at least here in Texas. But it was actually the numbers were close as far as popular vote in Texas. The numbers half and half.
Well, if I recall, when I went to visit Riggs out there, he told me that Austin was Democrat heaven.
It is. They call it the blueberry. Blueberry.
Who's Houston though, and most of Dallas now. Austin's even more blue than it is up here where I live.
Did Kosha just drive by us? He came and said that and he just left?
Yeah.
No, he was here a while.
That's cool. He came
driving.
by. What were you gonna say, Gio?
I was just gonna ask, because you said you took a break from Discord. Yeah, I had taken a break too for about 6 months there, but I was just wondering, have you still been kind of keeping up with Flat Earth stuff through that time, or have you kind of taken a break from all of it during that time?
No, I okay, I keep up with a lot of it because of Facebook. I haven't YouTube wise, not really. Like, to be honest, there's nothing new under the sun for me when it comes to flat Earth. Like I haven't seen a video in the last 2 years. I was like, oh my gosh, this is fucking brand new. Like, I haven't seen that. So when it comes to YouTube, I don't keep up with the subscriptions. I haven't done that, but I definitely do keep up with the flat Earth drama because it pops all over my Facebook because I'm on a bunch of groups and stuff. So I know like people that passed away, you know, like Rob, Mac, Parhar, stuff like that. I keep up with that stuff, but like researching wise, I haven't really went in deep. Like, you know, I haven't. It's, to me, honestly, I went back to Discord yesterday. I debated for like a couple. I didn't really debate. I had a conversation with like 5 hours, and I could tell that like by the conversations there, nothing's changed. So like my information is still intact. Like, it's not like I needed to go back and learn something else. Like, I still remember every debate, every argument, everything. You know, so it's like I felt like that break I took, like it was just like like one of those weird breaks, like from those Star Wars movies or Star Trek, where like you're just like in homostasis position, where like nothing changes, like you just go back to how it was. That's just how I feel about it, man. I don't even feel like I was gone. Like, I literally hopped back yesterday, hopped back into the motion, and it was just like normal shit. It's weird. It's like, it's not. I'm not saying flat Earth isn't moving, but it's like the conversations on Discord are exactly the same. You know, that's all I'm saying.
So, yo, you mentioned like Parhar and them. Do you have any information that wasn't publicly released about
Nothing like that.
Like
nothing.
COVID?
Everything is secondary information. You know, third party information. You know, the person said, "Oh, I knew this person." Or the closest thing I know to Matt Parhar is Sewell Kim. I don't know if you guys know him. He's been flat Earth as long as I have. I remember he's the one that made my my banner. Like, the banner I have right now, this is Flat Earth for Life. He made that for me. He's like, I don't know if he's like Asian or some shit, but he lives in Canada. He lives close to fucking Matt. So yeah, he's Korean. Yeah, that guy. All right, so that guy, I know he lives close over there. So he's the one that, like, I saw it on his timeline that he passed away. So like, I'm not a conspiratard. I'm not gonna go full like, I think he was 33-degree Freemason. He faked his death. I don't think that. I think he actually died. But you know, like, I'm basing it off what I saw it on Facebook. So who knows? I could be wrong, but I don't really care. You know, like, I'm not trying to be rude. I don't care if like he was like, it was a weird conspiracy shit within his death, but who knows? I think he actually died, and from his videos, because I did follow like his last videos. He was talking about taking like ivermectin and shit like that. I don't know if like that had anything to do with it, but like maybe he did something wrong. Maybe he overdosed. Who knows? I honestly don't know what happened to him, but I do believe that he passed away. Like, that's what I'm saying. You know, I do.
Yeah,
believe
of course.
Yeah.
There's people that believe he didn't die.
Yeah, it's all over Facebook. Like, you know, you remember Flat Earth Asshole, Gio?
Yep.
Flat Earth Asshole's like, nope, he didn't die. He's a Freemason. There's a picture of him where like they're holding like a Freemasonic book. It's therefore he's a Freemason. I'm like, dude, you know how many Flat Earthers joke around Freemasonic shit so much and they hold shit like that? I don't know. I just think it's so stupid. But like, Flat Earth Asshole doesn't think he died. He thinks it was like a psyop, and it's the same with Rob Skiba. You know, they think it's a psyop that he didn't really die. Whatever.
Yeah, that
I think Rob Skiba really died, dude, and I'll tell you why, dude. Because I'm seeing it everywhere. They had him on a fucking ventilator. That Remdesivir or whatever. That shit fucking probably took him out, bro. Like, that shit's bad, bro. I don't think that's good. They tried to put my girlfriend on that, bro. My girlfriend, she had a really bad cough, and they like gave that to her. That same fucking shit they're giving everyone for COVID. I'm like, dude, you don't have COVID. You didn't test positive for COVID. Even though I don't believe in that shit, but like, she went and got tested, and they tried to put on it. And she, dude, I red pilled my girlfriend so much in the last 5 years. She's like, I'm not touching that shit. I'll take it, but I'm not touching it. She told me that, and she didn't use it, and she just took like natural remedies, you know, Mexican remedies that like my parents taught me and her parents taught her, and she was fine after like 2 weeks, you know. But she didn't have COVID. It was just, she just had a bad cough, and then she passed it to me and my son, and we had it too for like about 2 weeks. We were out, but we were good after that. You know, we didn't fucking take no crazy medication or anything like that.
Is she your wife or your girlfriend? You keep switching back and forth.
It's both. It's both. Cause like, to me, she's my wife, but we're not like. See, here's the thing. Like, marriage is like, to me, it's like when you love someone, you're with them, right? That's marriage. But like, technically, like, we're not married by paper, you know, by the state or by big daddy, you know, big government, whatever you want to call it, or by the church.
At this point, you are. At this point, you're probably common law.
Yeah, it's like a common law at this point. I'm sure. You guys been together
my
forever.
wife. I treat her like my wife. Like she's my wife. But I switch back between both because I know there's people that know she's still my girlfriend here. So I feel like I have to say that one, but then I would prefer to say my wife. You know.
But yeah, with Rob Ski, but yeah, that was but those ventilators, oh man. I mean, once they put someone on those, they're in a coma. Like I heard he was in a coma for like over 30 days.
Yeah, dude, a month. I followed his shit really close, actually. I was following it because I'm friends with his wife on Facebook, him on Facebook, people that know him, and every like other day they were posting like more prayers for him or prayers for him. And I was like, dude, I'm like, he's on. Like I didn't comment because people did it. I didn't have to do it. People were like, why is he on a fucking ventilator? Like, get him off that shit. I was like, I'm no doctor, so I'm not gonna tell anybody what to do. But like, enough people already told their family not to do that. But I don't know what the fuck happened there, bro. But I don't think that was the best way to go. I honestly think that's what fucked him up. Because dude, he was young, dude. What was he, like 40 something, maybe 52? Yeah, still young, man.
I think it was too young to die.
Yeah, definitely. I don't know. It's fucked up.
And with Parhar,
he was even younger, but I don't know. I to this day I still don't know what happened to him.
Okay.
Well, some people have thought maybe he was poisoned or something. So, like, actually,
yeah, that one seems really dirty because he was live streaming that day and he seemed fine. Then he just shows up dead later. Okay.
Yeah, I saw his last live stream and he even said how he was feeling better and stuff like that. And it's weird, dude, because like I said, I wasn't following YouTube, but something told me to like. It's weird, bro. Something told me like click on his video that day, and I clicked on his video and I followed him and I was listening to that last video, and I even said hi to him. And then like the next day, it's like he's dead. I was like, dude, I just saw him on a live stream last night. Like, how the fuck does that happen?
Yeah, and not just that, but if it's coronavirus, it doesn't kill you super quick.
It doesn't. It takes a long time.
So they came, like they were called to his house, and the police called. They like declared him dead. They didn't even. It must have been quick, is what I'm saying. Like quicker than you would expect with coronavirus, with ARDS or anything like that.
You mean quick like murder?
Quick like murder, yeah. Or accidental death, with the quotes.
It's weird, man. I'm in this Discord right now, but I feel like we're in 24/7 still. Just because of the people talking, bro. It's cool. I love it. Like Percent's in here, fucking Geo, Riggs. It's good to hear all you guys, man. I missed you guys.
And
you guys are all 24/7 people.
I am.
Former 24/7 flat earthers.
Yep. Even on my break, I was still flat earth, bro. That shit doesn't go away.
Except Kosho. Kosho still hasn't come out of the closet yet. Oh wait, he's not here anymore. God damn it.
Dude, I think I've banned Kosho in like 2 years ago more than 100 times.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I'm asking.
Kosho's an original flat earther.
To the server again after I got banned
Kosho, I don't have nothing against Kosho, dude. I never did. Like I just banned him because those were our rules, and I was the only person. I swear to God, like Indio would be debating him, and he thinks he's like a new guy, and I'm like, dude, that's fucking Kosho. He's like, how? I'm like, trust me. I'm like, and as soon as I'd ban him, before I banned him, I text him like, fuck you, Kosho, I'd ban him, and then he'd send me a smile face like, you got me again. Like he would be a good sport about it. He'd be like, you got me, And I remember it got to a point where I was like,
voices?
I'm gonna keep. No, not through voice, through text. I know Kosho's debate pattern through text. Like I literally knew
more than he's in gems.
Well, now, but back then he was only in 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, and he when he was on the ban we have a perma ban list where like people are like, don't let this motherfucker in, waste the time, whatever. That was Kosho for us. And
Why? Kosho's easy going.
No, of course he is.
For the new
long story short, permaban list in our server, it's like if I don't want Kosho there, Kosho's not coming back until I decide Kosho comes back, even though everyone likes him. That's just how it works. Kind of weird, but whatever.
Hey, Jose.
Yeah, what's up?
Take me off that permaban list. Crack villains.
You're in the permaban list?
Yeah, because Crack Villain is on. Dude, he's actually insane. He's actually insane.
Did you say sexually insane? You're gonna have to catch me up on this. Hey, Kosho, real quick, Kosho, how many times did I ban you? You think? Estimate.
Oh, well, I mean, it's half 100 times maybe.
There you go.
You personally
Kosho
have
makes
100
jokes
times.
sometimes about like making new accounts for things, like make 3 new accounts a day and stuff like that. And
Dude,
like now
Kosho
I know
like,
he means
like,
it.
he's like, you just banned one account. Little did you know, I have like 10 other ones that I made today. Like, it was that
ban
quick,
other
man.
people. Sometimes you would have banned. You banned this one guy called Rabbi. Yeah.
Sometimes I did. And to be honest,
I like you personally. I just mean you
no,
guys.
maybe I did. But like, here's the thing: the reason I had you figure out because I used to spend a lot of time in lobby, and even though you started off like a normal Glober, I always picked up when you started to actually debate. You can't. It's like, to me, debating is a fingerprint. Everyone has a style of debating. And as soon as you start bringing up your arguments, I'm like, the way you formulate the arguments, even the way you phrase it, I'm like, that's fucking Kosho right there.
You're right about
that. But don't you give a little leeway to the Globers in a flat Earth server?
Me personally, I give a lot of leeway. I can't speak the same for everybody. I've always been known as the calm person on that server.
Yeah, Jose and Gio were the two, probably two of the nicest mods over there for at least.
Yeah, Jose's.
Yeah, I would never ban you, Kosho, but I would sometimes like DM Jose and be like, "Yo, I think this one's Kosho." I wouldn't.
He would dry snitch you. He'd be like, "Hey, I think that's Kosho." I'm like, "I got him, bro."
Yeah, he would ruin my game sometimes.
Yeah.
You know who's still at it here, even on this server, Jose? You remember Big Fokker?
Dude, I love Big Fokker, bro.
Gambino, Big Fokker, dude.
Yeah, Gambino, dude, I love him, dude. Yeah. He's the biggest troll to me, dude. Like, he does it good, man. Like, I hate him and love him at the same time.
He still does it here. I mean, I don't even ban him, but he just still creates sock accounts all day, and
just in case.
He still does
he's
it.
Probably paranoid. He's like, "Damn, they fucked you over in 24 hours. I just got to be prepared. You never know, man."
He actually changed his voice at one point. I've never heard anybody successfully use a voice changer, but whatever he did, it was really good.
But he did it that one night. Yeah, we were all talking to him. I knew it was him the whole time, but yeah, he did a little voice change, and I think he fooled some people, but a lot of us knew it was him.
Here's the thing I don't understand about him is, like, I think he's not dumb. Like, I'm not the type of flatter to be like, "Oh, all glow birthers are fucking stupid," you know? That just because you believe in something doesn't mean you're stupid. Like, you know, there's many things in a human that can make him intelligent, but Fokker to me was kind of dumb in this area. Like, he knows he's gonna come in here and get banned, unless it's a troll, unless he was just trolling so hard that he didn't care to get banned or he didn't care to get exposed. But to me, it just seems like a waste of time because he would come in and he would come in with the same name, like the same fucking name, Big Fokker, or just type different. But for like 50 times, I'm like, dude, I know it's you. It's like, who else is gonna make an account like in 10 seconds or hasn't already done that?
Gangster, man. That's respectable.
Yeah, he kept coming back with Big Fokker, Big Fokker, and it got to the point where, like, even if he changed his name, as soon as he hopped on the server, like, he had a thing with me. I don't know if it's just with me. It was me, Indio, I know for sure, and someone else. He would right away, as soon as he hopped in, he'd just start talking shit to us, like, out of the fucking blue. And I'm like, dude, that's Fokker right away. Like, he's like, "Fuck you, Jose, you fucking stupid spick Mexican, blah blah." And he knows so much information. I'm like, that's Fokker. Like, who else knows everything about me that just comes in, you know? I don't know. I just thought it was weird how you would do that.
Yeah, he kind of gives himself away. Like, on this server, you can pick a lot of your own roles. He picks the same ones every time for every sock account. It's like atheist, Earth is a globe, carnivore, and yoga. Those are the roles he picks every time.
It's crazy, right? Like, he'll burn through like 5 accounts just to get like 2 words out, like "fuck you."
I don't mind, though. I mean, even if he comes in VC, which he rarely does, but that one day he came in VC with a voice changer, and I just let him debate. There's not really bans on it. There's only like very, very few bans on this server, so it's not really. There is like a system for like warnings and like account restrictions, like when needed, but it's not really a big ban
Hey,
thing.
you know what's funny? Okay, so Jose, we did the math the other day. Somebody was bitching about how this server is banning a bunch of people, and then we did the math, and it turns out that 24/7 does the distance in the moon difference in percentage of more bans.
Of course. Do you remember when with our first the first server
and
dude, the
400%
dude,
more
the
bans.
first server we're at 7,000 bans on the first server before it got like nuked.
Somebody said there's like
bans.
somebody had told me there's like 18 or 19,000 bans on there now. Is that the case?
I haven't checked. I'll check in a little bit though. Can I check on the phone? Do you guys know if the phone will give you that information, or is it just on desktop version?
I don't know.
Who knows?
Oh, let me check real quick.
Well, I guess Riggs did math. Because there's 8 bans on this server, and then you did the.
I just did the math against 19,000.
We'll do 8 bands in like a minute. You guys need to catch up, man. All right, let's see settings. Let's see bands.
That many bands, something's not right.
Let's see. It doesn't say on the phone. It just shows a little like ton ban people, and the list is very long. It's not even worth scrolling, but it's a lot. Dude, there's like 20 big fuckers already. 30, 40. Dude.
Only on B.
Dude, there's so many big fuckers on here. It's hilarious.
But even if it's even if you're not banned though, isn't it like there are only certain rooms you can go into?
To be honest, I'm not sure. I don't know how. I've been gone for so long. I don't know if they haven't changed anything from when I was there. We used to have a setup where like Kosho, Jam Panda, all those fucking people from, like the hardcore Globers, we'd give them Flat Earth Arena where like, okay, you guys want to debate? We can have a debate room. But that's all we want you for. We don't want you in the live stream where like we're trying to reach new people. We don't want you guys in the fucking BC check-in. So we gave them a role pretty much where they were practically like the whole server was like, it was, they couldn't see it, but if they wanted to debate or text debate, they could go there. That's how we had it set up for the longest time. I don't know if it's still like that. Like I said, I've been off for about a year, so I don't know.
You haven't been on there at all in a year?
Dude, I'd taken a break. The first 6 months, I just took a break because, I've been going at this for about 7 years now, man. 6-7 years. And I was just like, I just need a break from this. And I took a 6-month break. And after that 6-month break, me and my wife decided to move. Because she got a promotional. You were in the military, right? If I recall.
Yeah, I was in the Navy.
She got a promotional position in Fresno, from where she was at.
Oh, wow.
She went from being a technical sergeant to a master sergeant by taking this position.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so we moved out here so she could get that, because that's her goal. I remember when I first met her 6 years ago. She's like, I don't do the full. She wasn't full-time military. She just would do part-time military, right? And she was in active duty. She was just reserves. And she's like, but I wanted, like, before I retire, my goal is to become a master sergeant in the military. And when about a year in of our relationship, she just went full throttle. She went active duty, and she just been working her way to get to that position, and she finally got it.
Is that an E7?
E7, correct, for Air Force.
That's cool. Yeah, that's what's up.
Yeah.
But good for her, man. But she had to move to get that. She had to move to get ranked up. I guess.
Promotion. Yeah, promotion. It was a promotional position. Yeah.
Oh, I see. Okay, so yeah.
And that's what she did with her. It's crazy because she did promotion twice within a span of like 4 years, which is really hard to do in the Air Force. I don't know if you know about military, but the Air Force is like the hardest fucking place to get promotions.
Yeah, E7 is a threshold, at least in the Navy. You know what I mean? It's like it's a big difference from E7 to like E6, E7 is a big difference, and it's probably the biggest difference actually than any of the enlisted ranks, I would think.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. That's cool, man. Good for her. Yeah, that's when you get a whole different respect at E7 than you do at E6, E5.
Yeah, like at the moment At the moment she's not an E7 because she took the position, but there's a person still in her spot that was supposed to leave in the next couple months. So like technically she's not the E7 yet, but she's gonna get it like in a month or two because she like the person she's like only one person could be an E7 in that position where she was gonna get it, and that person's still there and they're moving. So they're moving in about a month or two supposedly. So that's when she's gonna be officially promoted.
Yeah, that's what's up.
So yeah,
but
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, go ahead. I was saying the Navy to become a chief, which is an E7, they got to go through like all this training, and then they have to go through these. It's like what do you call that? What's that fucking thing? They don't do it anymore. It's illegal now, but it's like hazing. Yeah, they look at this whole hazing ceremony for like 3 months before they become a chief.
That's crazy. That's a lot of work. Oh, she had to do nothing like that. Like she might have to go to school for something, but not so much for it's classes. Like I guess because she's gonna be in charge of a lot of people now. Not a lot of people, but some people, as opposed to being a technical sergeant.
That's what's up, man. Hope she keeps going up. She's probably I guess she's gonna retire now. Like she's still in. She's probably gonna stay in.
Well, she only has 3 more years, and she retires from the military.
What? Oh shit! There you go.
So and her goal. Here's her goal. Her goal is to retire from the military. She has her 3 more years to do. And she before military. Remember, she had 2 jobs. I don't know if you recall this. She used to be a USDA inspector. So she's gonna just go back to that. Because USDA will hold a position for 5 years if you're in the military, and I think so far she's used up 3 years, so she has 2 years left. So we're kind of debating if like she should just stay in the military and just even extend her time, even if she's retired, because like it's way better pay, and she has more time with the family. But then there's something in her that tells her like, no, I need to go back to USDA just so they can hold my position for 5 more years, and if I get tired of the military, I could always go back to that. So I don't know. We're kind of like fiddling with what she should do with that.
Were you saying she's a reservist?
She used to be. Not. She's been active for the last 4 years.
Yeah, but I mean, if she's a reservist and she's not active, she still have 3 years, 3 years that she can accumulate, though, right? Like she can be, just going in on the weekends or whatever, like 1 week a month, and still retired in 3 years, right? Or that's only 3 years active.
No. She's been active for about 3-4 years, maybe. And but she's been in the military for a long time. Like she's about to go on her 18th or 17th year, but she was a reservist for most of it. I honestly don't know how the math whole works with that, but I know what she tells me is that she's about to retire from the military because even though if you're a reservist, I guess if you have enough time, you can retire from it at a certain point. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, 20 years. Yeah. Well, good for her, man.
How are you guys handling the mandate shit?
Dude, if Fresno is great.
In California and military, it's like got to be the worst, right?
All right, for her, it sucks because she actually does have to follow the rules. Like she has to wear a mask because she's not vaccinated. Dude, my girl's been fighting the vaccines and she's afraid to get fired. But she put in for the for like I was raised Catholic. I have my confirmation, baptism, everything. She does too. So we just played the religion. She wants religion exemption. She put that in just for time. Because she's like, even if they don't give it to me, at least like they're gonna like give me extra time to like get the vaccine just because I put that in. And our goal is that like shit in courts might happen or something might happen to prevent her from getting that. Cause she doesn't want that shit.
Right. Well, good luck.
Yeah. But as in mandates here, dude, like for where we live, dude, they don't care if you wear a mask anywhere, which I love. That's what I love about this place too. It's like I go everywhere without a mask. Even if it says mask required, I walk in, nobody gives me shit. Nobody says anything. It's obviously it's like up to the person.
Well, that's just because you're Jose, right?
Maybe. You did call me the golden.
You fucking get away with murder, dude, all the time.
You just call me OJ, bro. We're good.
Dude, I would say that you're probably the only person I know who can get away with more shit than I can.
Hey, you're still in El Paso?
Si, senor.
Have you made any new Mexican friends since it's so close to the border?
Yeah, what are you looking for?
About a ton of cocaine.
Oh, okay. Well, from what I understand, I can get a bunch of pills that people are looking for that are overpriced or hard to find in America. So that's nice.
All right.
Like
Cool.
and the dewormer shit and all kinds of stuff.
Oh, the dewormer shit? That's fire, bro. That's like that's hot market right now.
I know. That's the new green.
Those shit sell like hotcakes right now, bro. Anyways, everyone, it was really good to talk to you guys. I'm gonna head back to the server over there. I feel like flat smacking. Geo, Kosho, Kosho's gone, Riggs, Powerpuff Girl, all of you. It was good talking to you guys.
All right, Jose, man.
Yeah.
Catch you later, dude.
Take it easy,
You too,
bro.
Jose. Yeah, man. Have a good night.
All right, good night, guys. Percent, I didn't forget about you. Oh, he's deafened. What a cunt. All right, good night, guys.
Later.
So did we lose half the chat when he was here, or what? What's going on?
I think people left because it's late.
Hey, Hannah, are you injecting children now?
You're gonna harass me. I'll just leave too.
Oh,
That's
fuck
what you
yeah.
want.
Oh, fuck yeah, I will. Are you injecting children now? Is that the new schedule?
What do you mean? Is that the new schedule?
Well, they were doing
premature
adults.
infants.
They were doing adults, and they were doing teenagers.
I
and
work with
now they're doing
premature
children.
infants. You obviously can't hear me or something.
Well, you asked a question. I explained myself. So you didn't know how to wait your turn to speak, right? Should figure that out. Nothing more disgusting than somebody that injects children, man. I'm not gonna hold back when it comes to that. Yeah, somebody who leaves when they're asked that question, they got a guilty conscience. That's what that means.
Right. Well, what if she thinks it's okay though?
Then she would have just answered my question.
Like I know people that are medical doctors and like they are prescribing, pharmaceuticals and things, but like they think that it's actually, safe and the best option or whatever. So
Dude, I can't even imagine, like, well, not anymore, but there's just way too many people that think that the medical industry, the pharmaceutical industry, has the best option for like everything. They think pharmaceuticals and doctors and surgeons, they're the best option. Let's just press the extreme button, let's hit the red button, and let's go straight to the eugenicists. Doesn't make any sense to me. Like, is it some kind of like self-destruct programming inside of us to not realize that these people are scamming us? I don't get that. I am all for shaming people. I think that people are way too sensitive. If they should be shamed, then they should be shamed. I don't think we should just be, standing around quietly about anything. And that's actually how we got here in the first place.
I was listening, but halfway through you were talking, I heard a smash outside. And I just went outside, and there was a huge bear getting into the trash. It just ran away.
Oh, okay. Did you take a picture? Oh, it ran away.
Well, it sort of went away a little bit and then just stood there. So it's not. I don't know. Certain animals, like a deer, like if you scare a deer, it just runs away forever. This bear like ran away a little, and then he's more like a gangster. He's more like just waiting for me to leave so we can probably go back and.
So I guess you're really like how far away from you from like a real city? You're out there in the wilderness.
No, I'm not too far.
Are you like Terrence McKenna or something? Got your little hut on top of an island. Okay. Well, I got my heater turned on this morning. That's nice. Man, I went over to Gem Pandas for just a moment. Literally just for 5 minutes. And they're just absolutely they're obsessed with me. They are obsessed.
I just went back to check on the bear, but he's nowhere to be seen. Yeah, you went over there.
Yeah, I just went over there for like 5 minutes, but they were just so obsessed with me. Like, I had like 5 people tagging me in the chat over and over and over again. I guess I did something good.
Yeah, they end up kind of they're so. I mean, I don't want to talk about other people too much, but it does seem like they have like they're like fans. They have like they have fans, and they want those people to come. And then when you come, it's like you're like a celebrity, and then they want to ask you all these questions and do the deal.
Yeah, man. I felt like a celebrity. Like, actually, they were just like tagging me like crazy, calling me retarded and dumb and not very not educated and all this shit, man. It's insane. Well, what do you call somebody that you hate that is also a celebrity? Like a hate-lebrity? Or like how does that even, like, I don't know anywhere else in the world that you get that kind of treatment.
Yeah.
Or they hate you so much that they want to give you all of your attention. Or all of their attention.
It is sort of a side thing and sort of a different topic too, but well, I don't know. I don't think there's any solution for it unless you think you can find one. But you know how like there's like this Discord stream kit overlay thing?
Yeah, I know about it.
Yeah, so like usually there's a little option on it, show speaking users only. You click that or whatever, so it only shows the people speaking. you take the link, you pop it over in OBS.
Right.
But for some reason now, like just as of like several days ago, it's not like it just shows everyone. It won't only show the individual speakers. And I've like uninstalled Discord, reinstalled it. I've tried deauthorizing the StreamKit thing and reauthorizing. I've rebooted the whole machine. Like I've done all that, and it's just not working.
And you didn't play with any of the code, did you?
No, like I didn't change anything, and it's like this on all three of the servers. So it's like,
well, is it like that on all the other Discords that are using it?
no, I think other people like Gems or whoever else, like I think theirs is showing speakers only. So it's not like it's not universal. Like I looked on 24 on Helios, and it does show that it's doing it. So it's not only. It's not everybody.
Well, it sounds like an easy fix, man. Honestly. So have you tried rebooting the? You've obviously tried rebooting the servers, right?
Yeah, just doing just resetting. Yeah.
Well, when I remember when I was playing with the code in OBS, that I mean, it probably wouldn't even apply to what your issue is, but the one way you can reset it is just like deleting that element and then making a new one, or changing the code in the element, copy paste from the website again, and see if anything changes. But I know that sometimes names get stuck too. Like,
usually for that,
it's like one person getting stuck.
Right. When that happens, I just do like a refresh the cache thing, and that seems to work for that. But I have like deleted the element, created a new one. Look, I've tried everything I can think to try.
Yeah. I mean, I'm happy to look at it, but it sounds like you already kind of know what you're doing. I can't think of anything off the bat that would cause it to change to a completely different element that you didn't set up.
Yeah, I mean, I am using Streamlabs OBS, but I have OBS on one of these machines, so I opened OBS.
Oh, it's the same. It's the same either way. It's the same platform, so.
It was the same on that too. So like, I haven't tried uninstalling OBS and reinstalling OBS.
No. Don't do that. Don't do that, because what you're doing is you're pulling data from that website, and that website is feeding you, whatever preference you have. So it could literally just be the website fucking up your account. Because it sounds like it's happening on all three, even though you didn't change anything.
Right, and I actually looked up, like I tried Googling it, and it's kind of hard because there's a lot of people that just say the whole overlay isn't working, so there's a lot of troubleshooting for that, but I was trying to find someone that actually said, this specific problem. And I did see like a Reddit thread, and it was like, in the last 3 to 4 days, there were a bunch of people being like, yeah, mine's doing this. It's probably just an issue with Discord, like there's no fix for it. So yeah, I did find a couple people saying that it's happening to them.
Really? And what was the date?
That was like, within like 3-4 days ago. There was like a bunch of posts.
Yeah. Okay. Then it's probably something that they'll address soon.
But I noticed I did pop up Helios, and his is working. So I don't know, why. If
well, I'll tell you what I can do is I can make my own little mock stream and see if it happens for me. I'll see if I can create an injection code for you and paste it over and see if it works. But it'll probably be the same one that you have, so I don't know.
Because all that really code does is it just like pops in like your server ID and then the channel ID, like that little customization. Yeah. So it's kind of like a pretty straightforward.
Are you doing? Is there such a thing as like custom font or whatever when you're doing that? I don't think there is. I think it's just straightforward, copy paste.
Yeah, for this one, it's pretty much copy paste.
Yeah, so that's strange.
But I mean, for right now, I'm just having nothing lighting up. The only thing I could do is have everybody showing on there, but then it looks kind of you know.
Wait. So not even the green is lighting up?
Well, the way it is right now, my only option is it just shows everybody. And yes, it will show the green lighting up, but it shows everybody's avatar and everyone's name.
Well, that means it's functioning at least.
Yeah, it's
so
functioning.
Here's what you do. Copy and paste the text in for the full list, and then copy and paste the text for just the active names, and see if there's any differences in that code.
Yeah, I looked at the code. The only thing it says like limit speakers equals true or limit speakers equals false. That seems to be what it is the difference.
Right. And it's correct.
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's the best you can do, because like you're basically getting a free service, and they're sending you the wrong data because that variable's not working for whatever reason.
Yeah. I mean, it's not a super big deal. We usually only have like 5 or 10 people watching, and it's probably not imperative that they're seeing who's lighting up.
Well, you know what? If I were you, man, I would go do this. Email Discord support and say, hey, I've got a fully boosted server. I'm utilizing your little your code thing, and I wanted them to know if there's any outstanding issues with this one variable inside of that code, and see if they can just fix it real quick.
Yeah,
because if it's happening to you, then it's happening to other people. Then they don't want to piss off people who are paying customers, especially. Like you must be spending a good chunk of money.
Yeah, that was my next step, was just to probably have to email Discord or send a support thing and see if they can help with it.
Yeah, it is their feature, so they should support it.
Just trying to think, because it's like I've tried everything I can think of on my end, but I think what you're saying might be the case. I'm not sure there's anything.
Yeah, like if you already know what the exact code makes the difference, is the true or the false, that makes sense to me. Because it's not you it's not the code that does it. It's extracting the code from their website. So if their website's giving you the wrong shit, that's not your fault.
Yeah, exactly. You're right, because the code's right. So it means that their website is the one that's supposed to be picking, whatever it is that picks up the audio. So.
Yeah, sorry. It sounds like they just kind of screwed up somewhere. Yep.
Just work one day? Like one day it's just going to work?
Well, they don't really like us, right? We're hated everywhere. We're famous people that are hated. That's the difference between a truther and a communist.
Yeah, maybe it could be connected to the. I mean, I don't know. I don't know that it's purposeful or not, but yeah, it could be something connected to maybe like one of their servers that covers, some percentage of their Discord servers. There's some issue or something went down, and then it's just doing that on all those servers or something. Like that's what I'm saying. I don't know if it's a server thing or a channel thing, or because I've tried the other channels. It does it in all of them, unfortunately.
You see this guy, he's posting Jake the Asshole's video about Flat Earth. Jake doesn't even know how to read a map. Who gives a fuck?
Oh yeah, B-ball.
Oh, Earth Life is B-ball?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah, that guy's way more annoying than B-ball. Okay, yeah, whatever.
Well, yeah, his name used to be B-ball for life, maybe, and then he changed it to Earth is life, I think.
So, like that guy that comes in the live stream, who's like, he's not on the fence, but he's not like very knowledgeable about Flat Earth or anything, or even the globe, basketball, something. Is that different people?
Well, this guy used to be B-ball, like back on Brandon's server and whatnot, and Jose's and stuff. I think his name was B-ball for life, and then he changed it to Earth is life. He's pretty much a globe earther, but I don't want to talk about him. He's not here, but yeah, he kind of says a lot of the same things. He kind of just.
There's nothing wrong with just, dude. You don't have to. We're not having a long discussion. You're just kind of like filling me in.
This video he posted is from 2017. This is the one where
I know
Jake thought he debunked the AE map or whatever.
Right. Because he knows what the sun's doing, apparently.
It's funny that Jake kind of came back into. It's like, I don't know if he wants more subs or what it is, but because I did hear that he did that whole video on like Eric Dubay and Jeranism, and I guess I watched a little bit of Glowbusters. Yeah, parts of Glowbusters today, and I guess I heard Bob.
I was streaming it in the chat. I don't know if you were there. I was asleep.
I did see that, yeah, because I think I was watching it at that same time. But yeah, he was like voicing a lot of frustration about all the shill calling. And I was kind of wondering, like, well, is he going to mention what Jaren did, which is like a whole show on our Russian vids, a whole panel just railing on Russian vids for 3 hours?
Yeah, I mean, that's... Why do they care? Just do what you're doing. You don't have to... Like, okay, look, I will gladly do a show if I have a topic I want to talk about. But if your topic is to just bash and smash on one person with a whole panel, you've stooped to beyond a new low. Like, that is just the biggest waste of time and resources. And then you're getting super chats at the same time, and donations and fucking all this other stuff. This is very slimy activity. And by the way, I did a lot of research last night, and nobody knows who the fuck this Blue Water Bay developer is that made David Weiss's app. Nobody knows who the fuck that is. They don't have any history making any other apps. They are a no-name developer that links straight back to David Weiss's website. So who made it? Who's developing that?
I've heard David Weiss say that it's people in India.
Yeah, he says that.
Yeah.
He says that, but with what requirements? I mean, let us see who the developers are. You know, Blue Water Bay from India? Excuse me?
Well, it is possible to get like work done. Like, there's a lot of you can hire people in India apparently for pretty cheap to do stuff. So it's possible that he found someone, and then maybe that person was not as, maybe kind of was learning the ropes or something, and then kind of that was kind of the vibe I got from it. Maybe.
Well, that was the vibe he was putting off, but we don't really know, do we? Because there's no validation.
Yeah.
All I know is that Mark Sargent was really suspect. Nobody trusted his app or Patricia's app, so they needed to come up with a new app from somebody that people trusted. And now they've got location services as part of the feature package. Interesting.
Yep. And it shows right where you are on the map.
Yep. And let me show you a tweet that I found last night when I was doing my research. Let's see if it's still available. You would laugh if you heard how I found it too.
I mean, the thing is, though, that whoever owns these phone companies, they know all that shit anyways. So I don't know.
Yeah, but you have to understand also that there's a group of people, okay, that have to kind of operate outside of the system to maintain their whatever their goal is. So they kind of have to play by some of the rules, because like you can't have a large group of people who know about the Earth deception. Okay? So like it's this whole compartmentalized thing. Let me find this tweet.
Right. And I see what you mean. Yeah, there's like different kind of layers.
Oh man, dude, I posted like so many videos today unbelievable amount of videos. I hosted on your server. Okay, here it is. Check this out. Read it. And then I'll show you how I found it.
Metatron Inc.
Yeah. I'll show you how I found it right now. Hold up. And there it is. Ain't that funny?
Yeah, when was this? Oh, February 7th, 2019.
Yeah, that's when the guy went on Joe Rogan's podcast.
Oh, this is that guy?
Yeah.
Meaning that Metatron was posting a thing like for this guy?
Yep.
It's got some crypto thing in here.
Yep. They support crypto and meditation, yoga and Kabbalah, and hypnosis. For no fucking reason, they put hypnosis, which is also what their apps that do meditation support, and Kabbalah hypnosis. So this is exactly what Patricia and Mark are into. And then Mark's band is actually into MK Ultra Mind Control with the butterflies. And one of the band's album's name is Time to Forget, with butterflies all over it. Like, you can't make this shit up. Like, these guys are like actually telling us what they're doing, but we're just not looking, and we're too jaded to really realize it, or most of us anyway.
You are all Metatron shields. That's my best sheeple impression. Not very good.
Oh, you know what? That's what I was going to do too. I was going to look at his new his BitChute, see if there's any new videos.
Oh yeah, has he got some fresh new ones? Some DJ specials?
Maybe. It's possible. I would suspect.
Nope, looks like the last one was this Halloween.
Huh. Yeah, man. I mean, like I said before, the more you look into it, the more confirmation there is. So I think what happened is this company, they make a bunch of apps. Okay. And I think that they probably made David Weiss's app. I think it's probably very, very likely. They Metatron Inc. has made over 2,000 apps, and they're heavily into crypto. And just like Weiss and Jaron. They're all basically they're giving legitimacy. They're giving legitimacy to one or two people in the room. So those people are going to feed into that relationship. And how many years has it been now? Like over 5 years? You know?
So you're suggesting that some of these people might actually just be common people, but they get kind of
they get co-opted.
Like, it's like handlers, but they don't even know that they're handlers. Basically,
yes.
They just
yeah.
Yes.
What up, boys?
Yo, what's up?
What's up, Issa?
I'll tell you early on, dude. There's heads that were in this movement that tried to offer me LSD, tried to send me pounds.
Wait, that you're talking about Ace McLeod then?
Nah, actually, no. Outside of Ace, I've met
okay.
Ace. I've met Ace over in Colorado over at FEMA camp, and he was tripping balls himself. He was out to lunch. He actually went.
Yeah.
You know who Snack to the Future is?
Yes.
Right on. Yes, you know what's up. Like Snack, like it's weird.
Snack's tripping balls.
Yeah, like Snack was going out to lunch, and I don't know if you guys know. I don't know if you guys know my story in this shit, but like, it's so crazy. But like, yeah, dude, like dudes were all, like, what I think they did, all right, aside from my story, is what they've done is they've offered people pot, they've offered people drugs, and some of these people took it and they had to take like Ranty. He bought the pound of pot. He fucking bought the L. He fucking went and got whatever the fuck they offered him. And now, like, in my eyes, like, not that I look at Ranty as an example of that, but it's a case in point that, you never know out here, right? But like, if somebody took the drugs, they're in the pocket of these people.
Yes.
So it's like, and then the more, like, if you're on the point where you think you're going to go change the world with flat earth, number one, you're naive. Number two, you know what I mean? You're going to get played.
Dude, I've heard Jaron say the most naive things ever. I just couldn't believe it because I know he's smarter than that, but like he will side with the most naive point possible. I just couldn't.
Well, you got to look at, dude,
know.
you know what? I mean, like, as much as like, dude, like, I've been out here long enough to have so many weird stories with so many of these cats. Like, I remember the first call I was on with Jaron, and he came into our call. And he was saying, I'm all about the financial law shit, right? So it's like, I'm like, the whole hyperinflation shit is a joke. It's a scam. Get people to buy gold. Get them to buy your fucking reserves for food. It's just a hustle. So like, and he was all doom and gloom and fucking the economy's going to crash next week and fucking, and then I was like, dude.
Yeah, they were selling like gold futures through like goldmoney.com and shit.
Bro, dude, the craziest scam I saw was the MSM or the MS, whatever that shit is, the miracle fucking. Morgile fucking wrecked this awesome conversation I was having one time, and I'll never forget it. And he just came in, wrecked it, and took it over because everyone was like, "Oh, it's the Morgile."
Well, the Morgile takes the drugs.
Fucking right. Well, this was even check it out. This was before he got exposed on that level. You know what I mean? So I'm over here, like, to be honest, like, it was weird because dude, my experience out here on the flat earth shit and on YouTube is crazy, right? Because I got involved with it, got on the little, like, I don't even know. They were doing like, it's a long story. But long story short is, I know, like, so I was out and about debating. Turns out Snack to the Future grew up in my hometown. So I know him prior to any of this.
Interesting.
And so when I came out, it was actually Jibby Jedi took me, like, because I was on. Do you remember Hillbilly?
No.
Okay, there was this guy Hillbilly back in the day, and I went on and I was debating law shit. And long story short, I wound up on Jibby Jedi's channel, and we were doing a late night hangout because at the time it was so different, like, and it was so new to me, like it is for so many people that come into this, is the idea that, like, you're like, holy shit, I found people that understand this shit that I've been talking about for years or reading about, and then all of a sudden you're immersed in these great conversations, and that's why everybody's vulnerable, because you're so happy to be out there talking to somebody and you're willing to tell them everything. And but long story short is that these guys, like, so Snack, or actually it was Hitch, and I think it was Hitch, Snack, and
dude, Hitch is legit.
Well, Hitch is fucking like, everybody's a shill.
Yeah.
And like, and that the thing is that like, like what I saw, like what, dude, they destroyed FreeChan. They destroyed FreeChan, dude. This is my problem when I see like the J-Trig conversation come up. It's that the problem is like, let's say it was being, the grand scheme, everyone thinks like Patricia Steer, Jaron, and all these dudes are like the head of the fucking PSYOP, right? That's what a lot of people think. And I had never heard that shit before.
Patricia Steer is not in charge of shit. Like even Mark Sargent has his handlers.
Well, remember this: nobody knows anything. We don't know. Like, you know what I mean? Because like people, I mean, I've heard it. I've heard everything thrown around. But my thing is this: is that like, so I hung out with this crew, FreeChan. I ended up meeting Snack. Snack turned out to be friends with all these guys, and I went over to FreeChan. That's where I met Cathexis, and FreeChan was where Cathexis, Gem Panda, like all of it was going on.
Oh my god!
And like, in the sense of like, it was still it was fiery. Everyone was like, "Fuck you." It was ruthless, but it was like intellectual as fuck. And like, and so it was a really interesting conversation, and it was a really cool mix of people. But then what you had at the time, and this is the thing with like Globebusters and them, because I'm friendly with all those guys. It's like they were like, how do you hang out with these people? How do you go and you fucking debate and hang out with these people? You need to just ban them and cut them off and da-da-da. And I was like, no, this is about the understanding of the earth. It's not about, you know what I mean? So you have to entertain the other side. Now we know all this because that's how it's done, right? You know what I mean? You let the ballers, you let everyone debate. But the point is that back then everyone was mad at some of the flat earthers for entertaining these quote unquote ball earth shills. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It was about furthering the flat earth argument, not like debating with some idiots.
Right. But at the same time, for those of us coming in here, there's like 70 subjects that you have to master. Right.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to debate this topic well, you have to master like 70 fucking topics.
Well, all anything that deals with being alive. Yeah, it's like everything.
That's what I mean, right? So like, and then you're getting shot down by speculating some fucking awesome idea that you've had. But the point is that like, everybody in the eyes of like Hitch and like Ed and like those guys is like everybody's a shill. Well, it's like, I would look at those guys and I'm like, well, what do? You don't do anything. And I've learned in my life, like, when you come across a critic who doesn't do anything, like they are completely meaningless. And like, and that was my problem was that like, okay, great. You guys are so fucking smart and so awesome and you're so sharp. Okay. What do? You don't do anything. All you do is rip everyone down around you. And I don't care whether you're fucking a shill or not. Like,
well, okay. Hitch. Yeah. Because he's out. Like that's all he does. Yeah. But
that's right.
But some people have more, they're more useful. Like some people are artistic. Some people are not. And he was trying to put that idea out there. So, good for him. But if that's all he's doing, then yeah, that could get annoying at some point because you're trying to do other stuff too.
Well, the point is like, at the time, like, like we did, that's when we created it was on a call. I fucking created, me and we created it and then IPS jacked it and because at the time IPS was cool, we were like, all right, fucking let's run it. And it was the Flat Earth Music and Arts,
Bro.
Yeah.
IPS can't be cool. I don't know how you could even.
No. Back in the day, before it got like, because I thought, we all thought it was hilarious that we were trolling everybody with the Illuminati symbols and the fucking, scare the shit out of everybody who's like terrified. Like I had videos made about me because I had owls in my videos, or I had the color.
How dare you?
You know what I mean? And you're like, holy shit, like you guys, and then like, you're getting yelled at by somebody you never met on YouTube before. And it's like, wow, that's interesting. But like, but my point is that at the time for myself anyway, it was like, all right, how do we unify? How do you unify? You know what I mean? How do you meet up with these awesome people that are doing all these kinds of things? And then the problem was that I went out there to FEMA camp and then fucking had a blast with a bunch of different people, and IPS took some money off my friend, like never paid him back. Just some weird shit happened. I was kind of like disinterested. And then once they realized that I was questioning IPS.
Talking about Jenny?
There's a bunch of them, but I don't know.
Dude, he took a bunch of money from people just that one time. That's hilarious.
Right. He
fucking scammed like dozens of people or something.
Right. He took. Well, I know, like my boy in particular, he got like $40 out of him for pizza, and never came back with the pizza. Anyway, like but the thing is that like there's like that's what always made me so weirded out by things was that like I knew Snack prior, you know what I mean? And I was like, oh my God. And that's what gets me too is that, and I know Snack prior to this shit, which is why it's so interesting that he was so committed to it. Like, I was like, whoa, what's going on here? Like, and then he was committed to just he was a part of the whole naysayer thing. Like, like didn't fucking want, I don't know, like a lot of people wanted to like, create a safe space for flat earth. And I was like, to some extent, like this is, you got to go and debate. You got to fucking deal with that. But my point is that anyone who's trying to rip everybody down and that's the only thing that they do, I don't know. I'm hesitant to fucking.
Okay.
Well,
this
I think you made me think about
nothing really to do with like what we were saying though.
Oh, forgive me. But I was saying about the compromising of J-Trig and shit like that, like how they get people to buy pot. Like there's a couple who like offered to buy, like send me pot that I refused. Like I was like, no thanks. You know what I mean?
They just try to get you complicit in some way.
Somehow, dude. Yeah.
But imagine that you've been complicit for, I guess, and you think you've made a friend for the last 5 years, 6 years. You know what I mean? Like, do you think that person is aware, or they think they just have a friend?
Well, I think it depends, man. Depends who's. It depends. Like this is why I always try to remind myself, like, what am I trying to get out of it? Like, am I like, are you trying to like find lifelong friends and explain everything in your life to them, or are you just looking for some understanding about interesting topics?
Okay. Well, I'm talking about specific people in the community, like Jaron. Like we were deciding whether or not he had a more insidious involvement or not.
Oh, dude, I mean, we used to be like, all right, so maybe these guys are all Masons and they're controlled opposition running the whole movement. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, I get it. Like, I've thought these thoughts, but again, it's like, you could lose your.
Well, like I know I know who the shills are for sure, but then there's a couple that are just like, okay, are these guys just complicit, or are they bought off somehow? Like, they took the bag, or what?
That's what I think it is, bro. That's what.
But you like, I don't really know any truthers that could pull that off unless they were seated.
Pull what off?
Like faking your persona to the point of just taking the bag and selling your soul. Like, it doesn't make any sense.
No, it's not that. It's that all of a sudden you're like, oh my God, you're a flat earther and I'm a flat earther.
No,
and like, whoa,
no.
And like, you don't think
like,
so?
Like, okay, like Weiss and Jaron.
Right.
I mean, I don't think I have to put much detail into that statement. Like, what was happening before was that we had basically a mark monopoly with the steer monopoly in the media, and they served their purpose. And now it seems like things have handed off to this other group, but I'm not sure that other group has realized that they've been co-opted. But they have to be. They have to be co-opted. It's just a matter of who knows and who's, and who doesn't. Or they all know.
Yeah, I don't know. I think of it like, again, it's like you could get. I honestly think of it. Part of it is to get people chasing the ghost.
Oh no, they're not interested in anybody chasing. They don't seem to give a fuck about anybody chasing.
Think of it like this though. There's levels where like, here's the point: is like, or because my whole thing was like, I looked at it like, flat Earth has like these pressure points where if you drive on these pressure points, you're going to break through to society. So that's where I looked at it. Like anyone saying flat Earth is cool. That's how I used to, I do look at it like that. Like anyone talking that talk is like, even if you're a fucking shill, like the fact that you said flat Earth, it's a mind virus that somebody's now going to have to go look up for their own. So, like, I mean, I just think if you get lost in trying to find who the shill is, then they've got you. Because now you're off topic, which is the pressure point to get flat Earth to create a mass awakening kind of thing.
No, I am not off topic.
No. I'm not saying. I'm saying when you get lost in the weeds looking for shills. That's what I'm saying. Not you particularly, but I'm saying like it's part of the psyop. Is that now you're busy looking at who's a shill, and you've made yourself paranoid, wondering who's J-Trig, and now you're paralyzed with fear.
No, not even that, man.
Not you, but I'm saying people. I tell you what, I was. How about that? I was. Because I was like, holy shit, only a fool would continue kicking around in quicksand. And that's what you wind up doing, I think, when you start, or what I did when I started trying to find out, okay, is this person a shill? Is that
well, look, I find stuff, and I'm not in quicksand, and I don't represent any of these ideas that you keep bringing up, so I don't understand what you're talking about.
Okay, cool. Well, I mean, that's what I went through, because I was like, holy shit, if I keep digging, looking for who the fuck is a shill, then I'm off my game of trying to promote an idea that I espouse. Because now I'm out here.
I promote my idea all day. So
what's that?
I promote my idea all day. It doesn't stop me.
Right. But it's like that idea of like, small minds talk about people. You know what I mean? Mediocre minds talk about events.
That's a gatekeeping phrase. Like if small minds only talk about other people, yes. Talking about other people does not equal small mind.
Yeah, I mean, that's why we're talking about it. But I'm just trying to say, like, do you see in the grander scheme of things, if you get lost in the weeds, then you're like, maybe not you, but like some people, if they get involved looking out for who's the fucking shill, they get off their own game. And then that's what I'm saying.
All right. Well, I was just trying to further an idea, but you kind of went the other way with it. So never mind.
Nah, you're good, brother. I mean, shoot, it's like, my point is like, it becomes like a conversation of like the Soviet gulag. Like, is that guy, because he said this, now a shill that we have to go throw in the dungeon?
No,
like,
man. Look, do you agree or no? Beyond that, we can speculate, but it's not like going to take over our lives or anything. Like, we know that there are forces at hand that are controlling this topic. We get as far with it as they want us to. It's not going to change my belief system.
Well, let's say that there are, J-Trigs or whatever. Like, let's say 100% there are, and it's this guy, that guy, and this guy. If that's the case, I think within myself, I think it's good to be aware. Like, I do use my intuition, and I use different faculties to try to, assess, people in a certain sense, just so I can navigate. But for me to focus any excess energy on them would mean that they are then succeeding in whatever.
Well, no, they succeed regardless.
I don't think so, because the way I see it is that, like, even if people are shills or J-Trigs or whatever, like, there's already enough misinformation in the world. You've already got NASA and all this other stuff. So to me, I don't think it's very worth putting that much time into, because there's already a lot of forces at play. So all I can do is be myself, be in my center and move forward. There's already massive forces going on. So there doesn't really seem to be that much benefit in my mind at pointing fingers. And it really just kind of creates more division and more paranoia in a sense. So for myself, I definitely limit the amount of kind of show calling as much as possible.
Definitely limit it.
Well, it's like me and Grim were on here last night talking about it. It's like they don't want you into 2 groups. They want you into 70 groups.
Yep.
They want you broken down so much that you'll never get anything done. And that's what I think, like, that's why my answer always has been to the J-Trig show, to all that is like, like, fuck, I'm just unification, music, art, you know what I mean? Like, just just boom, 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 and hit them. Like, let the truth slay them. Let the truth handle them bitches, because you just, as soon as you enter into the, it's like, as soon as you start throwing shit around, you smell like shit yourself. That's how I deal with it.
Yep, you're an artist.
I mean, and that's what, I mean, I don't know. It's like I used to be, I'm friendly, or I know these cats. I have my suspicions on a lot of them. However, I don't try to let that, like, shape the way I look at it. It's like, when Nathan Oakley's on or something like that, it's like, or, even today, I think like Glowbusters was on. You know what I mean? Like, I'll try to pop in because I figure, like, you're not going to kick me out of this, asshole. Because that's what they want. They want control. They want you out of it. And as soon as they can ban you and kick you out of it and say, you fucking said this, then you're out of it. So, no. I'm right here.
Okay.
Shit. I felt like, even that dude, that musician guy was a straight up reaction to what I was doing. That fucking, the English guy pretending to be an American hick.
Yeah, the guy who
if there was
apparently
ever
funded. Yeah,
right. If there was ever a shield, nigga.
Yeah, that guy.
Come on, bro. Like,
yeah, the guy was a bad actor,
dude. And dude, I remember I called that guy out as soon as he stepped up. They had him on Glowbusters.
Yeah, and guess what? He disappeared.
Right, because
but he's still part of it in the background.
Paying him to make the money. They stopped paying him to make the videos. But and this is a dude. I mean, even David Weiss used to tell me, "Oh, you need better sound quality." He'd poo-poo everything I did, like a little, like, it would be like, I'd send him a music, see if you can record it better.
And this is, I'm thinking that he got into Jaren's head. I think he got into Jaren's head, and maybe he's playing puppet master a little bit.
Right, but and this is where, I look at it, shit, I was on how about this? I was on a fucking hour-long Skype call with Weiss. As soon as I got off of it, my computer went fuck. You know how Macs have a fucking program that just shuts it down and goes, wah!
Okay.
So, like, and even like, because I'm sitting there on a call with the dude, and then I get off and my computer freaks the fuck out. But, like, that aside, dude, like, I even still, I do not fucking say that dude's a shit. I don't say anyone's a fucking shill. Because it's stupid. Because you wind up in this shit throwing fucking festival, and nobody wants to go to that.
Well, I didn't say he's a shill. I said I don't trust these people.
Well, right. But I'm letting you know that I've heard it said so many fucking times that I've been out here long enough. Like, Weiss is a known fucking potential fucking shill. Right? I mean, dude, my whole, my Flat Earth old school crew is Hitch, bro. Is Ed. Is all that crew, dude. Like, they still love me. I was on a call with them last week. You know what I mean? Like, they're all still fucking, we're all still hating each other and still fucking calling it. Like, I always bust Hitch's balls because I'm like, oh, you're Black Lives Matter. You fucking anarchist.
Wait, and, he is? What?
Well, no, but he's all about burn the system down.
Okay.
And he was all about, like when they were like I was busting his, it was funny. I was busting his chops one time about, when they put the bricks out at the fucking, for the riots, like, the bricks got left out over in the street, right? I was like, fucking Hitch driving around dropping off bricks and shit, and he took offense like it was like a bad thing. I was like, dude, he's so all about, it was just hilarious anyway, because he hates me because I'm a Trump fan. Like, he thinks, just hilarious. Everyone's a show.
Oh, you believe in politics. Okay.
Right. Like, the fact that I like consider what's going on around me as though I'm some fucking whatever for it. Like, but that's between, whatever. Hitch is still my boy. I still love the kid. He's fucking awesome. But like, I'm letting I've heard all the fucking shit throwing. And my point is that I still, I personally don't partake in calling anyone a shill. But I feel as though, or at least when I walked in on you guys talking, like, I found it interesting that fucking people might fucking offer people drugs. They took it and now, or whatever it was, and then they got compromised. That's what got
possibly
me kind of interested in this, because I've seen that. I've seen it happen where I've been offered it. Like, really?
Well, I don't know if was that what we were talking about, or did you bring that up?
I brought it up because you guys were talking about J-Trig, and I was saying this is like that's like an FBI move.
Yeah. Ding. Are you on a plane?
Nah, I got a propane heater going.
Oh, okay.
And it's something's wrong with it actually, so I got to get
yeah, put on your seatbelt, bro. Okay, Shill.
yeah, get back in your seat, dude. You're about to
get back in your seat.
No doubt, no doubt.
No smoking on the plane, dude.
No doubt, no doubt. Fuck, they're catching me in the bathroom right now. Yo, I love Haunted used to say he wanted to go up and take a globe up to the cockpit of a plane and be like, when do we use this? I always thought that was so fucking funny.
So when do we use this to get to our destination?
Right.
Could you point where we're flying right now on this thing?
Isn't that funny though? They put the globe on pretty much every desk, or even in the back of like CNN interviews when they're using like fake face technology. But then, on a plane, you never use a globe. There's no globe on the cockpit.
Well, you said before, Isa, I mean, that's kind of like what I was trying to get at too. Like, the truth is the truth. So that's what I was saying. There's already tons of misinformation in the media, what NASA's doing. Like, there's already so much of it. So if there are shills in this community, and I'm sure there are some, I don't think there's as many as people think, but there definitely are some people involved from the CIA, FBI, whatever, that are here in one way or another. But what are they really going to do? Up against all of the other misinformation in the world. Like, if one is seeking truth and finding truth,
well, their job is to divide us.
Yeah, but that truth will still shred forward, and it's up to us whether we let them divide us or not.
Well, like
the
like that
in
video.
Our hands.
Well, like when they were blasting Russian vids. Like, I'm not saying Russian vids isn't an agent, or if he is, I don't know.
Well, there was a whole thing that started. It seemed like, because I didn't even watch all of it because I don't even want to spend my time. But yeah, it seems like Russian vids and Richie from Boston called out the Dave Weiss and Jaron, and then Jaron did a big show back, and there was a whole feud, and then Jake, the asshole or whatever, got involved in it. So
everybody wants to get their views,
But I mean, I guess to me, I took all that as a grain of salt. I watched about 5 minutes of those videos because it's not, you know what I mean? And I moved on. So it's like, whatever they think they're doing, it's not affecting me.
Right.
Whatever they're doing, whether they're just think that they're truthers calling shills, or whether they think whether they're really calling people out. I guess that's what I'm saying. I don't know. I guess whoever's trying to do that drama, I'm just saying that I for myself, I don't have to get wrapped up into it, is what I'm saying.
Okay. Well, you guys can not get wrapped up in it, and I'll just keep doing my research every now and then.
Well, I don't ignore it because I think it's important to know who's who within myself. I use my intuition and I use different ways of kind of traversing, in different
Well, I think
ways.
that things can be known, and the stuff I've found out, I fucking know a lot more than most people. I found some really interesting shit. But who am I going to share it with if all the truthers are busy repeating the same shit to people who have a different, all these debates we have, man, I can figure out someone's, it's basically their philosophical point of view in 2 or 3 minutes. And then the next 4 hours, if we're debating, that's it. I figured out their position in the beginning. They're not changing. So what's the point of the debate? I'm all about furthering what I can know. I don't really care about debating with people who don't care anyway. Because I care.
Yeah. Well, I'm not suggesting that. I mean, as you know, this server is not really, set up to be this heavy debate, even though that happens a lot, though, even it still happens. But I don't necessarily think that that's the most productive either. Although, I mean, I think discussions can be good. I always learn more in these,
I've learned so much shit looking into some of these shill things because what happens is that I learn something so this is confirmed. Wow, they use this technique. And then I look in other areas of interest and subjects, and I find the same technique. And I'm like, oh wow. And then I look into that person. Oh wow, look what I found here. And I'm just increasing my knowledge. Like I'm very interested in what I can know. And there's a lot of stuff that you can know.
I think there's some value in all that too. Like in terms of like, let's say like if somebody's really into wanting to know who's JTrig and who's who and who's doing what, even though it may or may not affect you, they are affecting other people. So there is something to be said for that, meaning that whoever it is affecting, how other people. And so there is just something to be said for that in terms of, like you were saying, kind of, swaying ideas or whatever it may be.
The fact that, real quick, I got to kind of be on mute a little bit, but the fact that we even know it exists is huge, bro. That's what I think. The fact that we even know that it's a possibility, like the fact that it's in your spidey senses to be able to detect it is all we need to know about it. We don't need to know exactly who, that's how I look at it anyway. It's like, as long as I can detect it, you know what I mean? What I think it to be. And like, as long as we know and we teach people that, hey, there's all kinds of folks out here. As long as we're still doing that, that's where we're winning. With that,
if you got some street smarts, but not everybody does. And so then I just don't want my brothers and sisters in truth to not, to get down a rabbit hole that they're emotionally invested in. I'm like, no, you can't be worrying yourself with that. Because this guy, like you can't really be trusting them anyway. Like, look at what they say, but don't let it affect you,
Right. And I just mean like, take like for somebody who doesn't know about street smarts or doesn't know about game, like as soon as you cue somebody into that, the problem with that is like you take some naive person from the block and you're, or from not even from the block, from like wherever, and they come to the city, let's say, and they want pot or something like that. Right. Well, let's say if you tell them, hey, you might want to watch out for the old, give me the $50 and I'll come back with your pot routine, because that's a hustle. But then also, it's also a way to get pot. Sometimes that's how you do it, right? So the point is like, now, if you're telling some freshie that like, hey, watch out for this scam, everyone they talk to is going to be a scammer to them. And they're never going to get any herb because they never actually just fucking gave it a shot.
Everybody has, but everybody has to like, pop the cherry, dude.
No, but
they can't be paranoid forever.
Well, no, forget. You're right, and that's what I mean. Is the idea that just because that scam exists doesn't mean that you're not. You know what I mean? You're not gonna maybe give somebody $50 and get took. I mean, my whole thing was we used to clap. If somebody got away on us and robbed, or somebody took off, you know what I mean? It was like, you just sit there and clap because you go, well done, dude. Well done. I'll see you around. But like, nice job. Good job for you today.
Yeah.
We'll see you. But like, the idea being that like, you don't, any newbie from Oklahoma that you tell is going to fucking, hey, you might get robbed. They're not going to talk to anybody because they might get, they're going to be shell shocked potentially. But the point is this: it doesn't mean that you shouldn't tell them, because they should be aware of it. They should be, and that's what I'm saying. When you tell people,
but here's the problem though: is that like I talk to people all the time, and
it's good to suspect people.
And I talk to Status all the time, and I say, do you believe that propaganda exists? Because they've basically like denied like 10 of the points I've made in not a debate but like discussion. Like, yeah, that's not real. That's not real. That's not real. I'm like, all right, well, do you believe that propaganda exists? And they're like, yeah, of course. I'm like, all right, can you tell me one thing in the news right now that's propaganda? Silence every time. Tell me one thing in the news that's been propaganda in the last 2 years. Silence. These people are believers. And so then when you tell somebody that this game exists out there, they don't even know what it looks like. That's kind of why I have to like find these facts, because like if I don't have anything to show people, like how far these people are willing to go to propagandize, to control a movement, if I don't have those specific details, they're just going to walk right by me and they'll never know what the fuck they're talking about, because they don't even know what it looks like.
Yeah, that's why I think there can be something can be said about having street smarts, as it were, in terms of like, let's say, like, on the streets of truth, and how, and being aware of who's who and what's going on. But at the end of the day, like, if we view it that we actually all are on our own journey of truth discovery and discerning truth for ourselves, then it really is ultimately up to each individual. So even if there is a J-trig whatever going on, it would still be up to the individual who might be listening to those people to have discernment for themselves and figure that out for themselves as well. That's part of the truth story, or part of the challenge, is to figure out all information that coming from whatever, whether it's from the government, whether it's from some YouTube content person, whether it's from a friend, whoever it may be, to decipher what that is for themselves. So in that way, like, it's kind of an individual journey for each person. And yes, people can be swayed, and there are people with agendas and deceivers and stuff that are doing that, which makes it more complicated. But it's like the power is in the seat of each person's psyche to decipher.
Yeah, but there was, I would say for about 6 months before, for about 6 months, I didn't know that Mark Sargent wasn't legit. I didn't know. Like, I had no awareness that there was any sort of infiltration or, vested interest or any of this stuff. And I felt so duped. And someone pulled me aside and said, "Hey man, this guy is maybe not, the guy you think he is." And without somebody coming to me and giving me that kind of like nudge, I never would have had the awareness that, like, because of course, the greatest secret ever told or not told, right? Of course they would have people in place. Of course they would. I just didn't. I couldn't even fathom to like what degree, or like sometimes it appears in this case they don't even roll out the subject until they've already got the people in place ready to take it on. There's maybe 3 or 4 people that were already in the movement before it fucking took grip. So like they definitely go out of their way to like put these chess pieces in there, and then they basically get raised up organic when they're not. So I had no awareness of that. I'm so grateful somebody talked to me about that, and that I was able to, you're right. It was my journey. It was my discernment, but I needed somebody to kind of like nudge me in the right direction, And in my case, I have the facts now. So anybody who comes to me, I can drop a load on them, and they'll be like, "Oh, thank you so much," or I can help someone else come to that conclusion or whatever.
That's why I always say, like, the real first flat earther was Thomas Friedman, who's like that C-SPAN journalist piece of shit, fucking, and he wrote a book called "The World Is Flat" in like 2005. So, he's like, but yeah,
you mean the is that the guy who goes on TV and says the world is flat all the time?
No. That's the Zika virus guy. No. This is he wrote a book called "The World Is Flat" back in like 2005. It was like an economic book, but I always like make a point to, and he's like a total pro-Zionist piece of shit, fucking whatever, right? But the point is, he's I always say, like, no, he started the flat Earth movement.
Huh. There's another guy who basically talks about medical stuff, and I think he talks about how, like, or maybe it's the same guy. I'm not sure. He goes on TV. What?
Oh, huh. I haven't seen him. No.
Well, he's talking about his subject, and then out of nowhere, he'll say, "But the world is flat," and he'll just fucking throw it in there.
Yeah, that's the Zika virus guy. When the Zika virus came out, he's like, "The world is flat," real quick in the mix. But there was actually, it's interesting because some people have pointed out that maybe Dubé was cover for this chick who wrote a book in 2008, actually. And it covered like a lot of the same material. It kind of introduced flat Earth again. I forget the girl's name who wrote the book.
Well, I would love to know that book.
Yeah, well, look, I mean, it's I feel like who knows nowadays with the search history shit.
Yeah, I know.
But she wrote a book in 2008 about cosmology, maybe, or about, it ended up being like about flat Earth. And then it was like that's where some people proposed that even like Dubé was cover for the impact of what her book had done. And you know, I mean, there's a whole bunch of backstories to this. That's why, like I said earlier, and you know, like I'm in agreement with, you know, it's like the idea that if you get lost in I just think if you get lost in the weeds, it's good to know. You know what I mean? I don't fucking, you know, think people should, you know, whatever, shouldn't be interested in the topic of who is or who isn't. But ultimately, it's, you know, like you said, it's a personal journey. Like, it's almost like the shills don't even understand that they're part of the awakening, because you're going to get to a point where you can't trust it. You don't want a leader. Be your own fucking leader. You know what I mean? And fuck anyone who would say that they want to be a leader, because they really just want to be a fucking tyrant. You know?
Yeah, but anybody who's yelling out, think for yourself, they're going to look at those people as a leader.
Fair enough, but that's on them.
Yeah.
You know, that's why it's like, okay, you know, let's say like these people, some of the people that people think are shows, like, what if they're just really cornballs? You know, I really don't know. Because would you be able to tell the difference? I don't know. I don't know, man. I've had conversations with, see, my thing is this, is that, and I'll never forget when it happened for me. I had a conversation with a friend of mine, lifelong friend, and dude, all of his arguments were just like, he sounded like a baller shill. And I was like, wow, it really made me question my spidey senses in regards to who's a shill, because
like,
I mean,
how so? Like the answers or what?
Yeah, because he's like, I've seen the curvature in a plane, dead ass. And I'm like, no, you wouldn't have been able to see it. And he's like, yeah, but I did. It was, dude, it was unreal. We had to drop it. I was like, oh my God.
I was like, oh my God.
Right. That's how I felt, though. I was like, oh my fucking God, I can't even talk to you, my God. Like, you know what I mean? I love you, dude, but let's just not talk about this subject, because holy shit. And I'm like, I know the kid since I was fucking like a little kid. Like, I was like, are you serious right now? Like, and he sounded to me like a straight up somebody I would have labeled as a fucking shill arguing for the ball. And that's when I realized, wow.
Yeah, shills don't argue, though.
Well,
they don't debate. I mean, they don't debate. That's the thing.
Well, right. My boy was not debating me, dude. Like, I'm saying, he had all the red flags in my head of what I thought a fucking shill would be. And I'm like, dude, I know this kid. Like, it fucked my head up for a minute, dude. And that's what I'm trying to say about, like, I literally was paralyzed. Like, I literally had to have cathexis get on the fucking video call. Like, I had to see his fucking face, or else I was going to freak the fuck out. Like, and thank God my boy is my boy. But, like, I was just, like, freaking out, and I was paralyzed, dude. And I'm just saying that's what can happen to folks with any of this info. It's terrifying to realize that you've kind of been out there talking to people that you don't know about your most intimate ideas. And then you think to yourself, oh my God, I'm going to get thrown in the gulag and the FEMA camp and all the rest of it. And that's why we did FEMA camp, was the Flat Earth Music and Arts Festival. Round up your friends and come to FEMA camp. It's like, dude, you're going to, like, the whole concept of the awakening is kill fear. Right? At least that's what I'm in it about. Like, kill fear, because fear is ignorance, and this is knowledge.
Hey, I want to clarify a statement I made. Shills absolutely do debate. I'm just mean like on a personal basis, they don't. Like you're not going to have a discussion with a shill who debates. They're going to be on a show and get their fucking shekels.
Well, it doesn't mean it's on a show. I mean, shoot, look at any of these discords. It's like anyone who comes in here has the potential. But at the same time, it doesn't make their arguments good.
Look, we have maybe a dozen people that come in here, and they just spout nonsense in the chat. but they don't debate. So like the real ball shills that debate, they're going to be on a YouTube channel debating on some platform somewhere. They're not going to be interacting with us.
Well, that's to say that they're not, like, again, it's, culture is upstream from politics. They're trying to shape it all the way through, man. Even on that hangout call with fucking 2 people, 3 people on the call. The potential for one of them to be a fucking meeting, you just don't know. I mean, I've been on calls where, take like this call. Somebody could be recording this whole call and live streaming it on something.
We are.
Right. And like, you know what I mean? And like, and people could like, I'm just saying, like, let's say if you were on a private call, you don't know who we're live streaming or who isn't or who's doing what. And for those purposes, like, this is why it's like, dude, let the truth win the argument. Like, I'm not even here to make friends in a certain sense, right? We're here to discuss these ideas to further the conversation of the collective consciousness of mankind. And if the butterfly effect is legit or something to that effect, our little, conversations have bigger effect. And same way they know that, so they would, why do you think they would limit it to their YouTube channel? But my point is that you can get lost in the weeds. You wind up discussing shit about people instead of ideas. And then, but it's not a bad conversation. Like, shit, it's intriguing. It's fucking interesting. It's like a mystery. You're like, oh, wow. It's another part of the fucking onion. It's cool. And I have fucking, but it's like, again, it's like, with any of this stuff, it's like about pressure points. You know what I mean? Whoever's got the most flack, the most attention on them, it's like, push them, bless them. Like, Jaron Glowbuster's like, I don't call, God bless them. Fucking they're kicking ass. They're making great arguments. Bob makes good arguments. I like Bob. I like Jaron's arguments when it comes to flat earth. I couldn't care less about their personal lives. They make great flat earth arguments. They make great fucking poignant arguments. Whether or not Jaron is a Bitcoin scammer back from 2008, I don't fucking know. I don't care. I don't get scammed. I don't know anything about it. But the point is he's making killer videos that show that even on the equinox, the sun rises due east on both models. It's a great video. I'm not going to knock the guy. ODD, fucking his 5 minutes of fucking Planet of Truth. All the movies that he's looked into and made the awesome movies about how flat earth is in movies and shit. Like, it's just righteous work to me. Regardless of the drama swirling around these people, their works, some of them are righteous as fuck.
Okay, hear me out. How you doing, guys, anyway?
What up, Carlos?
Yep.
I just had this like epiphany. It's like my theory is what they've done to be able to navigate on this place which they call a globe. I think they've hijacked the heavens. So you imagine all the latitude and longitude lines actually in the same shape that they say that the ball is, but it's up in the air. So they've basically got these lines, and that's how they can navigate on a ball, because it's actually a flat surface, but they're navigating with the longitude and latitude lines in the heavens. And that's the trick. They've turned it upside down, inside out. Now that's the good thing about being able to come onto this channel. You can take the good, and throw out the shit, or you can consider a possibility that you need to sort of think a little bit deeper. And you get lots of really good characters that come onto this platform, and you can learn a lot, shill or not, right?
Dude, I remember when I first got into the conversation, every other word that fucking Gem Panda said, I had to look up. Vocabulary was just exquisite.
Yeah, I posted something much earlier on, and it was an MIT video. It's in the chat. MIT video about how airplanes fly. They lift all of the general first 101 sort of MIT level parts and attributes to a plane, force and lift, and it's just so intriguing. And the only reason why I watched that whole like hour video is because I wanted to learn a little bit more because of the debate and the conversation. I just wanted to know what they're talking about. And now I'm like, after watching that, it just started making me think about how are they navigating around this place like a Cessna airplane. You let the yoke go and it just goes straight and level, right? It just wants to go straight and level. It's automatic. So I was thinking, how are they fucking using the longitude and latitude lines which are wrapped around a ball? The only way I can think is they're up there. So that's how they're getting away with it. They've just transferred, laminated, pulled down those latitude lines to an imaginary sea level when it's actually not. Get what I'm saying? Anyone want to comment on that?
Kool-Aid?
Yeah. You are actually onto something. Most of our navigation is based on a celestial sphere. That is correct. Or at least for sextant navigation and things like that. It is based on a celestial sphere. Unfortunately, to keep the geometry correct, we also have a terrestrial sphere.
What if they're just one and the same and we're on a level flat plane?
Mm-hmm. Then we would have so if the sky was warped and the ground was flat, we would have a logarithmic relationship between distance and altitude, apparent altitude of the star. Not logarithmic. What's it called? It'd be an exponential difference. I apologize. The word is slipping my brain right now.
Well, it just came to me. I was like thinking about how do they measure speed in the ocean and distances? You have like a whole handful of words that describe these things, like knots, and then you go into stuff like chains and leagues, and there's probably a whole bunch more that I've forgotten. But imagine that your dome of perspective or the horizon, if you're somewhere where you can see an open plane and you can see 360 degrees around you, that horizon on a clear day with no refraction would be a perfect way to measure, because you could actually work out the distance on the land, and then you could figure out the size of your personal dome, and then you could grab that and extrapolate and measure somehow the size of the Earth, basically. And then you wouldn't need to have two sets of celestial and terrestrial navigation, longitude, latitude on a sphere.
Sure, I feel what you're saying, and it makes sense to me. And with all due respect to Al Bundy or whatever that old Greek dude's name was, looking at the horizon is probably the worst way to measure the size.
Alberuni?
That's it. I always get him and the Married with Children guy mixed up.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that's the most prone to inaccuracies way of measuring it. I would much rather use something that is known, like measured distances.
Yeah, the Al Bundy map is awesome.
Right.
It actually looks just like the azimuthal equidistant map too, which is, if I'm not mistaken, right? Because it's got the two little pegs, or not pegs, but like it's interesting because it looks like the South America and the others. It's so interesting, actually. If I'm not mistaken about the Al Bundy map or Al Bundy.
No, we've said it too much. You can't say it right either.
Yeah,
I'll have to look into that map. I'm not super familiar with it, but
it's dope. Actually, you know what? I had it in a video, but let me see if I can pull it up. It's pretty dope because if you look at it, it looks like the azimuthal equidistant projection in a weird way. Hold on, pull it up.
Wow, his map was interesting.
You ever seen Eratosthenes' map?
I can't say I have.
Yeah, it's also pretty interesting. To say the least.
I was trying to be clever and look up an Al Bundy map. I couldn't find one.
Well, there is his map of the Indian Ocean, the Alburendi.
Oh yeah, no, I was looking for the Al Bundy.
Yeah, I get you.
I was looking for like a fucking, something cool. Yeah, the Alberuni map.
Yeah, I don't know if that's the only one. Like back in the day, I've seen lots of Martin Leaker's show, and he's shown so many maps, and there's quite a lot of these celestial spheres that also could depict and relate to what I was talking about before.
Well, yeah, are you familiar with the are you familiar with like right ascension, declination, etc. of the celestial sphere?
Yeah.
So like I've often been interested in the idea that, like with the ancients, they used to call it the cosmic egg. So it's like, and if you look at the electromagnetic spectrum, like I used to pull up there's a really good picture that I have. But if you look at it, the dielectric inertial plane across the fucking field, and then you've got the sphere around it, and it's almost like the stars would be moving on the sphere and we'd be living on the dielectric inertial plane. It's fucking dope.
Dude, I think you just gave Geo an orgasm.
No, but that's actually just how it is, right? Just like that.
Well, that's what makes sense. I mean, it explains away gravity, explains fucking. I mean, I don't know. That's where my head's at.
Me
Let's
too.
see if I can find this picture. It's so good.
We're talking the other night about how like a ripple in a pond from a stone. It's kind of like from the North Pole. That's where everything comes out, and that's how we've got our different ages and our different races. Every time it's spawned from the middle, and it spreads out like a ripple in a pond. And that's why we have all the different races and the different languages and cultures and all of this and different frequency. And that's why we have a ring, Antarctica. We're just between two rings, man. And we're at the closest, newest, earliest born, just like newborn from the center where we are now. And if you keep going out, you can see, keep going past the ice wall, you go to the next one and you can see, all of the previous ancestors, I'd say. At some time there was some cataclysm or there was something happened, frequency change, and people got through the walls and we all mingled together. And then they closed up again. Now is Geo having an orgasm?
I mean, if that's what you were going for, I guess.
Yeah, I always like the idea that like New Perspective calls it, like, the outer ponders. Like the idea that there would be other locations of like people, like, different like azimuths, like equidistant maps in some big pond kind of thing. And how, like, you can't get to the other pond, or maybe you can, like, that's what aliens are, kind of thing, right? They're just traveling over extraterrestrial. So, like, they'd be coming from another place. But the idea of like I had that song about looking for the edge. You know what I mean? It's like, and like the idea that like two lovers would be like on different islands, like, kind of sensing each other. I don't know, man. It's fucking cool. It's more interesting than space.
They don't want you near the edge. They don't want you near the edge, man. They don't want you to find out, like, there are ways to get through it, and then
well, my argument My argument against that, though, is the idea that, like, it's like, yeah, but you got to go through, like, you know, it's like everything in nature is like, don't go that way. Like, you know, it gets cold. It's all water. It's just horrible. You know what I mean? Like, I like a temperate climate. You know, like, I like where I'm at. I'm content with what the good Lord's given me to some
Well,
extent.
I don't know, not fairy tales, like legends and myths and stuff from all sorts of populations that have experienced the North Pole, and you've got to be on the right frequency to ever get there. I mean, you've got to be on the right frame of mind and frequency vibration to be able to get there. And if you do manage to get there, it means you've been not enlightened, but you've managed to
meet the requirements.
Absolutely, and then you'll see that you could do it in any direction, not just towards, you know, that maybe that's the way that you have to get across. So you could do it in some special type of a aircraft or something that could cloak itself and resonate. It's all about, I think would be about frequency. But once you step outside of that aircraft, I don't know, it's kind of like having to equalize out of a submarine or something.
Right, but you could have it right here. What if you could have it right where you? Like, that's
What
my
about
thing. Yeah, like,
what about the
why do we
guys
need to go
who
out of ourselves?
circumnavigate? Sorry, go ahead.
No, go on. Have you ever seen the patch for the Project Magellan Kool-Aid?
No, I haven't. What about the guys who have circumnavigated the South Pole in a hot air balloon?
Really?
Yeah.
I wonder what their flight map looks like. Because I
It's
doubt it. Because I fucking doubt it.
okay. It's Fedorov. I will post his very Russian last name. Just give me a second. Finish dying. And he currently holds the record for the fastest hot air balloon circumnavigation, and he did it in an extreme southern parallel latitude.
Right, but I mean, like, again, same thing with that patch, the Magellan patch from NASA. Like, they show you that circumnavigation is going around a flat disk. It's kind of interesting. And if you look at most of the maps, like, that those guys have taken around Antarctica, they didn't circumnavigate shit. They just took a route that they call circumnavigation, which actually wasn't like they went around the globe.
Here's the guy's name. If anybody can pronounce Russian, have at it, but I'm not even going to try.
Fedor Konyukov.
Yeah.
Reminds me of that joke of what's a German for nice and tight, or German for virgin, you know, nice and tight.
So here is
so stupid.
A copy of his route. On a projection map.
What is it now? Yeah.
That
yeah,
was
like
that was
I'll show you the
simplified route that his balloon took.
Yeah. Let's see. Because on a flat map, that would just be a navigation around the circle. But let me see. There's like a cool.
It would patch. Be, and it would have a distance to it, and that distance probably won't match up with the distance he's actually said. And the reason I use the word probably is because I don't know which map you're going to give me, and I will be willing to run the math on any one of them you want me to look at.
Yeah, the first vodka I ever drank was Moskovskaya. Good stuff.
Give me a good little glass Stolichnaya now and then. Good. But what about Fedorov's balloon trip? Did it happen?
I don't know.
Maybe it did, but maybe they went around it. Like, cause it's interesting. What's that guy that isn't like there a hiker that walked circumnavigated?
What about Fedorov's canoe trip in a canoe is sort of a basic term, but in a human-powered boat around the continent?
Hey, here's that hiker that you're talking about. Mark Sargent's developer brand promoting their meditation and hypnosis apps, and that the guy actually used it while walking across Antarctica.
Yeah, well, I propose that.
Yeah, Issa
all
leaves. Issa leaves. Did you leave intentionally?
That's interesting. I've heard that come up.
Yeah,
Did you hear what I said?
Antarctica is probably just an island at the.
I was talking to Issa. Sorry, Carlos.
Oh, forgive me. I was on my volume for hearing you guys was off.
Yeah, because you logged out. What I said was, it just so happens the developer that made Mark Sargent's app was promoting their hypnosis and headspace app, and that the guy who used the guy who walked across Antarctica actually used the app. And there's the tweet about it.
Sounds legit.
Yeah, go figure.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Actually, I was like, "Oh, Metatron." I was like, "I've heard of that." And I've heard the. I know they. I saw the drama surrounding them a little while back.
Carlos actually wanted to bring up though.
Nah, that's all right.
I just wanted to get that point across to Issa before you guys continue. That's all.
That's interesting as fuck, though.
Hypnosis of all things. Hypnosis. Why the fuck would they tag that?
Yeah, well, it helps with your astral projection.
Yeah, the only thing they left out was Kabbalah, but luckily it was the next tweet over.
Sweet. Get your flat Earth Kabbalah wristband.
Yeah.
I'm a flat Earth Kabbalist. Thank you very much. Yeah, dude. That's why I told you about my book I want to write. It's Quantum Chicken Salads and How to Walk Through Walls. It's like the diet of how to walk through walls. It's like a fasting thing that you have to go through. I thought it was hilarious. Yeah, I have a tune, actually. I should fucking share it to you. It's a flat earth scene. I gotta watch out for the marketing schemes. Are you guys still here? I keep dropping in and out.
Nope, we all left.
Thank you. I was wondering, just the voices in my head. But yeah, it's the. Let me see if I can turn this on.
Yeah, what were you gonna say, Carlos? My point's over. Like way over.
It's the flat Earth scene. Look one thing. It's the flat Earth scene. Watch out for the marketing schemes. I have a whole fucking song about it, dude. Watch out for the marketing teams. Oh, I can't think of what the fuck it is. It's the flat Earth scene. It's the flat Earth scene. Watch out for the marketing schemes.
So, can I ask a question about the cosmic egg theory? And I haven't done my research, so shut up and go do your research is a perfectly viable answer.
No. Yo, you know what? Actually, Bowditch covers it. You and I talked about Bowditch, right?
Right.
Look up in the beginning of the Practical Navigator. In the very beginning, it talks about, because I used to find it interesting when ballers would be like, nobody ever thought the Earth was flat. And then I open up the American Practical Navigator, and it's like the ancients used to think the Earth was flat, and they were in a cosmic egg. You're like, oh wow, thank you, Nathaniel Bowditch.
Wait, isn't it like an Indian thing also?
Open it up. It does say that. It's. I mean, he goes on to say that they've moved beyond it, but I'm just trying to say it does cover the grounds that the ancients, the Babylonians, actually were flat earthers, and they thought they lived inside a cosmic egg, or they looked at the stars like that. And what was that? The Indians? They probably did too.
Yeah, no, I was thinking the Indians are the kind of the same way.
Turtles all the way down.
They're into the Vimanas and all that egg-shaped shit.
My question, if I can, is it just the outside of the egg are we looking at, or are we also looking at the yolk and the white?
The concept is that in the center of the egg is the plane of existence, right? It's a flat surface with like different gestations that are underneath us and above us with air and solids. But then around us are these like several different spheres, kind of like, you know, the Russian doll kind of thing, where there's different layers of star fields. And so they're considered like different heavens because they have their own space.
And why couldn't we just be on one of the inside spheres then?
Could be. But that's not what they believed.
Well, it goes against what we perceive Earth to be. So they didn't make the presumption. Like they said, okay, the stars look like this, the Earth looks like this. That's good with us.
Right.
So they weren't trying.
They also said that the only way you can get a linear star path is to be on the surface of a spherical object. But
all of a sudden you're a master of this now? You didn't even know about it a second ago.
Man, that's a typical baller fucking response right there.
Right. It's like what I'm trying to say is that, dude, you. How about this? You fucking perceive the Earth as flat and motionless. Okay, but because of general relativity, you think you don't. Well, I'll tell you what. Then then I'll tell you what. You should go see a fucking doctor. I'll tell you you're fucking crazy and you need some medication, dude.
There you go. Nailed it.
I'm just saying, like, you might need more than a Discord channel, a chat. You might need a fucking doctor, dog. If you see this is sphere.
I'm so glad nobody's ever mocked or
hey man, we're having fun.
Ideas derided it on this channel. I know. I just, if I did that, I would be warned, banned, and kicked.
Not to me. To me, you feel free to let your sarcasm flow around me, Kool-Aid.
Well, we don't do that though. Like, so like it just doesn't happen in the reverse. So like your example doesn't even make sense.
My warnings that I've got on this channel would beg to differ.
No, it doesn't happen in the reverse.
You're still here though, Kool-Aid, right? No,
I am.
Banned you. You're fine. Stop whining.
No, it's fair, but if we're going to have a conversation, let's have a conversation, and let's not just.
Or are you asking, or are you telling? Because you came in with a.
Can you explain? How about this? Can you explain why all of a sudden you knew that?
How come all of a sudden I knew what? I apologize.
I said that the Babylonians thought the Earth is flat and they lived inside a cosmic egg, and you said. After saying that you said that wasn't the case. You said that, well, they didn't think, they thought of it like a sphere. Which
no,
I would
that's not what I
know
said.
where you think
None of that is accurate. I asked my what I
Are you
said
sure?
was
But you might want to seek a fucking doctor, one dog.
Okay, cool.
I don't know.
So you might need to seek a doctor because apparently you don't know how to have a conversation with an adult.
No, you need to seek a doctor.
And you can't.
You don't know how to have a conversation.
Cool.
Everybody gets a warning.
Cool. Yep. Go ahead. Give me the warning. Again.
When did you get? When's the last time you had a warning, Kool-Aid? For real? So what the fuck are you talking about?
It's been about a week and a half.
Yeah. See. Shut up. Nobody cares about that. We're not talking about that.
No.
We're just joking around, dude. Relax.
Right. It's fine. You guys can laugh and mock me all you want. If I did the same thing in return, it would not be accepted.
He asked you a specific question, like how did you go from asking as if you knew nothing, and then suddenly like making an assertion?
I just checked. You have one warning from October 21st. Just so you know.
Didn't I get another one like a week and a half ago from Travis?
No.
Oh, that must have been on a different server. Sorry. I apologize.
No, the warnings. I mean, it's not. I mean, it sounds like you guys are joking right now. I wasn't listening. I just kind of.
No, it's just impossible to have a conversation right now because I make a statement and I literally get laughed at and ridiculed through the half of my statement. And if
I'll
I
ask,
did the exact
I'll
same
ask
thing,
a third time. Like, how did you go from?
Sorry, I
asking
wasn't
openly,
in the middle of a sentence there.
Well,
I feel like
we're
I'm being
trying to
attacked
not.
for my opinions right now.
Yeah, and I think we're being. I think we're the ones that's being trolled. Is honestly.
There's a
like
there's
you
a
asked
fine
you
line
asked an open
between, like,
question and then you made an assertion. We don't know how you made the leap.
I was just gonna say real quick. There's also sometimes a fine line between like banter, joking around kind of stuff, rather than like full blown like attacks and shit. Which So I don't know.
Right.
I just
telling somebody they
Yo,
need
Kool-Aid was at that meeting where like they're all like, my pronouns are whatever, and it's very trigger sensitive. If you guys,
This is the level of conversation, huh, Gio?
I'm still waiting for the answer because that's
I
how
haven't
we
even
got
heard
here.
the question yet because you
Okay,
guys are
for
too
the fourth
busy.
time. The fourth time. Okay, the question was, how did you go from asking openly as if you knew nothing about the cosmic egg, being very curious, to suddenly having an assertion about it as if to challenge it? So go ahead. How did you do that? How did you make that leap?
So the leap was not about the cosmic egg. My question was about the cosmic egg. My leap was about what the Bowditch said because he misquoted it, as he knows he did. And if he would like to look at page 7 for his quote on it, he's more than welcome to. If you'd like me to post it in chat again, I'm more than happy to do that as well.
Page 7 of what? I'm not
Of the
seeing
Bowditch.
Yeah,
okay.
Post it. I'd like to see that if you could.
All right, stand by. Let's search here.
Yeah, I propose that besides there possibly having an ice wall or not, maybe not, I propose that it is a flat Earth map, and Antarctica could just be a continent down there that they're sailing around. It's just another continent, and you look at the shape of a globe, and there's one half of the globe basically that no one leaves from to get to Antarctica. It's only from one face of the globe. So maybe that's, I mean, if you transverse, you get your way around Antarctica, right? You could get the same measurement. You would get the same, like, nautical miles.
Yes.
But it's only because it's spread out on one side. And maybe the backside on a flat Earth map of Antarctica is much longer distance. And then you translate the same distance onto a globe, it would be the same.
It's an interesting hypothesis. It would definitely fix the distance problem.
Was that the thing about the Antarctic or about the star shape? I forgot if that was your idea, Carlos, or somebody else said that. It's just about like a star shape for kind of like the coastline of Antarctica. Maybe not.
It's the flat earth scene. You know what I mean. It's the flat earth scene. Watch out for the marketing schemes.
I don't know exactly where the convo's at right now, but I mean, one thing I was going to say, Kool-Aid, like, do you think you'd have more fun in these convos in general if it was more like constructive, like trying to figure things out rather than always kind of trying to contest the flat earth, just in general? It's just an open question. Because it seems like you often have like that you really want to like, say the flat earth is wrong rather than sort of being in some kind of a convo that could be more productive, if that makes sense.
That's a fair criticism. It is definitely something I try to do. Like with Carlos and his Antarctica could be an island. I thought I was pretty beneficial in telling him how that would fix a few things. But it is something I will take on board and look at.
Cool. Yeah, I'm not even really saying it in relation to right now necessarily because I was sort of away for a bit and only listening partially. But I'm just saying, and just kind of a thought in general.
No, it's fair. Come at this with a less antagonistic point of view and more of it's a fair criticism.
Our dilemma seems to be that we raise issues that people know nothing about and then retort as though they were an expert on the subject before we've done it. And long before, I remember I was in a discussion with a guy out here who used to be called Negator. I'll never forget it. We were talking about parking lots and...
Is it just me, or is his every third word getting dropped for you guys too?
Yeah, his Wi-Fi, I guess, wherever he's playing. Maybe he's in the garage or something.
Yeah, forgive me. Is it that bad?
Yeah, it's actually that bad. Yeah.
Personally, I think the way that most flat earthers that have been in it for a while, who already like have accepted that we've been lied to and it is flat and it's not a ball. But I think the whole excitement about the future of flat Earth is like a think tank, and we get ballers coming and they sort of help us to decipher the code and figure out, well, what the fuck is this place if it's not a ball, and if it is flat and not spinning. Like, it's the whole excitement of being able to sort of throw ideas against each other and sort of work it out, and to see how they've actually done it, how they pulled this massive deception off. It's so much enjoyment to, the challenge to be able to get to the final outcome.
If I had to guess, like the simplest explanation is that at a particular latitude, the star field, it becomes, well, I don't know if I would call it reflective, but like there's this like bullish property to the sky, and that after a certain distance, you kind of see a reflection or an image of things that are more towards the center, but it looks like you're looking at another part of the star field. So that's my take on it. Like, I think if we could get past certain latitudes and study the sky persistently, I imagine we would notice its change of motion after a certain latitude, and then we could see what is actually in that sky right there.
So, sorry, it took me a minute to find the Bowditch manual. I just linked in chat. The section we were in, I misquoted. I thought it was page 7. It's actually page 4 of the introduction.
What year is the publication?
The link I just posted will take you through all of the current, including the most current, which is less than 5 years old. I just tabbed
Cool.
away from it.
The one I had was from 1980. Just if you're interested, there's different versions, obviously. So
yeah,
if you check out the one from 1980, it'll tell you all about the Babylonians and how they thought they lived inside a cosmic egg, and they did not think the Earth was spherical. But just letting you know, because like historically, that's what's so cool about the Bowditch and the Practical Navigator. And I think we were talking about it, and I hope I have a better connection.
A preface that wasn't written by Bowditch says something.
No. I'm saying
that's
about
not what
there's different.
Bowditch is known for.
There's different publications. Like each year, they put that. Like the American Practical Navigator is the book of the Navy vessels, so they print one very frequently, or they use a different edition. The edition that I had that you could check out is from I believe 1980 or something. I think it was 1980. And there's different editions, and that's why I was talking to you at one point about I'm interested in the author that was before Bowditch, who initially wrote the book, but Bowditch's corrections is why initially they titled it as him as the author. But there was a book even before Bowditch.
That's not even what? Where'd you get that story, sir?
It's the history of Nathaniel Bowditch and coming into being the author because he was such a smart guy. He corrected a lot of the, well, that's how they explain it, is that he corrected so much of this other gentleman's book that they named it, and that's how he became the author of it. But initially it was written by somebody else. And I've often wondered if that author didn't specifically make it known that navigators treated the Earth as flat then too, because he only wrote his first edition in 1908. But are you familiar with Joshua Slocum?
Hold on, before we start a new topic.
Okay.
What is Bowditch known for?
Bowditch is known for being writing a book. Modern day genius. Well, Bowditch is a navigation book. It's got charts. It's got all kinds of stuff.
What was William Bowditch known for? And what was discussed?
No, Nathaniel or William?
Nathaniel Bowditch. What was he known for?
Who's William? Who's William Bowditch? What was he known for?
It was a misspeak. Sorry, I'm playing a game.
Forgive me. Okay.
What was Bowditch known for? And was it editing a book?
Well, that's one of the things he may have been known for. Is there something he invented that I'm not aware of, or what do you mean?
Yes.
What did he invent?
He was the one who was the first one who was able to perfect lunar observations for navigational systems. That's what Bowditch's contribution was.
Well, he made a whole bunch more corrections in that book than just lunar corrections. Like, he was known for correcting the whole, like, a lot of.
Bowditch was started out his journey as a cabin's mate, and then because the navigator got ill, took over, did such a good job, and was able to explain it to the sailors. When he got off the ship in New York, they hired him to write a book. Everything you're saying,
Yo, you're well. First off, well, for one, what you just said is patently false. Two,
it's literally the story in the Bowditch I was just reading.
No, hold on. Okay, that's nice. Well, I don't know what you're reading, dude. But the point is that, like, he, it still doesn't take away from the fact that in the 1980 version of the Nathaniel Bowditch's book, that it says all about the Babylonians and how they treated the earth as flat inside of a cosmic egg. However, to change the topic as you so choose, to say that because he made some voyage and they made him an author of the book. No, he corrected a previously authored book. By you saying this, it tells me that you haven't even read any of the editions of Nathaniel Bowditch's book.
I've literally linked him in chat multiple times. I just linked the original version.
That's nice. Have you read the book?
I'm so sorry, Isa. The middle of my sentence keeps interrupting the beginning of yours. I do apologize for that. If it keeps going on, I'm going to disengage. Okay?
Well, dude, if you're getting your ass whooped on the floor, I could see why you make such petty excuses.
Have a good day, Isa.
The point is that for everybody else listening, is Nathaniel Bowditch wrote he corrected a gentleman's book, James something. I don't know why this guy's so emotionally invested in Bowditch.
Oh, he loves boats a lot.
Well, what a fucking clown to say that. Just like, it's well known that he corrected this other book. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's retarded. That's so funny. And then to leave like that, that's hilarious. That's what I think it's performance art. Do you know what I mean? It's like somebody coming in here like, that dude's smart as hell, playing word games and all the rest of it.
Well, he definitely, I don't know, man. I think he took offense way early for no reason. Like, he was clearly provoking the idea of the cosmic egg, and then he made some wild assertion as if he was an expert all of a sudden. And then he got mad when we just kind of pointed it out and laughed at it. And then now he's super triggered the whole time. I don't get it.
Yeah, that's so crazy, dude.
Like, apparently we laughed at him being an expert all of a sudden, and that's offensive. Okay.
Well, I'm pointing out what he's saying is patently false, and he obviously hasn't read the book. And just because somebody posts a link about it doesn't mean they know shit about it.
Yeah, well, he didn't even say he read the book. He just said he posted the link many times in chat. I'm like, okay.
Yep, and that tells you never read the book. Because as soon as you the whole fucking the pride and joy of Nathaniel Bowditch is that he made the corrections. He didn't author the book. He wrote. It was given. I don't know. It's part of the story of Nathaniel Bowditch is that he corrected this dude's book. And my thing has always been, actually, and I've just talked about it for years, is that I'd love to fucking get a copy of the original book, because that book's gonna tell you that they fucking thought the Earth was flat.
That would be interesting.
Check this out, because it was fucking authored in something like the final version, when they finally gave it and said that it was authored by him, was because it was versions that he just corrected that they published. It was like James Brown, or it's something weird like that. James something is the first book. But at the same time, you have this story about Joshua Slocum, who in 1908 circumnavigated the quote-unquote globe. And he even, and I love bringing this up for the dickheads who say that nobody thought the Earth was flat. He fucking, in 1908, went and fucking debated the Boer Republic.
Cutting out again.
Ah, fuck. Can you hear me now? Check 1, 2.
Yeah.
Okay, so Slocum went around the fucking quote-unquote globe, and he debated the fucking president of the Boer Republic in South Africa, who's a renowned, unfortunate, or whatever. It was a horrible, regime, if you will. But the Boer Republic, historically, horribly racist, horrible person. But the point is, this guy Joshua Slocum, he stopped there and debated the man on the grounds of whether the Earth was flat or a globe, as someone who was in the process of circumnavigating. And so Joshua Slocum, and he's interesting, he's from Nova Scotia, and he couldn't swim. And if I'm not mistaken, it was around, let me look up the time Bowditch wrote it, because if I'm not mistaken, it's the early 1900s, like late 1800s, early 1900s, and then Slocum does his trip. When was original American practical navigation? Bowditch. Oh wow, so this is long before then. Long before then. I don't know why I was thinking 19. It's 1802. First published, The Epitome of Navigation by its original author. This is interesting. It's saying original author. See, because in the book, it fucking says like that he fucking... that kid Kool-Aid, he probably read all this. First published was built in The Epitome of Navigation, which was an author and family board of statistics involved in the advance of navigation parts of the first issue. Detailed principles. That's interesting. So I don't know why they'd not tell that story, because in the version that you've... Let's see. Navigator. That's interesting. It puts by its original author. It makes me upset to do whatever, because I could see why the guy would think that this is the original author. But what was Moore's history? The most popular navigation text of the late 18th century. This is it. The new it's John Hamilton. Let's see. The New Practical Navigator by John Hamilton Moore. That's it. John Moore of the Royal Navy, first published in 1772, to have exact tables to work from. Bowditch recomputed all of Moore's tables and rearranged and expanded the work. Boom. Thank you. So that's what fucking happened. Am I still cutting in and out? I don't know.
No. You're
Cool,
fine.
I was like, damn, am I mistaken? But
and how are we going to get the access to this other book in the originals or whatever?
That's the point, right, James? That's it. Now we just know the name.
What kind of groundwork do we need to do? Is what I'm saying.
It's called. Well, here's the thing. It's the New Practical Navigator by John Hamilton Moore of the Royal Navy, first published in 1772. I wonder if there's an available works. It's probably worth so much fucking money. Like, dude, I look up dictionaries and shit, like the fucking old Black's Law dictionaries from 19 fucking hundreds and 1800s. Dude, this shit's fucking worth money online. Like, you're paying up to $1,000 to get one. My friend actually got one. Fucking 19. Like, dude, you work up this is what gets me. And I wish Kool-Aid was here in a little bit, but I don't even think it would hit. The penny would drop anyway. But the idea that they play with the word game so much, because that's what's so interesting when you look at blacks, is that you see that the language they use in the present day dictionaries leaves out all this ancient history that is in the old books. All the rich, cool fucking history. And we all, I think, for a purpose, right? Dumb down everybody. But yeah, that's the book, man. The New Practical Navigator by John Hamilton. Yeah, and Bowditch recomputed all of Moore's tables. They were all this guy fucking Moore's shit. And I think it came into play when they made the Earth the ball on that one, man. I don't know why, but I do.
All right, Kool-Aid. I don't know if you're listening to the live stream or what, but you're just making a martyr out of yourself for no fucking reason.
What's going on?
No, he's whining in chat. Just kind of pointless. Like, there's nothing hostile about this conversation here. To just call out and say that you can't have a conversation and just repeat yourself as if it's going to just come true is just patently false. I mean, am I wrong? Was he just kind of like creating a dilemma, or was he actually in a dilemma? Let's be real.
Yeah, no. I mean, I couldn't care less, man. I'm tired of, I don't know. God bless
I don't know.
her.
I think if you quit, then that says something. I mean, there was no reason to quit. I mean, he could have just kept on pushing if he was right. If he said didn't agree, then that's where it's at.
Yeah, whatever.
But there's no reason to leave, you know.
I mean, I understand it. Like, if you really like boats or have some kind of weird fantasy about boats, it might hurt your feelings to find out that maybe you don't know everything about it. But shit happens.
I actually told him that I admire him I admire his ability to acknowledge when he's wrong, because he does it all the time. So
I've never heard him say he's wrong about boats, though.
Well, I don't think he's ever going to do that.
See?
But, well, yeah, maybe he is, and maybe he's hit something that, I don't know.
Lasers, okay. Refraction, okay. But whenever it comes to boats, he's like the be all, say all.
Issa, I think he met his match. Because every time this comes up between you and him, it doesn't end well.
Yeah, man. I don't know, Sucks, too, because it's like, just stick to the facts, bro. It's like, I didn't write the rules, dude. That's the biggest thing, especially that's why I love law. Because I get mine by the fact that it's the law. And I didn't write the rules, dude.
All right, man. Put your seatbelt on.
Forget it.
I keep hearing the damn sound.
Oh, that's my wood stove, actually. I hear it now.
Goes ding.
Yeah, it does. That's the wood stove. Yeah, that's why I love the whole navigation thing. Because if you look to it, it's like, it's like, you can think of it as, like, it's like, although the Earth looks flat and motionless, what's really going on is